The dragons were attacking people. They were shouting at Eliza to leave immediately, but the girl assured that everything would be fine, because Alec was going to shoot the creature. The guy confirmed this. The dragon belched flames towards the young man, who stood bravely in the face of danger. His companions were shouted at, warning him that it might not be safe. Although he was a boy, his eyes were calm. He only covered himself with his hand from the bright light of the flame. The hero extended his hand and used magic to repel the dragon's attack, which returned back to the fire-breathing creatures. They began to burn in the fire. The soldiers admired Alec's power, which was comparable to SSS-rank magic. In this world, there was reincarnation. Before that, souls were sent to the afterlife so that gods and angels, through the court, would determine where they would be reborn next. Another soul arrived in heaven, and seeing its low rank, the angel said that it was very bad. She advised the newcomer to try hard in the next life as a water flea. The soul was indignant, and the higher being replied that this was just right for a former murderer. The angel told another soul that she would live her next life as a commoner, which the spirit was happy about. The soul that was to live its life as a flea was indignant, because it also wanted to become a human. The guardian angels were angry. They said that this was impossible and demanded that the spirit already drink the holy water of erasure. The angel approached another soul, who turned his attention to another spirit. The girl said that this was a former emperor, who, along with his evil deeds, brought many good changes, so he will live his life as an ordinary person. Angel moved on to her map and biography. Her hands were in debt. Her surprise knew no bounds, because in front of her was SSS-rank, soul confirmed. The girl's colleagues were also amazed because they had never seen such a level before. She asked the soul how many good deeds it had done. The spirit thought that it had led a fairly normal and calm life. The angel offered two options for the SSS-rank soul. The first was to become a god. The second was to live as a supreme being. The girl recommended becoming a god, but the spirit interrupted her and said to be a human. At first, the girl did not hear and began to look at her tablet, and then exclaimed in surprise and asked if the soul really did not want to become a holy being. The empty, ethereal body answered that he did not really understand the life of a god. At the same time, it was convinced that it could now have the opportunity to live a human life even better. The angel did not understand the philosophy of the spirit, which had already reached a high rank and could live a wonderful life. In any case, the girl had no choice, and she noted Reincarnation in her work tablet. The angel told the creature that in order to be reborn, he simply had to jump into a dark hole. The girl asked again if the spirit would really jump, to which she received a positive answer and gratitude for the help. The angel remembered that the creature had not drunk the water and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The soul jumped into the hole. While the ethereal body was being reborn as a human, it wondered if it would still be a human, even with its SSS reincarnation rank. It wondered what its life would be like. The first thing he felt in his new body was warmth and a pleasant smell. In front of him was a man who was happy about the birth of his son. The tired mother held her baby, whose name was Alexander Carlane, with a smile. He was the heir to the Duchy of Carlane. The husband praised his wife, to which she thanked him. The hero thought about it, because he assumed that with his high rank he would be transferred to the emperor's son. Meanwhile, the father could not rejoice enough at the birth of the heir. Looking ahead, he ordered that His Majesty the Emperor be informed about this as soon as possible, so that he could find Alex a bride with incomparable abilities. The reborn one could not understand whether a good life awaited him or not. But suddenly he was overtaken by an epiphany. His memories of his past life remained for some unknown reason. The hero did not know if this was normal and what to do. Suddenly a familiar angel appeared from behind his father, and then he remembered that he had to drink holy water before jumping, which erases memories. The holy being sighed tiredly and disappeared. The man lifted his infant son, who felt an inexplicable joy. This was the only time the hero saw an angel. From that day on, the reincarnated soul began its life in a SSS-ranked family. Time passed. The hero grew up quickly and without problems. He turned 6. Another beautiful morning came. The boy pulled back the curtains and noticed that the weather was fine. The maid saw the little gentleman in the hallway and asked if he needed anything. He greeted the worker and thanked her for her hard work. Alex asked her to inform his father that his son was coming to say hello to him. The girl did not understand the reason. The boy explained that it was part of etiquette. A person of lower status should notify a person of higher status about a visit. The maid blushed. She was touched by the young master, who was smart even at his young age. Amelia was proud to see how quickly Alex was growing. She said that she would report to the master about his arrival. The girl stood up straight and promised that she would never marry. She could be trusted in that. The hero noted to himself that she was a rather strange person. The girl appeared behind Alex. She greeted him. It was Angie, the daughter of the Baron's close friend, and the betrothed of the heir to the Duchy of Carline. The hero reminded her that they had a magic lesson today, to which the girl admitted that she was nervous. But despite her worries, Andy smiled and promised to do everything possible to help Mr. Alex. In the first magic lesson, the children wanted to determine their magical attributes based on the change in the surface of the water, so the lesson was held near a small pond. Andy waved her wand and a plant stalk emerged from the water. She looked happily at her betrothed and pointed to her water grass. The teacher praised the girl and noted that she had a healing attribute. The man asked Alex to try it. Before starting, the hero decided to check how strong his magic was. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he did not need a wand, but he was not sure if his skills remained as well as his memories. The student sighed and closed his eyes. He stretched out his hands and the water began to shine. The teacher exclaimed. When Alex opened his eyes, he was also surprised. The water in the pond had completely disappeared. Andy didn't understand what had happened and asked the sensei about it. The old man thoughtfully explained that the young master's magic was so great that the water simply couldn't withstand the changes. They moved on to another matter. The hero stood near a large stone, which lay on a concrete stand. His parents were watching. The woman asked the teacher if her son would really use it. The sensei explained that to measure Alex's strength, they had to use something stable, which was a stone. The parents and Angie began to support their son. The hero noticed their excitement and thought that now everything was out of control. He touched his hands to the cobblestone and indifferently reminded himself that he was still in the middle of the task. The stone began to shine. It seemed to be burning away. After a moment, it completely disappeared. Everyone was surprised that even the stone could not withstand the magic of the heiress of the duchy. The father asked the teacher if there were other methods. He thought about it and suggested using gold. Alex agreed with this option because it is the most stable material, which has a high resistance to magic. The hero added that this metal was also very pliable. The Duke thought about it and agreed to try it. The teacher asked how the young gentleman knew about it. The father laughed and enthusiastically replied that it was all because it was Alex. The son did not consider this an answer. In an instant, the young master had a mountain of gold bars in front of him. In general, this was to be expected from the Duke. The Reborn sighed and announced that he was starting. He touched the metal. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated everyone around. They had to cover their eyes with their hands. The Duke was worried about his son and asked what happened to the gold. When Alex opened his eyes, he saw nothing. The gold had disappeared too. Everyone began to whisper that the heir's power was so strong that even the most stable metal could not withstand it. The hero realized that this was the advantage of the SSS-rank. Late in the evening, the Baron's daughter came into the young gentleman's room. The boy noticed that her pajamas were too cute today. The girl giggled and thanked him for the compliment. She saw the stones on the table and asked what they were. Twirling the stones in his hands, he replied that he had been practicing on them a little. After the day's magic detection test, Father ordered the people to study the existing literature, but nowhere was there any mention of any cases in which anyone could destroy gold. Everywhere they spoke only about the most powerful magician in history. But despite his parents' expectations, Alex had to check something. He pointed to the stone for Angie. The hero squeezed a pebble in his fist, and when he opened his palm, there was gold already lying there. The girl was surprised by this. With the help of his practice, Alex was finally able to find a way to use his magic so that objects would not disappear. Despite such miracles, the hero understood that he could not allow such mana reserves to get out of control, and he intended to control it with his selection. When he put the gold on the table, it turned back into stone. The young master said that the creation of gold might not be so good, and asked that it be a secret between them. Angie was determined to keep her promise and not tell anyone. The hero stroked the happy girl's head and thanked her. Alex thought about it. He knew there was one way he could use magic to his advantage. The boy remembered the short time he had spent in heaven. He realized that although in his past life he had tried to help as many people as he could reach, it was impossible for him to help the entire world. In his past life, his abilities were limited and prevented him from helping other people. But now, the hero felt like he had a miracle in his hands, sent by God to save humanity. Alex took a deep breath. He remembered reading some very interesting information in his past life and decided to check it out. The gentleman squeezed the stone in his palm, and Angie asked what he was going to do with it. Alex exhaled, and the hands that held the stone began to glow. Magical inscriptions formed around them. The hero felt his hands burning. He knew he needed to concentrate, because losing control of his magic could be dangerous. When the glow stopped, Alex fell to his knees. Angie ran up to him. She was worried about the boy's condition. She asked if he was okay. The betrothed was thrilled that he had managed to hold on even after losing most of his magical power. However, he knew that he shouldn't act so rashly. The girl didn't understand anything and asked what Alex did in the end and what kind of stone he had in his hands. He had a hunch that what was in front of him was one of the powerful crystals, the Philosopher's Stone. Angie squatted and looked at the information about the stone. She said that she saw before her just a beautiful jewel. Alex explained that the Philosopher's Stone was highly prized because it was difficult to create. The girl asked if the hero could create it. The heir answered positively and added that with the help of this stone one could obtain all the knowledge of this world. However, even Alex was not sure about this. He sat down at the table abruptly and began to write something quickly. Angie asked him what he was doing. When the boy finished, he handed her the sheet of paper and said that it contained the entire existing history of healing magic and its effects. The girl admired the mind of her betrothed, who understood everything that came into his head. Alex said that he would need something more serious to achieve mastery. The bookshelves in their library contained advanced-level books that were under strict surveillance. However, he believed that his magic should be enough to deal with the Philosopher's Stone. After some time, the children came to one of the streets of the Duchy of Karlin, Molek. The merchants asked if they wanted to try the new sweets. The boy wrote out a check with an amount that was enough to cover the expenses. Looking at the heirs, the townspeople discussed the recent event with gold. People assumed that the boy had the highest level of magic. The men discussed that in Haibei, the rebel army and defense were balanced, which was alarming. However, they were not afraid because they trusted Alex. Meanwhile, a boy passing by eavesdropped on them. Due to the terrible reign of the previous emperor, rebellions broke out throughout the empire, resulting in civil war. And in order to protect the new emperor, information about his identity was carefully hidden. Children walked around the market and looked at various interesting goods. And the Carlisle territory that Alex's father controlled was a relatively calm region. They entered the establishment and were greeted. Angie watched the bird sitting on a branch in its cage and chirping. The girl squealed and called it cute. Alex said that it was a mimic bird, which is now very popular among the nobility. The girl asked why people were so fascinated by this particular species. The boy offered to find out. Ernst began to sing. It was a children's song that everyone who heard it recognized. The shopkeepers watched the singing girl attentively. The man clapped and said it was wonderful. Angie bowed. She asked sheepishly why her betrothed had asked her to sing. The hero placed the bird on her palm and advised her to watch carefully. He showed a certain sign to the bird, and it began to imitate Angie's voice. It sang the song that the Baron's daughter had just performed. The girl was amazed. The boy said that this bird could easily imitate a human voice, and thanks to this skill they became so popular among the nobility. The bird began to fly around the delighted girl. Alex began to write out a check, telling the merchant that they would like to keep the bird for themselves. The man thanked them. Suddenly, a street boy pushed the hero. He ran past the heir. He felt something slip into his inner pocket. The thief smirked and advised them to be more careful with their things. He had stolen an important certificate. Angie grabbed Alex's hand and asked if he was okay. The boy wanted to catch him. He used restraining magic. The hero extended his hand, in which inscriptions and a magic circle appeared. He was going to tie up the thief. Suddenly, the street boy felt that he could not move. Invisible shackles did not allow him to run. Alex came up to him. He advised the young criminal not to steal anymore. The hero demanded that the certificate be returned to him. He added that only he could use it, so it would be useless to a thief. Angie stood behind her protector. The boy began to pour out all his discontent. He believed that such rich people could not understand the suffering of common people, especially refugees like him, who have no choice but to steal. Alex learned that the thief was from the south. The hero began to think about how he could make this innocent child give up stealing, because he believed that justice existed in this world. They ended up taking the thief with them to the garden where the boy was pouring tea for the heir. He was confused and indignant. The boy asked why they took him with them. Alex replied that it was his favorite cafe where he could relax. The hero began to give the thief advice on how to brew tea well. First, you need to warm the teapot and weigh the tea leaves accurately. Second, you should pour the tea until the tea leaves open. The boy shouted to be listened to. Alex ignored his exclamations and calmly said that this method of making tea was known only to those who served the upper class. The thief looked at him in surprise. While the boy was hesitantly asking the heir if he really wanted to hire him, the hero planned to tell the thief about the Philosopher's Stone. Alex said that the tea was cold and had a weak aroma, and ordered the drink to be remade. After tea, Angie noticed that the boy was learning quite quickly. The hero agreed and added that he was very obedient. The thief had a good memory. Alex remembered how the boy apologized and thanked him. In any case, he would see what their cooperation would lead to in the future. The young gentleman took his betrothed by the hand and suggested that they go back home. The girl happily agreed. Alex practiced. He learned that there is a way to train the release and control of his power. This is the creation of magic balls. They hovered over the children. Angie said that using all 7 magical elements at once would always be amazing. The boy said that he was happy about his betrothed's success. The girl smiled and agreed with him. They were now 7 years old. Thanks to the knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, their main goal became practicing magic. While the balls were spinning in his palms, the hero thought about the fact that, unlike an ordinary person, a high-ranking magician can use all the elements at the same time. While the children were talking, their father jumped out of the bushes and swung his sword. He shouted that they were now open. Alex threw one of the elemental balls. Andy hid behind her betrothed. The ball hit the sword, which was immediately engulfed in steam. Molten metal began to drip onto the ground. The father was pleased with his son. He smiled smugly and praised the boy for his excellent use of fire magic. Alex was unhappy with the sudden attack and asked his father not to do it, because if he lost to his own son, it would reflect poorly on his image. The man was not offended by the child's words, because he agreed that his son was the most powerful magician in the world. However, the hero believed that the father should not behave like that, because then the guests or the empress would not take him seriously. The duke considered the mention of the empress as a guest. Alex picked up the handle of the melted sword and noted that his father was still concerned about his image. However, the man suggested inviting the empress and demonstrating the young master's magic. That way she would see how brilliant his son was. Angie was inspired. Her father remembered that the empress was planning to visit their region during her summer vacation anyway. The more the man thought about it, the more convinced he became that his decision was the right one. He laughed and said it was a great idea. The duke nudged Angie and said they should go home to get something to eat. Alex wondered if the empress might actually come. Several days passed. The children were walking down the stairs and discussing where they should go. The girl suggested going to look at the flowers in the western part of the garden. Suddenly, Alex was called by his father, who asked him not to move. After some time, the hero learned about the news about a serial killer. The man pulled out a leaflet with a picture of the criminal and said that 10 victims had already been found. Among the dead were children and women. The father asked them not to visit the city. The girl clung to Alex. She was scared. The hero fully understood the reason for her fear. The piece of paper said that the killer was wanted dead or alive. The heir confidently said that they had to do something, because the crimes could get out of control. Alex pulled his hood over himself and went into the city alleys in the evening, like bait. He was determined to free people from horror. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the darkness. It grabbed the boy by the neck from behind. The criminal held a long knife in his other hand. The madman demanded baby meat. because it was the most delicious. Using his elemental magic, Alex melted the killer's knife and moved right in front of him, demanding that the criminal stop his crimes. The hero stretched out his hand in front of him and warned that if the man continued to behave outrageously, he would be severely judged in the next life. But the madman no longer heard him. He pounced on the boy. Then Alex realized that the man was not one to negotiate with. The boy said that the criminal would be in a little pain. A pentagram appeared in front of the young gentleman. Lightning struck the killer. His entire body shook with tension. Everything around him sparkled. The man fell unconscious to the ground. Then Alex bound him with magic. The hero was sure that this would delay the madman for a while. Meanwhile, the father and Eiji found the young gentleman. They were worried about his condition. He assured them that everything was fine. The betrothed grabbed the boy's hand and said she was glad nothing happened to him. The father admitted that despite the excellent work they had done, they had been worried when Alex had suggested his plan, decoys. The young gentleman turned to the guards and said that the arrest was left to them. The men nodded. They lifted the criminal up and expressed their gratitude. The madman was whispering something under his breath. Looking at him, Alex thought that this man's future would be very harsh. The judgment in the afterlife would not be easy. Even though he couldn't help him, the hero will pray for the sinful soul of the criminal until the end. He will ask that the next life of this unfortunate man be brighter. A couple of townspeople called out to the boy. They thanked the young gentleman for catching the criminal. He asked if everything was okay now. However, they were distracted by the noise and commotion. It was a girl who was being pestered by a guy. She demanded that he leave her alone, but he did not listen to her, and continued to invite her to have fun with him. He grabbed her hand and looked her insolently in the eyes, saying that he could be a good company for her. Angie tugged at Alex's clothes, hinting at helping the girl. The boy agreed with the idea. Meanwhile, the guy's patience ran out and he roughly pulled the girl, telling her to stop acting so angry. The hero managed to block the impudent guy's path and demanded that he leave her alone. The girl was very surprised that such a brave boy was protecting her. The guy got angry and was going to hit the child. Alex squeezed the philosopher's stone in his hand and used criminal handcuffs on the impudent guy. The guy felt something on his wrists. However, it was not enough to stop him, and he decided that the child had very weak magic. The boy swung his hand but missed. The handcuffs began to tighten. The bully screamed and fell to his knees from the sharp pain. He did not understand why the handcuffs suddenly began to tighten. Alex explained that the magical handcuffs tighten every time the person does something bad, and he will be in them until the guy changes his habits. Otherwise, the handcuffs can even cut off the wrists. The bully had a shocked expression on his face. The young master told him to come back to him in a year, and then he would remove the spell. He threw him a subordinate that he was Alexander Carlite. The girl heard what family her savior was from and said that the rumors about the magical abilities of the Carlite heir were true. After some time, the new acquaintances were sitting at the table and drinking tea. Eliza introduced herself and thanked him for his help. Alex introduced himself and his betrothed. The girl noted that earlier the boy could simply hand the bully over to the guards without magic. She said that if he was going to do something proper in the future, he had better hand over criminals to the guards. Eliza asked why he did that. The hero noticed that the man sitting in front of him was perceptive. Alex agreed that it would be much easier to hand the bully over to the guards, but then the guy would not have a chance to do good deeds. The girl asked him what he meant. He answered directly that people are judged only when they die. Eliza said she had heard of this theory. However, she didn't know that Alex had already experienced it. She realized that the hero gives people a second chance to change and reminded them that there are those who don't change. The hero believed that it could not be denied that there was a small chance that the guilty could change, because it was not a question of judging, but of guiding. Eliza called him virtuous, but she didn't think it was a compliment, because he might regret it someday. She thought that good people usually end up with nothing. The boy thought it wasn't so bad to have such a trait. Eliza bowed her head and admitted that she liked him, and if they were the same age, the girl would fall in love with him. The boy thanked her, and the girl left. Angie noticed Eliza's beautiful eyes. The young heir agreed. It was not often that one met a person with a strong spirit. Even though the girl was only 16, she acted and spoke like an adult. Alex said that Eliza's eyes resembled the eyes of a person carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders. The burden she carried was unwanted. The girl wondered if she could ever become like this girl. Alex stroked his sweet bride's head and assured her that she was beautiful in her own way. He liked her just the way she was. The girl smiled. The children returned home, where they were met by a servant who greeted the young heirs. Suddenly, the hero sensed danger. A sword flew towards them. Alex quickly used fire magic and melted his father's weapon, who was amazed by this. The man laughed and said with a smile that he had no doubts about his son. Alex asked why he was doing this again. Then he remembered his father's suggestion to invite the Empress. The boy understood what was going on, and at that moment they heard the voice of a girl who praised the heir to the Duchy of Carlite, who lives up to their reputation. The girl he had helped earlier came out to them. She introduced herself as Empress Elizabeth Forsyth, and she had come to ask a favor of the Duke. Although Alex was surprised, he did not forget to greet the Empress and introduce himself. Angie followed his example. They bowed to Her Majesty. The girl asked to raise his head. She said that the boy really knows how to understand the situation. She asked the Lord if they had a room where they could talk privately. The man offered to use his office. Angie said goodbye to everyone. Just in case, the gentleman decided to use soundproofing magic. When they settled in the office, Eliza suggested getting straight to business, discarding formalities. The Empress was sure that they knew about the rebellion that occurred due to the terrible reign of the last emperor. Alex confirmed and said that it happened before he was born. The girl said that people were still angry with the former ruler. Even after she took his place, small rebellions continued to arise throughout the country. The Empress believed that the Imperial Army would soon launch a global attack on the rebel stronghold. She wanted to kill their leader to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Alex understood why the girl was asking him. Eliza said that with such outstanding abilities, the boy would be able to catch the leader during the attack. The hero thought about it and mentally agreed with this. He bowed and said that he understood. The girl said with a smile that if he succeeded, the land would be his, and added that she had finally received this request from his father. The boy turned to his parent, who only replied that this was a very important task from Her Majesty. Alex said that such a reward was too much for him. The Empress replied that it was the most appropriate reward for completing such a large-scale task. Besides, she would be calm if he became their leader. The girl leaned over and confessed to him that she was interested in the heir to the duchy. The boy did not understand her interest. The day of the attack came. Eliza and Alexei climbed to the top and saw the soldiers preparing for the attack. The girl said that it was time to show what he was capable of. The Empress said she was excited because his father had named his son after him, and she couldn't wait to see how he would handle the task. Alex had felt a scary atmosphere around her when she was talking to his father, but now she seemed more like a teenager. The hero sighed and asked if he was supposed to catch only their leader. Eliza confirmed the mission and said that she wanted him to catch him alive, despite the fact that the criminal was facing the death penalty. She asked how he was going to pull it off. Alex had a magical sphere of earth in his hands, which did not impress the Empress. The boy explained that he was going to use it on the earth. He directed it into the soil, after which the earth began to seem to be sucked into itself. In front of them was a staircase leading down. Alex suggested that the Empress go down it. As they descended, Eliza admitted that she never would have thought that the enemy could be bypassed underground. She asked if the boy knew exactly where they should go. The young gentleman continued to create the stairs and answered positively. Alex added that these types of buildings usually have the same layout. The girl agreed. After some time, they reached the enemy storage. The boy assumed that it was already close to the target. They saw a door. The young heir said that the leader was in this room. Eliza pressed herself against the door, despite the boy's fears, and said that she heard a familiar voice. Lord Fleming was there, and a rebel. The man said it was time. Fleming agreed, and remarked that their troops had done well. He said that the army should be ordered to retreat. The rebel said that he was urging the Lord's army on a bit for show, since they could not afford to let their hard-earned income go to waste if it became known that they had conspired. Fleming said he knew about it and asked his accomplice to make sure his troops did a good job. The man paused. Meanwhile, Eliza and Alex heard the whole conversation. Suddenly, they heard the men stand up and walk towards the exit. The boy warned the girl about this, who could not believe that there was a traitor among them. However, they did not hide. When the men came out, they were surprised to see Her Majesty. At the same time, the traders understood that their entire conversation had been heard. The Empress looked at Lord Fleming seriously and asked what it all meant. She demanded an explanation until the man could not find the words. Alex interrupted and said that the Lord had been a financier after the war. By reporting the death of soldiers, the man had been squandering funds intended to pay the dead. He asked if that was true. The traders were no longer going to listen to them. They took out their weapons, intending to silence their Empress forever. Alex quickly stood up for the girl. He asked her to move away. The boy was going to pin her down. He had a ball of magic in his hand. He threw it at the criminals, who were enveloped in a thin haze. They froze and then fell to the ground. They felt incredible weakness in their bodies. The boy explained that he had deprived their bodies of power. Now they would not be able to move for a whole day. A small ball of magic flew above the magician's hand. Eliza stepped forward and said that, in the name of Her Majesty, she declared that for Lord Fleming's betrayal, he forfeited all rights to his title. When the criminals were arrested, they came outside. The girl sighed and told Alex that she had ordered her subordinate to take care of the rest. She thanked the boy for his help. The young gentleman said thoughtfully that no one would have thought that the high ranks of the Imperial Army could deceive them. Eliza said with annoyance that it was because of her weak character. The boy reminded her that her reign was just beginning, so she just had to do her best. The girl smiled and thanked him. Alex said that now they should take care of the soldiers' wounds. The young gentleman continued to talk about what he should do when he noticed the Empress's gaze. He smiled and asked what was wrong. The girl became embarrassed. She turned away abruptly and pressed her hand to her lips. The Empress sighed. His gaze was not like a servant's, that was for sure. The boy did not understand the reason for such a reaction. In the capital of the Empire, the hero met Hossein Chosa, a general in the Imperial Army. He was a bearded, middle-aged man with bright and lively energy. The boy introduced himself and Angelica as his bride. He said that they would stay with him for a short time. The girl, however, stared at the warrior. She was distracted from her thoughts by Alex's voice calling her. She came to her senses and quickly bowed. The girl was glad to meet Hossein. The man laughed and said that they shouldn't worry, because he had already heard about the children from Carlite. He added that they should feel at home. With the traitor caught, the fake rebellion came to an end. Alex gained respect for the plot's discovery and was invited to an audience with the Empress to receive his reward, and the place where the heir stayed was the house of Sir Hossein, a friend of his father. The man took them to a bedroom and told them that they could use it as they wished. He added that if they needed anything, they could come to him. Before leaving, the army general asked the boy how he felt about alcohol and motioned for a glass. Alex admitted that he wouldn't mind having a drink with someone. Hossein immediately hugged the boy after this answer and told the little bride that he would lend her betrothed for a short time. The girl wished them to have fun. The man moved closer to Alex and said that he had a good wife. The boy smiled at his words. They entered the luxurious dining hall where the general of the Imperial Army usually met with his friends. Hossein turned to a maid and ordered her to bring them something to drink. The girls quickly brought 2 bottles and a plate of mountain salt. Alex took the dishes and said that with salt, one can enjoy the evening well. At first, Hossein did not understand what the young gentleman was talking about. Seeing the salt, the man immediately understood what the boy meant. He approvingly slapped Alex on the back and said that even though they had an age difference, they had already found a common language. The young gentleman winced in pain. He caught himself saying something from his past life again, where he was used to drinking alcohol with salt, and he noticed that Hossein was quite a lively person. Alex thought that if his father were around, he would definitely join them. The general understood why people were so interested in the heir to the Duchy of Carlisle, because he liked him too. Hossein grabbed the young gentleman by the shoulders and offered to become his sworn brothers. The boy was surprised by this offer. It seemed to him that the general was too close to him. He awkwardly began to persuade the man, reminding him that they had just met and there was an age difference. However, Hossein continued to insist, and even offered to marry his granddaughter. The maids laughed. The general sat down at the table, putting the bottle on the table. He called the boy to sit down at the table quickly. At that moment, Alex took back his words about his father, because one Hossein was enough. Meanwhile, Andy was sitting in the room on the bed and singing songs. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking at the door. She thought it was her betrothed returning. The girl happily opened the door, already greeting Alex, but Eliza was in front of her. She said that she hadn't heard the children's song Angie had written for a long time. The girl asked for an extension for the sudden visit. The girl greeted Her Majesty, but she asked to leave the formalities and call her by her usual name. The Empress entered the room. Angie immediately reported that Alex was not there. However, Eliza knew about it, because it was she who let Horsen in to entertain the boy. The girl came to the Baron's daughter. The girl was surprised and asked how she could help. Eliza asked her if Angie was Alex's betrothed. The girl immediately and enthusiastically admitted that she loved him. The girl said that she had no doubt about it. The Empress asked Angie what she would do if she found out that her fiancé was liked by someone else. The girl replied that she would be happy. Her Majesty was surprised. The young lady said that she would like to work with this girl and chat with her about Alex, so that she would learn even more wonderful things about him. Because the more she learns about him, the stronger her love becomes. The girl was sure that it would be fun. Eliza thought for a moment, and then stood up abruptly. The girl thanked her for the conversation. Before leaving, she leaned over to the girl and asked her not to tell anyone that she had been there. Angie understood her request. Eliza explained that she wanted to surprise him and do something that he might like. In the royal palace, Alex's audience with the Empress began. The girl sat on the throne, surrounded by her subjects. Lord Corlath was greeted. Eliza said that capturing the traitor was a great service to the Empire, so she wanted the Lord to choose the reward he wanted. Alex bowed and replied that he would accept whatever Her Majesty deemed worthy. He knew the etiquette and could not simply ask her for something. However, the boy would like to return the funds to the soldiers, if there was something valuable in them. The girl smiled and stood up from her throne. She addressed Lord Corlath. The boy immediately stood up straight and quiet. Eliza declared that she was solemnly appointing him Vice-Emperor. The hero did not expect to hear that. The advisors began to whisper. Horsen was interested in watching this. The Empress said that for the well-being of the Empire, Alex would become her right hand and show them his full potential. The hero could not even imagine such an outcome of events. It was too unpredictable for life with the SSS rank. The boy bowed and said that he accepted the position with great joy. At Corsine's residence, Alex found a pile of letters waiting for him. The boy asked what they were, to which the general replied that they were invitations to the Vice-Emperor's banquets and requests for engagements. The Duke asked again. The man noticed that the words were hard to get through and said that these letters were simply left at his house. The other part was at the house of the heir to the Duchy of Carlisle. Horsen asked if he hadn't expected this. The boy had expected this outcome to some extent, especially after his appointment as Vice-Emperor. After the audience, Eliza told him that she wanted to bring prosperity and peace to the Empire for many years to come. She was going to create a stable world and restore order to the Empire after the turmoil of the previous emperor. That was her real goal. However, for this, she needed reliable people. Someone who could be a wise and kind person. Alex asked if she meant him. The girl nodded. The hero understood that he had strong enough magic and the Philosopher's Stone, so he should live up to her expectations. Eliza added with embarrassment that now, as Vice-Emperor, Alex would be a good fit for the role of husband. However, the boy did not hear and asked her again. But the Empress decided to remain silent. She stretched out her hand and asked if the hero would eventually help her. Alex confidently answered that he would help her. The girl was glad to hear such an answer. She smiled and thanked him. After the story, Horsen praised his younger brother for a real manly act. The hero asked if he really thought so, to which he received a positive answer. In the end, the general said to leave a bunch of letters for him. The boy asked if it wouldn't be too much trouble. The man waved it off and said that now those who wanted an audience with the Vice-Emperor would have to go through a fight with Horsen. After accepting the new position, Eliza immediately gave Alex a task. The girl wanted him to become a senior master at the Magic Academy. The Empress and the hero walked in the garden. The boy asked if this was a place where officers and soldiers trained magic. He also heard that there were monsters roaming around that were used for real fights. The girl added that the academy was the last point of defense. Eliza said that it would be enough for him to maintain his status and do everything necessary for safety. The boy said that he understood, and then the girl left him. When Alex arrived at the academy, he was greeted by Ethan Hundred, the school's director. The boy greeted them politely and thanked them for the invitation. The old man said that they greeted him as a respected senior master. Alex was invited inside the academy courtyard. Director Hundred wanted to show him everything they had. The boy was about to follow him, but he hit a hard, invisible surface. It was a strong enough magical barrier that kept strangers out. However, the hero wanted to enter the academy. He stretched out his hand and used splitting magic. The barrier shattered into small pieces, like a broken mirror. The teachers were surprised that their protective barrier was broken in an instant. Alex immediately apologized and promised that he would immediately fix it and make it more reliable. Within seconds, a new barrier surrounded the academy. The boy said that now he would repel anyone with bad intentions. Alex wanted to turn to Principal Ethan, but he saw that people were discouraged. The teachers were amazed because the previous barrier was erected by several people. From their conversation, the boy understood that this was a test specifically to learn more about the new Vice Emperor. The director apologized to Alex. He said that everyone was delighted when they saw his strength. The boy exceeded all their expectations. Alex turned sharply to 100, causing him to waver. The hero showed written evidence, where the order of Her Majesty was written about his appointment as the senior master. He assured that the Empress had appointed him to this position, without a doubt. The director read the document. Ethan 100 was so impressed by Alex's magic that he immediately offered him to give practical lessons at the academy, because he believed that their students would be delighted with such a powerful person. The boy was surprised by this. The director was also annoyed that they had few students compared to other academies, so he hoped that this would attract new students. Alex agreed to the proposal, thinking that it would help Eliza in the future. Alex immediately said that his only problem was that he lived far from the academy, so he was not sure that he would be able to conduct lessons regularly. The director thought about it and suggested that some magic would help them. Idissa sat on her throne, solving the problems of the empire. When she had a free moment, she sighed. She wondered how Alex was doing at the academy. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her. Suddenly, a hero appeared in front of her. He seemed to have appeared in the air. The girl was very surprised and asked where he had come from. The boy landed on the floor and said that he had been experimenting with teleportation. The young gentleman said that now he could forget about the magic of flight. He admitted that although he was worried, he still succeeded, because at a difficult moment, the boy wondered what the Empress would do in his place, and in the end, he was not mistaken. Eliza blushed. She was pleased to hear that. Alex apologized for scaring her. Now that he realized that magic works, he had to go back. The girl was in her own thoughts. The Empress said that the hero could come at any time. The boy smiled and thanked her. Afterwards, Alex left the room using teleportation magic. Meanwhile, Horsain was dealing with the letters, which never ended. They kept pouring in and pouring out. Alex said that the building felt different from the outside. The principal replied that they had to be prepared for anything. The boy couldn't decide what kind of magic to teach him. Ethan replied that he could do anything. The old man laughed and said that he would like his granddaughter to study with the hero. The boy's attention was drawn to a girl standing near the bench. He asked who she was. The girl was focused on a glass of water that was standing on a bench. She tried to influence the object with her magic, but nothing changed. Alex came up to her from behind and asked if she couldn't do anything. She shuddered and screamed in surprise. The girl did not pay attention to the boy and turned directly to the director, asking who it was. Ethan 100 was present at Xiaomei and introduced her to Vice Emperor Alexander. The girl exclaimed in surprise. The boy greeted the student with a polite smile and noticed that she was doing a magic exercise. The girl admitted that she had been doing this for a year, but the water had not moved yet. The director sighed and said that this was bad luck. He thought that she had no magical powers. Xiaomei sighed in disappointment and accepted the fact that she was simply hopeless. She was also saddened by the fact that it took so much effort on her father's part to get his daughter into this academy. As the girl continued to talk about her failures, Alex noticed a dark glow coming from Xiaomei's ring. The director asked what was wrong. The boy saw a dark aura around her ring, enveloping the girl. Alex said he knew what the problem was and asked the student to give him her hand. Xiaomei obeyed, and at that moment the boy kissed her ring. The girl blushed. She ran away from the Vice Emperor and asked what he was doing. The ring began to glow with a bright light. The air picked up the girl. Light magic hovered around her. There was a feeling that the girl herself had become prettier and looked fresher. Alex said that what they saw was her real magic. The boy explained that someone was blocking her flow of magic, which he fixed. The girl didn't quite understand what he meant. The young master said that the ring on her finger connected to her heart, from which comes the source of magic, which in turn is the path through which power flows. Alex added that for some reason Xiaomei had it blocked, preventing her from using magic. The boy raised a glass of water and said that everything should be fine now, and suggested that she do the exercise again. Principal Ethan agreed with the Vice Emperor, but he wondered why the teachers hadn't noticed it before. The boy said they would find out the reason now. The hero noticed Xiaomei's uncertainty and asked what was wrong. The girl really didn't believe that she would succeed this time. Alex promised her, as a senior master, that she would succeed. The student decided to trust and took a glass of water. She closed her eyes and canceled her magic. The water really froze. The girl exclaimed that she could. The director noted that Xiaomei could use ice magic. Alex drew their attention to the frozen river. Xiaomei was amazed that her magic could affect not only a glass, but an entire river. She couldn't quite believe that it was she who did it. Alex told the director that the girl's magic was very strong, and to see it, one had to be equal in strength or stronger. Then Ethan understood why they hadn't been able to see her potential before. The principal said it was great and asked the Vice Emperor to continue helping their students. The boy assured that he would try. He approached Xiaomei, who was crying with joy, and reminded her that everything had worked out. The next day, Alex used teleportation magic to move to the temple of the guardian dragon. He believed that the Empress was kind to be here. Eliza was sitting inside on her knees. She was wearing a special robe. The hero called out to the girl, who immediately turned to him. Alex wanted to talk to her about returning home, but the castle said she was performing a ritual. He apologized and asked if he had disturbed her. The girl said everything was fine. The boy looked with interest at the statue, which she saw for the first time. Eliza confirmed that it was the guardian of the empire who, according to legend, shared his power when the empire was founded. In front of them stood a majestic white statue of the legendary dragon who was the protector of the empire. The legend says that the dragon protector lent his power to the first emperor and then disappeared. Rulers throughout history were required to pray at this temple every month. Alex noticed how huge and well-defined the statue was. He asked if it was made by the first emperor. Eliza replied that it was the dragon protector. The boy did not understand what she meant by a real dragon. The girl explained that something happened during the founding of the empire, after which the creature turned into a statue. Suddenly, the philosopher's stone began to glow in the hero's pocket, which caught the Empress's attention. Alex took out the stone, which glowed very brightly. The young master noticed that he was reacting to the statue of the dragon protector. The heir to the Duchy of Carlite felt something invisible enter his head. He heard a voice asking for his release. Alex asked Eliza to step aside. He realized that the creature was asking for the stone shell to be removed. The boy leaned his hand against the statue, intending to awaken the real protector of the empire. The girl said it was impossible, because no one had ever done it before. The wind began to blow. The boy was determined to go all the way. He ordered the dragon to wake up. When the stone shell disappeared, the dragon protector began to breathe. Steam was around him. Eliza and Alex could not believe their eyes. The legend came to life before them. The dragon leaned towards the people and asked if they had awakened it. The boy greeted the creature, and the Empress was simply amazed. She could not understand where the limits of the power of the heir to the Duchy of Carlite were. The creature introduced itself as Calamity, the Sky King. The boys also introduced themselves. Hearing the name Forsyth, the dragon immediately understood whose descendant the girl was. He asked who finally freed him. Alex replied that it was him. The creature thought for a moment, and then expressed a desire to thank the Chosen One. The boy assured that it was not difficult, and asked again if he had correctly heard the dragon call him the Chosen One. Calamity revealed that he had turned himself into stone in order to meet the Chosen One, who he knew would one day free him from the spell. Eliza thought about it. Now the mystery of the dragon guardian statue turning into stone was solved. Alex was amazed that the creature had gone so far as to turn itself into stone. The boy asked why he was waiting for the Chosen One. Calamity replied that he wanted this man to heal his wounds. The hero did not understand what wounds he was talking about. The Sky King said that when he fought for Forsyth, he was wounded. He was pursued by thousands of soldiers and had to take a near-fatal blow. Hearing this, Alex immediately became worried. He said that he could heal his wounds right away. The dragon said that he would be very grateful to the Chosen One for his help. Without further ado, the hero immediately began healing. He directed his magic at Calamity. The boy had already learned all the healing spells with the Philosopher's Stone, and they should be strong enough to work even on a huge dragon. Although Alex felt great resistance, he did not retreat. He was very confident in himself because he had an SSS rank. Elemental balls of magic were spinning around the hero and radiating energy that fell on the dragon. The huge Sky King began to glow. In an instant, he felt much better. His body became much lighter. After the boy finished, he fell to the ground. Eliza ran to him. The boy said he was fine and suggested that he had simply used up all his magic. The Empress agreed, since normal magic did not work on dragons. Calamity himself agreed with this, so he waited for someone stronger than him. Although the Sky King did not think that the Chosen One would heal him completely, the dragon said that it was great. The boy still sat on the floor and was surprised by the creature's words. Alex asked if the dragon couldn't heal itself. Calamity replied that it was impossible because it no longer had any healing magic, even the most basic one. The boy laughed and agreed, because with such strong magic, the Sky King could harm himself. Suddenly, after some silence, the hero heard the voice of Calamity, who wanted to ask the Chosen One something. The creature asked if the young master was a god, because healing a huge dragon was not an easy task. The dragon thought that gods did not exist. Despite having a choice once, Alex replied that he was a simple man. Calamity replied that he was becoming more and more like the Chosen One. Eliza didn't understand what they were talking about. The dragon said that he wanted to give his life to the Chosen One. The Sky King asked if the boy would become his master. Alex asked the amazed Empress what he should do. The hero replied that Calamity could help them in the future. Her Majesty wondered if such a thing was even possible. The boy approached the dragon and leaned against his cheek. The hero said that he accepted his offer. Now Alex had a reliable ally in the person of the Heavenly King. Andy was in the garden of Corsane's residence. The girl was picking flowers when she heard someone calling her. She looked around but saw no one. Then her gaze went up and she saw her betrothed riding a huge dragon. The boy shouted that he was home. When they landed, the girl asked what kind of creature was next to him. A curious Horsane immediately appeared next to him, who also did not realize that he was next to the boy. Alex introduced Calamity, who politely bowed his head. The hero introduced everyone to each other. When the guys found out that the dragon protector was in front of them, they were very surprised. Horsane couldn't believe that Alex had tamed the dragon. After the boy confirmed what he had said, the army general was proud of his brother. Angie wondered where the dragon was going to live. Then the boy remembered that he needed his father's permission. Before the flight, he asked if Calamity could fly to the residence. Horsane said that if his father did not allow it, then the Sky King could live in his residence. Alex's father was sitting in the office. The man heard something knocking on his window. There he saw his son, to which the Duke asked in surprise what his son was doing there. The man opened the window and then noticed a huge dragon. The father exclaimed. He could not believe his eyes. The hero was sitting on the wing of Calamity. Alex carefully descended into his father's office and told him how he had become Vice Emperor. He showed him the official letter. The man was happy with the news. He grinned and said that he expected such a decision from Her Majesty. Seeing his father again, he remembered the atmosphere at their home. The boy asked if something was bothering his father. The man said that the weather was very favorable this year, so there would be more harvest than usual in a certain area. The boy did not understand what he was saying, because he considered it, on the contrary, good news. The father said that there would be so many vegetables that there would be surpluses, so the prices would fall sharply, and the farmers would be left with nothing. The man did not know what to do: destroy the produce or buy the surplus. The Duke said that if he bought them, then the problem would be in storing them. It would be necessary to find a place, and people, the head, would take care of this. The boy understood the problem and thought about it. The main task was to find a place and labor force. He reached into his pocket and clutched the Philosopher's Stone which said the problem had a solution. Alex looked out the window and called Calamity. The young master asked the Heavenly King for one of his claws. The creature gave it to him without further questions. Dragons had incredible magical potential, and each part of them had remarkable rare properties. In an instant, a bag appeared from the claw. The man asked what it was, to which the boy told his father to just watch. He warned that he would be at his table for a moment. The young gentleman opened the bag and a whirlwind burst out of it, taking the table with it and turning back into the bag. The boy explained that the storage bag he made from his magic and a dragon claw. It has unlimited space, and the food in there will never spoil. The son suggested to his father that they buy up all the surplus, put it in a bag, and use it in the future as needed. The Duke said that it was a wonderful idea. The man took the bag and demanded his table back. He only needed to send a letter saying he was buying the harvest. The boy thanked the dragon for helping him out. The Duke came up with the title of the letter Alex's Brilliant Solution. He asked his son what he thought about it. He was surprised. The man also suggested naming the harvest festival after his genius son. The dragon noted that the father of the chosen one was quite a cheerful person. Alex just looked at his Duke. Since then, 2 harvest festivals have passed. The hero sat and thought about what topic to take for the next lecture. Angie called the groom for a good job. She added that the weather was nice outside and suggested they relax in the garden. The boy accepted the offer. The mimic bird sat on its little owner's shoulder. The girl noticed that the number of students at the academy had increased. Alex agreed and said that they were serious about their studies. Angie said that she would like to attend his lectures too. The hero reminded her that he was already studying with her at home and she was doing great, so she didn't have to go to lectures. The girl began hesitantly to give reasons why she still wanted to go. Angie said with a smile that her betrothed would look cool when he taught. The boy smiled warmly. Now it was clear to him. Alex suggested that the girl go to the next lecture at the academy. Angie was inspired and asked again if she could really come. The boy confirmed. The dragon found himself near the children and noticed that Lady Angie was very happy about it. The girl agreed. Alex said that she would keep it a secret from his father. The betrothed asked the reason for such secrecy. The hero explained that then the father himself would want to go with them. The girl laughed and said that the Duke would definitely want to. At that moment, the man sneezed. For a few days, the boy helped manage his father's lands in the village of Renitra. Alex tested the soil and told the farmer that it was very good. The worker said that it was all thanks to the Count and the young master, because many people were able to save their money. Suddenly a man came running screaming and told them that the locusts were coming. The farmer was shocked by the news. He was told that the Silva area was already under attack. Silva was known to Alex as the place where Angie's family lived. He became concerned about the safety of his fiancée. Farmers were shouting that the locusts were slowly approaching them. A black and sticky-looking creature was wandering around. The hero asked if the farmers were talking about locusts that were causing vegetables to rot. The workers confirmed this and added that it was a monster that was attacking villages, destroying forests and crops. People were sure that nothing could stop her. The boy understood the situation and said that he would think about what could be done to solve the problem. The people begged the young master to do something. Alex assured them not to worry. He had heard that the locusts were not interested in human flesh and advised the farmers to find shelter. Using teleportation magic, he appeared right above the locusts. The monster was slowly walking near the village. The hero watched it when the creature suddenly roared. The Philosopher's Stone told the boy that physical and magical attacks would not work on the monster, but if left as is, the crops would perish. The young master decided to use the magic bag from Calamity's claw. Alex opened it, and the bag began to suck in the monster, which hissed and screamed shrilly. The hero held the magical thing tightly. After a while, the bag closed, and the monster was gone. The boy succeeded. He managed to prevent a catastrophe, and now, while the bag is closed, the creature will not get out. A farmer ran up to him. He asked what had happened to the locusts. The young gentleman replied that he had captured them. The worker was happy with the news, but at the same time he did not understand how this had happened, since even magic did not work on the monster. The townspeople began to admire the boy and his strength. They gathered to celebrate such an event. Meanwhile, Alex was sorry that he had not managed to save the rest of the places. A month passed in the Carlite residence. The hero went to his father, asking if he had called him. There, he was met by Angie. Alex was greeted by his betrothed's father, the Baron. The hero was glad to see him. The man said that he had come to thank him. The Baron bowed and said that the locusts had caused great damage to his lands. He thanked the Duchy of Carlisle for their help and support in such a difficult moment. Especially on behalf of all his people, he expressed gratitude to the Vice-Emperor. The boy said with a polite smile that there was no need to thank him, since they already had plenty of food supplies. Help was a common occurrence. The man said that he was a real gentleman and added that they would be able to sleep peacefully for the next couple of decades with such a vice-emperor. The Baron was proud that Andy was Alex's fiancée. The guest still did not understand how such a good man still did not have his own lands. The Duke replied that his wife was against it, because their son was still too young for such responsibility. The Baron proposed to create an alliance in which Alex would be the representative, although they would continue to govern their lands as before. The father thought it was a great idea. The boy wanted to stop the Duke, but he was no longer listening. The man had already started talking about the possibilities of their alliance to expand Alex's influence and fame. The Baron supported the decision to invite Horsane to the alliance. Angie thought it was a good idea too. She said she would be glad if more people knew about him. The boy mentally noted that his fiancée was too cute. The hero looked out of the window and told Calamity that they had decided to form an alliance between Carlite and Silova. He asked the dragon to go to Her Majesty and ask for permission. Handing over the document, he quickly went to the Empress and returned with her on horseback. Eliza said that she heard his proposal. Alex did not expect to see the girl. Her Majesty said that they would have no problem with their alliance. She believed that it would further strengthen the hero's position as Vice-Emperor. The girl said that she gave her permission. Everyone was happy, but she added to the Empress that she wanted to put forward her own conditions. Eliza said that Alex would have to come to her regularly with an answer. The boy sighed and agreed. He felt like his SSS-rank life was becoming more and more exciting now. He was surrounded by people who were proud of him and loved him. The angel continued to do her job, judging reincarnated souls. She turned to Miling Huang, asking if her life had gone well this time. The soul replied that she was sick with her life, she had 100 grandchildren, and she died painlessly. The angel was glad to hear such good news. The girl said that her next life would be B-rank, like the previous one, and asked who Milan wanted to become, the daughter of merchants or the most gifted healer in the village. Suddenly, another angel interrupted her and advised her to take a closer look at all 9 of Milan's lives. The girl looked at the statistics of each life. She was surprised that the soul had never sinned in 9 lives, which was incredible. Her colleague agreed with her. The angel explained to the soul that they had counted her lives so far, and found out that her next life would be S-rank. The spirit thought about it. Malin asked if she would live her life surrounded by many people. The angel assured her that they would be good people. The soul needed nothing more. She was happy with this arrangement. The girl gave holy water to the soul so that it would forget the old memories of its past life and start its new one. The angel wished Malin a happy life, who was reborn as Angelica Silva. The Academy was practicing fire magic. Alex demonstrated a number of weak magic power using the example of a target that caught fire. He explained that his magic had its own rhythm, and the magical power itself was cyclical. Flames emanated from his palm. He stood before a crowd of students. The boy added that when they understood their rhythm, they would be able to unlock the full potential of magic. Alex threw another fireball towards the dummy. It burst into flames that quickly spread across the target's fabric. The students noticed that the flame's strength had changed. The boy suggested they try it. The Vice-Emperor said that the students were already 18 and would soon graduate. The students were already fully prepared mentally and physically, and he hoped that they would succeed. The students immediately began to try to apply the teacher's advice in practice. They immediately noticed how their strength began to grow rapidly. Principal Ethan thanked Alex for another excellent lecture. He promised to try this method too. The boy asked if 100 wanted to discuss anything. The director said he wanted to talk about the graduates' career paths, since most of them wanted to work in the palace, join the army, or work for the nobility. Considering that Alex owned the territories, the director asked if he could take some graduates to work for him. The hero asked directly if he meant creating jobs on his lands. The old man agreed. Alex thought about it. The alliance his father had created included the territories of Horsain and the Baron, and from this year they would fall under his protection. In the end, the boy agreed, and the director was pleased with the news. He bowed and said that he would go and announce it publicly. The young master thanked Ethan, saying that he would leave it to him. The next day, Horsain visited him. The general noticed that the job offer had become popular among students. It was incredible to the man that 500 young professionals had applied. This surprised the boy himself. Horsain said that 200 of them wanted to take the exam for employment, skipping the graduation, so another 500 candidates for admission to the academy were also very happy. Alex wondered how he would now choose from 1,000 candidates. Xiaomei was practicing her magic in the academy. This time, she was practicing fire magic. A small flame was burning in her palms. Alex was next to her and praised her. She had mastered the Mupapat method perfectly. The girl asked if he really thought so. The boy asked if he had ever deceived her. The student shook her head. From the moment they met, the hero gave her private lessons, because he had high hopes for her skills. The young gentleman assured her that after graduation, she would be in demand. The girl thanked him. Suddenly, they were interrupted by students calling for the master. There was a problem in the dormitory. When they arrived, they saw that Xiaomei's door was frozen. Alex asked what happened. Patrick admitted his guilt. He apologized and said that he was studying a magical device, which then exploded, and then the disaster occurred. The hero understood everything. He said that ordinary magic could not fix anything here. The students asked the senior master if he could melt the ice. They were sure that with Alex's abilities, it would be possible. The boy looked at Xiaomei. The hero clutched the philosopher's stone in his hand. He did not know what would happen if he used the magical device that created ice magic incorrectly. Alex stretched his hand upwards. A magic ball formed in his palm, but the Vice Emperor was going to use pure, non-elemental magic. He threw a ball, which immediately broke the ice around the door. Patrick, who was responsible for this, was surprised that the master had succeeded, because it was an eternal freeze. Xiaomei heard his words and asked again. Alex understood what was going on and asked how the student was going to explain it. Patrick realized that he had been exposed. The Vice Emperor told the director what had happened. They looked at Patrick, who wanted to put the young teacher in his place with his prank, because he knew that the eternal freeze would not melt anything. Now the bully was clearing away the weeds. Alexa called out to Xiaomei. She asked if she could use the eternal freeze that Patrick had been studying. The headmaster warned that this was not a simple magic that could be conjured by ordinary means. He was not sure that anyone else could use it except His Excellency. Alex, on the other hand, supported Xiaomei's interest and told the girl to simply repeat after him. He wanted the girl not to doubt herself. Together they stretched their hands on the door handle. The hero said to use the Mupapata method, which the talented student did. He knew that she could do anything once she saw it. Alex decided to give her just a little inspiration. In an instant, the pen froze. They tried to melt it with regular elemental fire magic, but it did not melt. Xiaomei was glad that she had succeeded. Alexander praised his student. Looking at the girl, he thought that she was already the strongest mage in the school. After another practice, the students thanked the master. They added that they would look forward to the next lecture. The Vice Emperor waved back to the students. He was pleased that the students were getting better with each lesson. He was sure that if this continued, the level of employment would increase quite well. As the boy walked near the academy, a noise caught his attention. It was Carla. She fell, and arrows and a bow lay around her. The master asked if she was okay. The girl quickly collected the arrows and said that she was a little nervous. The teacher wanted to bow as a farewell, but her arrows fell again. Alex ended up helping her collect the arrows and take them to the right place. Carla said that the senior master shouldn't have done that. The hero noticed that the arrows were pretty worn out. The girl said that she should fix them by the next lesson. The boy offered to help Carla. The girl stopped her colleague in a hurry. She was worried that after the master's repair, the arrows would become enchanted, and the students would not be able to use them. Alex confidently loaded the crossbow and told her not to worry, because it wouldn't change anything. As proof, he aimed the arrow at the target. Carla saw the earth magic swirling around the crossbow. The young master concentrated and fired the arrow right at the target. Carla asked what it was. Alex explained that he made an arrow out of soil because in the future he wanted to make an endless supply of arrows out of the ground. The girl was worried that his genius would make the other teachers unnecessary. The Vice Emperor promised to be careful. However, the students' fighting skills had increased thanks to Alex. They dismantled their skills in front of the Empress. She asked her what she thought about it. The girl grinned that everything was as written in the report. She noted that the hero trained students well and quickly. The Empress expressed her admiration for Lord Alexander. She thanked the boy. He said that Her Majesty was very kind. The girl said that someday she would reward him. The young gentleman smiled politely and said that she had called him for his efforts and that his reward was already his. The Empress blushed. She thought about it and mentioned that he had a fiancée. Alex was surprised that she mentioned Angie so abruptly. He nodded and said that his fiancée was the Baron's daughter. Her Majesty said that the daughter of a baronial family was not very suitable for the Vice Emperor, so she declared Angie to be her younger sister. Thus, she would become a member of the royal family. Alex thanked her, but he wanted to ask Angie about it first. The girl hoped that the girl would agree. The hero imagined his bride as a royal representative and thought that she would suit her very well. Alex admitted that he was surprised to see Eliza so soon after sending the report. The girl explained that it was because of the excellent report of the director, which sparked her interest. She wanted to retrain adult soldiers as well. The Empress added that watching the students train made her think that they should open their own magic school. The heir to the Carlite Duchy thought about it and said that it was a big operation. The girl did not retreat and asked if he would accept her offer. The boy clenched his fist. He was confident and determined. He declared that he would do everything for Her Majesty. The girl wanted to thank him, but they were interrupted by noise. They turned around and saw Xiaomei practicing with ice and roses. She was freezing fresh rosebuds into eternal freezing. The master approached the student and noticed that she had completely abandoned the magic of eternal freezing. Xiaomei thanked her teacher and suddenly heard the Empress's voice, which surprised her greatly. Her Majesty asked Alex what such a talented girl was doing in the academy. Eliza didn't know that someone used such magic in school. She grabbed the student by the shoulders and demanded that she skip classes to go to the palace with Anya. Xiaomei didn't know what to say. The young student trembled from the sudden pressure and said that she simply wanted to continue her studies with Master Alexander. Eliza slowly moved away from the trembling girl. The Empress turned to the hero and said that she now understood the reason and asked him to forget everything she had said. However, the young master did not understand anything. Xiaomei apologized to Eliza. The girl said that everything was fine and suggested that the little student had tried hard in her past life, which is why she became Alex's student. The Empress wished her to give it her all. The hero decided that one question had already been decided. A powerful explosion occurred behind him. It happened near the training dungeon. The senior master ran up to the students and asked what had happened. The explosions continued. The students stood around them and watched. One of the students explained that they were learning new magic and wanted to test their abilities, so they went down into the dungeon lower than usual, but suddenly a monster came out. The Empress said that things were bad and said that she would call the Imperial Guard. Alex agreed and said that she had better get away from the scene. Suddenly they saw something fly out of the dungeon. A demon with 6 wings appeared in front of them. He used fire magic. The creature was surprised that people were still alive. The hero introduced himself as Alexander Carlite and asked why he attacked them. The demon gave his name, Azazel. He said that destruction was the meaning of his life. Without further ado, the demon threw his flame towards the people, saying that it was a sign of gratitude for the foolish mortals freeing him. The projectile hit right next to Alex, but he managed to dodge. The boy demanded that Azazel stop, otherwise the Court of Life would decide his fate. However, the demon did not care, because he would be reincarnated as a demon again and again. He told me that the life of a demon is a continuous pain throughout the body, just from the fact that you are alive. Azazel did not even remember why he became like this. The only thing that did not turn was pain. Azazel was angry at the higher ones who made him this way, so if he became a demon again, he would again gladly use his power for destruction. The hero realized that the creature felt desperate. Even though the boy didn't know the demon's past, he was going to end his pain with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. Balls of magic flew at Azazel. The demon screamed in pain. He was all lit up by Alex's magic. The hero believed that even if God was testing Azazel, he still couldn't let him suffer. He continued to send balls of magic at the demon. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath him. Alex almost fell, but the Empress managed to catch him. The girl asked if he was okay. The boy thanked her for her help. Xiao Mei, who was also worried about the teacher, immediately appeared next to him. He immediately assured her that everything was fine, although the hero understood that he could not stay on his feet in this child's body. Eliza asked if he had destroyed the demon. Alex replied that the place of destruction changed the very essence of Azazel. The demon's wings turned white. He no longer felt pain and felt reborn. The young master explained that he had used his magic to turn Azazel into an angel. The former demon was astonished. Alex said that now he had no reason to destroy everything. Azazel still could not understand how a man could do this, so he asked if the boy was a god. The elder master answered that he was a simple man with strong magic. Azazel clenched his fist. Although he understood everything, it no longer mattered to him. The angel's words echoed in the young master's mind. He called the boy his savior. The former demon told him to let him serve the life that Alex had saved. At the same time, he addressed the hero as a brother, which surprised the heir to the duchy. Azazel was determined and told him to just say what he needed to do. Although he was not as strong as a human, the angel was confident in his magic. The angel's behavior reminded Alex of the Duke and Horsin. The hero told Azazel that he was a respected senior master of the academy they were near. The angel spoke as expected from his new brother. Alex said that the facility is used as a fortress in case of emergency, so it could come under siege from many enemies, so he wanted Azazel to protect it. The angel blushed at being asked to do anything. The hero said he would be very grateful for his cooperation. Eliza said it was a pretty good idea, because a fortress guarded by a higher being is not something that is so easy to please. However, that was not all. Alex added that he wanted Azazel to make a pact with Eliza. The angel and the girl were surprised by this. The hero immediately stated that he wanted to protect his empress. She blushed, seeing his strong desire to protect her. Azazel. In the end, he agreed to help his savior. The creature asked what the pact meant. The boy explained that he would connect the two of them in a magical pact so that even at great distances they would sense each other. At this point, the Empress interrupted him. She thanked him for everything and admitted that she really relied on him. Azazel also did not stand aside and said that his brother could rely on him even more. Alex was not used to hearing such slang from an angel. Horsin was sitting with the Duke in the Carlite family estate. He claimed to have seen an angel with his own eyes. The general had a bottle in his hands. Alexander's father admitted that the possibility of something like this had crossed his mind, but he was still surprised that Alex was able to tame even an angel. Horsin remembered that the students' skills had improved significantly. This was obvious to the Duke, since they were being taught by a senior master. The general noted that training others was quite hard work. When the children entered the room, the boy noticed that the adults were again engrossed in conversation about him. Angie said that it was because they liked him. The girl agreed with all the praise. Horsin stood up abruptly and declared that Angie was like a real wife who understood this. The general continued to talk about the hero's successes, especially how he had created a barrier stronger than the previous one and tamed the angel. With each pleasant word about her betrothed, Andy melted. The Duke of Carlisle and Horsin clinked glasses full of wine and proposed to drink to their little brother. Angie gave a thumbs up and Alex noticed that they had had enough to drink. Unexpectedly, Horsin asked about the event, which takes place once every 4 years. It was Alex's championship. It was a tournament held by his father to spread the name of the hero. The winner of the tournament receives generous prizes. The man said that this year it would be bigger than the previous one. The boy said that he would be present at the award ceremony. The father asked what the prize would be this year because they had given land and money before, and now they had to think carefully. Horsin agreed and added that they shouldn't be stingy during the tournament. While the adults were thinking, Alex thought that money was a reasonable prize. Horsin finally came to a conclusion. He pointed the bottle at the heir to the Duchy of Carlisle and said that they would let the winner choose the prize. The general handed a large bottle to Alex and asked him what he thought of it. The boy asked if that was all they had to offer. The men were indignant and asked what he meant. The young gentlemen did not like the strong smell of alcohol from their mouths. Angie suggested that if the winner was a girl, then as a reward, she would receive the opportunity to marry Alex. The father supported the idea, because it was normal for a nobleman to have a concubine. The girl asked what Alex himself thought about the residential one. He answered hesitantly that he was not against it. Angie has openly admitted that after she became Alex's fiancé, her life became complete happiness, so she would like someone else to experience this feeling too. The hero saw that his little betrothed was already beginning to think like the head of his harem, so he thought it would be nice to have someone to help her. The boy agreed to her proposal. Lost in thought, Alex asked what to do if the guy wins. The girl didn't expect such a question and blushed. She awkwardly apologized and said she hadn't thought of it. Angie hesitated a bit and asked to wait a few seconds. The girl brought Amelia, who did not understand why she was brought. The girl herself was excited. The maid offered as a prize, quote, a seal of approval from Alexander Carlyle. The girl explained that if the farmer won the tournament, then they would visit his entire crop as the vice-emperor, thereby advertising his name. If they did so, then the prices and demand for the goods would instantly increase. Another prize they could give was naming the fields after Alex. The hero said it was a good idea, but he thought about it. He thought they could add another prize, since the tournament was held once every 4 years. He had an idea. The hero beckoned his betrothed to him with his hand. He asked if she had a free minute. The girl and the maid came up and asked what was going on. The boy said he had a great idea. He held out his hands and suggested that if they tried using mana in a different way. A cube formed from elemental magic in front of him. It grew right before the surprised girl's eyes. Angie asked what it was. The boy replied that it was a room made of magic. He invited her to come inside tomorrow. The maid and the baron's daughter passed through the slippery walls and found themselves in a spacious room. Amelia asked what had happened. The boy explained that it was a kind of spatial magic. In this place, you can do anything you want, Angie exclaimed, and said that she had never seen such magic. The girl's eyes were shining. She said her heart had quickened its pace. Angie even thought about how Calamity could fit in such a room. Amelia approved of such a prize for Alexander's tournament. The boy was glad that they had finally figured out the prize for the men. After the prizes were announced, the number of participants had increased by 100 compared to the previous tournament. Today the Lord has a lot of work, as always. This is the village of Kaysen, on the border of the Duchy of Carlisle. The protagonist heard that the tax payment delay was due to the weather, so he came to check. He said that he would do something now. He created a huge barrier over the harvest. This barrier surrounded the vegetable beds. He squatted down in front of it and touched it with his hands. The people standing next to him watched his actions attentively. Angie put her arm around his shoulders and happily told him that the greenhouse was now working. They both smiled very brightly. She added that spatial magic was so useful, to which he asked if she grew roses in her garden. The man turned to Alex and thanked him. He explained that the weather was very cold this year. However, they did not have the money to build a greenhouse. They asked how they could thank him, to which Alex asked the farmer to stop kneeling. Alex replied that the problem with the cold had been solved, so he asked to be taken to the rest of the crops so that he could cover them too. He responded with agreement and pointed with his hand where to go. The stranger called out to Alex. He turned around and saw that other people were standing nearby. He asked where they were from. They answered that they were from Miller's territory. Alex asked that it was the one that was next door to them, to which the man replied that this was now the property of Count Miller, and that he had a very bad character. The unknown man fell on his knees in front of him and asked him to become his people. Alex and Angie were shocked. The protagonist asked what exactly they meant. They replied that they had heard a lot about him and his miracles. For example, the harvest in the magic bag, and those greenhouses earlier. He explained that their village had been hit by many troubles, but they had tried to ask the Count for help, but he would not listen to them. Many of their fields had already been destroyed, which was why they were asking to be allowed to join the territory of Carles. She asked him what he was going to do. The protagonist chuckled. He thought to himself that it would be problematic to take another territory, but they had suffered so much that they turned to him. Alex also responded that he would try to talk to Miller, so they should wait a bit. The man again fell to his knees in front of him and, bowing his head, thanked him. The protagonist asked him to stop kneeling. The protagonist thought that he couldn't just go home, and he also couldn't give him the excess harvest. He approached the farmer and asked if they used the vegetables that had spoiled due to the cold as fertilizer. The man answered in the affirmative and explained that they had not always done so, but now, thanks to the greenhouses, it would be unnecessary. The main character smiled and asked if it would be good if they were bought. The men looked at each other and one of them nodded. Alex thought that he couldn't just barge into someone else's territory like an advisor, but he could easily make a normal exchange between residences. So he suggested buying the vegetables and leaving them under their management. The man thanked him with all his heart. The main character thought to herself that this way both villages would be fine. Amelia turned to Alex and said that he had a guest. The protagonist returned and asked if it was really his father. Then he decided to go to him and apologized for the wait. A blond man sat in front of him. He crossed his legs and his arms. His whole posture spoke of closeness. He told Alex that this child was really Her Majesty's deputy. He closed his eyes and said that his name was Alexander. It was an honor for him, calling him Count Albert Miller. The man laughed and said that he was so polite. Despite this, he was trying to snatch his territory. Miller's face became a little angry. Alex tried to explain that it was a misunderstanding, but the man interrupted him and said that he did not bother with an excuse. Count Albert Miller is known as a strong warrior, but rumors say that he is ferocious, killing enemies and allies. The man screamed that he would make him pay well for this. Alex, looking at him, thought that this was some kind of strange aura. Something was definitely wrong here, because a man would not behave like that. Miller continued to attack and said that it was useless. He would never let an immature child stand in his way. Miller threw another punch at Alex, who blocked it with his hands. Suddenly he noticed something. There is some unknown dark aura around Miller's metal. The protagonist thought that something had attached to the Count. He thought that he really needed to remove it. Alex created a sphere with his hands, then launched it straight into the graph. He didn't expect this and screamed. A moment later, the man fell to the floor and lost consciousness. Alex saw the unknown energy leaving the man's body. He wondered if it had really disappeared. After a while, Miller opened his eyes. He scratched his head and said that the guy was not bad. Alex asked if he was okay and if he hurt anywhere. He thought for a moment and then said that his headache had gone away. It had been bothering him for 50 years. Even the doctor couldn't do anything. Then Alex asked if his bloodlust had gone away, to which the man asked how he knew about it. Then the protagonist seriously answered that it seemed like he was cursed. The man asked him again, to which the protagonist replied that he was sure that this was the cause of the headache. His aura was different from that of an ordinary person. The man asked again about this, to which Alex said not to pay attention. That Miller laughed and thanked him. He explained that in a few moments he understood everything and solved the problem. He is definitely capable. Alex thought to himself that this is the man's real personality. The Count smiled and said that the main character interested him, after which he offered to discuss the details of the exchange between the territories. After some time, Alex told Her Majesty about why the Count wanted to join the alliance. The girl asked again about Albert Miller and said that, "Isn't it great? Everything as he likes. Another loyal comrade." Alex came to Miller's territory. He saw that everything around was destroyed. The man asked if it was bad, to which he replied that at this rate it would not grow properly. It looked as if he had left them for a long time. The man then asked if it wasn't obvious and explained that he was instigating fights and quarreling over the loot. Alex then asked if it was theft. Miller laughed and said it could be called that. With the annexation of Miller's territories, he began to receive requests for help from all over the territory. This village is one of them. The man said that if people do not pay the tax, they will take other measures. He, looking attentively in the direction of Count Miller, added that even if you survive a dry rag, what doesn't work won't work. Alex, looking at him, thought that even if it looked like this, it was not tyrannical governance after all. Miller asked what he was going to do with it later. Well, the guy replied that if it was just cleaning, he could do it quite easily, to which the man standing nearby said that it wasn't just soil. Miller turned to the man and chuckled questioningly. The man explained that they also didn't have enough water. The storm earlier left the well unusable. Miller said, "There are no good places in the city." Alex said that if this was really the case, then the Lord should take action. to which Miller said that one should not ask too much of the old man. Then the guy said that the first thing to do was to secure the water and fix the well. The protagonist used magic and fixed the well. Suddenly they heard a sound. The water in the well began to bubble, and they assumed that something was happening there. Miller moved closer to the well, but Alex shouted at him not to touch it, as it might contain poison. A moment later, a hand appeared from the water, and then a girl began to appear, making strange sounds. The girl crawled out completely and opened her eyes. She began to scream loudly, holding her head with her hands. Miller said that he had seen it a long time ago. Alex said that if he was not mistaken, it was Astaroth. He also thought that it looked like Miller before. Miller said that as he mentioned it, his headaches had gotten worse since he met her. Alex said that it was the culprit who cast the spell. The guy took out the Philosopher's Stone and asked who it was. At the same moment, the girl tried to attack. The stone answered the main character. The latter understood what it was. Miller immediately called him, but the guy answered that everything was fine, let him leave it to him. Alex created a sphere in his hands, then sent it straight to the girl's body. The latter did not expect this. Her mouth opened in surprise. A moment later, she began to fall under the influence of this force. First, the girl bent her knees and then fell to the side. While she was lying unconscious, the main character approached her. Miller said that, "I expected him to easily get rid of the reason that upset him." To something he replied that he did not kill her. A moment later, the girl came to her senses. Her vision became clear. She moaned. Alex knelt down in front of her and asked if she was okay and if she was in pain. She told her who she really was. Miller was surprised that she was talking and could communicate normally. The protagonist explained that she was not an enemy, she was a goddess who controlled fertility. The man was surprised and asked if it was really a goddess. This exceeded his expectations. Alex ignored him and asked the girl if she had any pain anywhere. She smiled and said that he had saved her, after which she thanked him. She explained that she had been cursed by an evil spell. She also thought that it was impossible to stop and that her suffering would last for eternity. The main characters denized her words and thought about whether it was the same condition as for Azael, the circles that make them suffer, even if they are reborn. The girl asked his name, but something explained that his name was Alexander. When she learned his name, she asked about it, and he became her master. He was surprised by her words. Miller said that it was very interesting that the goddess Sumbit came to him, to which she explained that she wanted to pay this child. The main character said that he understood that if this is what she wants, then let her treat him with love, to which the girl smiled in response and said that she agreed, calling him her master. Alex said that this is why she, Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, will live with them from today. The girl asked the others to treat her well. Angie said that she was very beautiful. The main character asked her about what the goddess could not do, to which she replied that she had the power to enrich the earth. Alex asked if it was possible to make the Alliance territory have a good harvest, to which Astaroth said that it was quite easy, but she needed to be allowed to build a temple in which she would be worshipped in every village. Then the protagonist agreed with her and said that she could build them. After that, he apologized for making her work, although she had only recently gotten better. To which the girl smiled sweetly, her cheeks blushed, and she said that she was grateful to him for his concern. But if it would help the master, she would not object, even if she were the one to destroy this body. They shook hands, and the main character, with a smile on his face, thanked her once again, adding that she could not collapse. Alex then turned to his father and asked if there was a possibility of building temples, to which he replied that there was no reason to refuse. He would immediately send a messenger to Ossan and Miller. Thus, shrines were built in all the villages of the area, and by the time Alex's tournament took place, news of the good harvest had spread quickly. Sometime later at the tournament, an unknown voice said that those who reached the finals of the second tournament were Alex, Hosen-sama, and Miller-sama. Hosen turned to the latter and said that he could not have imagined that he would hold out until the end, to which Miller replied that he too did not seem to have caved in. Then Hosen said it would be a shame if he underestimated those still on active duty. Miller said he was so irritable. The girl laughed and said they seemed to be friends. A moment later, Amelia said that she would be the host. Duke Kurosama was also watching them. She asked about who would win. Alex's father thought about her last words about who would win today, and then added that she should let them see it. Alex, looking at what was happening, asked whether the master was allowed to participate, to which Angie smiled broadly and said that they were both amazing. Amelia approached Alex's father and asked him to announce the content of the latest event. He addressed those present and said, "What about the latest event, its title, and the main theme as such?" The man pointed at Alex and said that it was his quiz. The latter sat in shock and did not expect such attention to his person. Father continued to say that many numbers were called by Alex. To make them known once again and to praise, he did it himself. The audience said that he was as expected as the Duke, just right for Alex's tournament. Angie smiled and said that she also knew about Alex. She found it interesting. The latter hesitantly said that it was right. Hosen said that it was so easy, he was his adopted brother after all, to which Miller said that he often heard about the child in his territory, so he would not lag behind him. The men turned to each other and began arguing again. It felt like they were about to fight. Amelia said that whoever makes a mistake first will lose, after which she asked the first question and asked what magic Alex used first. After all, the news of the good defeat did not stop spreading. Astaroth brought more and more documents to Alex, to which he responded with gratitude. The girl smiled and said that she simply obeyed the master's order. When the main character was counting one letter, he was very surprised. The girl asked him what had happened. After a while, he came to his father to talk about the harvest in the village of Goral. He answered that there was nothing strange about it. Alex said that for the harvest it is true, but if you compare the amount with other villages by the size of cultivated land, then it is 3 times more only in a certain village. The father asked if it was inflation. If so, the village elder would be caught. Alex began to worry and asked what it meant, and the man explained that in fact recently there have been false messages using Alex's name. Many of them took advantage of Alex's tournament. This could also be one of them. The father said that this man probably wanted to grease his palm, after which he showed him his palm, on which lay a meteorite, on which the main character's name was carefully engraved. Alex picked up the thing. His father explained to him that it was a fake. A village had offered it as a similar charm. There was no real harm, so he simply fired the village chief. It became clear that Alex's influence was very great. Just like the village chief, if they spread like this, it would eventually lead to a great disaster. Before that happens, the danger must not be eliminated once. The protagonist turned to his dad, who turned to face him. The guy explained that he understood what he meant, but it was too early to make a decision. Alex pointed to Astaroth and said that this good harvest was also due to the girl's strength. He was sure that there were reasons for this. She was pleased with his praise, so she turned to him with a smile. Then the main character said that he would check the situation himself. After a while, they went to the village of Sorrel. Alex looked around and said that it was amazing, a good harvest without a single complaint. It seemed that the numbers were not false. Then he turned to Astaroth and asked her what she thought about this. The girl replied that everything would be as the master said. She did not consider it wrong. She put her hand to her chin and said that she had thought of something. Then Alex asked if she had any ideas. She said that the shrine here is the only one on the territory. She remembers that it was made differently from the others. As they moved through the village, they saw an article that depicted them. Alex, looking at this, thought that he too was worshipped. Astaroth said that she was impressed by how well he would represent the relationship between her and the master, and overdid it. He said that she got carried away and created 3 times more harvest. Then they were called out. The man called him a disobedient emperor, and a child standing nearby said that the goddess was also here. They approached them, after which they bowed. By the time the harvest was over, Alex said that he had been summoned and was already here. Eliza said that she needed him to do an urgent task. After that, she handed him a sheet of paper and asked him to look at it. Taking it and examining the contents, he asked her if this was really a rebellion, to which she replied that he was a smart guy, and she assumed that he already knew what she wanted to say. Then the main character asked her if she wanted to prevent this, to which the girl confidently agreed with him. He thinks that the strongest warrior of the Hosen Empire is more suitable than him, to which she said that it is true, but also not true at the same time. During her reign, this is the biggest rebellion. They must strike a fatal blow and fix everything. Eliza told him that he was their dark horse, after which she asked if he would do it anyway, to which the protagonist replied that she should leave it to him. He would do everything possible. After a while, they got into a carriage and went to the place of the uprising. As it turned out, they reached the rebel headquarters. The girl pointed her finger and said that this was the 7th fort, Alcade. The protagonist wanted to answer something at first, but then noticed that Eliza had put on a maid's uniform. He was surprised and asked why she did it, to which she replied that rulers are forbidden to interfere before military action, but she wants to see everything with her own eyes. Then Eliza blushed and added that she wanted to be with Alex. He asked her about her last words, but she quickly said that there was nothing wrong with that. Then Alex said that he had to think of ways to suppress the uprising. The girl said that this was not a priority task, since there was a barrier on the territory. She demonstrated it to him. Eliza asked him if he could see the numbers, then said that they would film him in numerological order. The protagonist thought about what kind of problematic magic this was. The girl agreed with him and said that it is used once every 100 years, and they still cannot figure out its essence. To which Alex thought about whether the information from the Philosopher's Stone was true. It seemed that even if they attacked from all sides, people would still not suffer. Eliza said that she asked to go around this place, but he abruptly asked her to wait, after which he ran out of the carriage. She called out his name. Alex used one of his spells and then sent it straight into the existing barrier. An explosion occurred. Eliza got half out of the carriage and looked at what was happening in surprise. She tried to ask what was going on, then she saw that something was happening in the fort. The girl asked what it meant. Wasn't it protected by a barrier? To which Alex smiled and said that it was only for people. The fortress itself was defenseless. She was shocked. The protagonist explained seriously that it seemed that the barrier simply didn't work on everything else. So if she blew up the fortress, only people would remain. Eliza couldn't believe it. She said that it was all nonsense. Then the main character asked if she was still not convinced. She answered negatively and said that it was all very strange. Even if the fortress was unprotected, magic without its explosion would not be easy. Then Alex suggested that she look there. There were screams. There were naked men standing there, shouting about what had happened and where their gear had gone. They were confused. Eliza understood what he meant and blushed too, covering her face with her hands. He asked if she believed him now. Then the main character said that it works on others too. Eliza said that she, of course, believes him. It exceeded all her expectations. She was so naive. Amidst the noise and shouts, the capture of the fortress went smoothly. The man asked to be allowed to report and said that all the forts were damaged. The supreme commander was captured. Eliza said that it took only half a day. Alex asked about casualties, to which the man said that there were no casualties. Eliza was shocked. She asked about it again. Alex said that he understood. She was surprised that it was not a great battle with the rebels. Then Eliza sat down and, covering her ears with her hands, said that it was so amazing that her head was spinning. The main character immediately asked how she was feeling. One of Eliza's soldiers said that now they had to deal with the consequences. Eliza suggested leaving the enemy general to Alex. The latter was surprised and thought that she trusted him. Then the main character wanted to propose a plan of action, but was interrupted by unknown people who decisively said that they would take revenge, after which they asked everyone to get ready. An attack was launched towards Eliza, but Alex managed to run out in front of her and reflect it back to those who carried it out. All the men fell to the ground. They cursed, then apologized. Alex said that he was no longer their enemy. The battle was over. The man told him that 100 years ago the emperor had driven them north, right to the border. He asked to lift the curse on their land, which prevented them from returning to the sacred city of Zulan. Eliza then asked if he was talking about the natural tribe. She said she had heard of a curse that prevented people from leaving the north. Alex joined the conversation and said that everything was fine, they could go back there. The men were surprised. He said that the curse was lifted and the city of Zulan was on his territory. They were surprised that it was lifted, to which Alex said that he had just done it with his magic. Eliza asked if that was true. The men, looking at the main character, said that he looked like a stupid person. Then the latter scratched his face and said that it was easier for him to show them, after which he used fire on one of the men. He screamed and then realized that the feeling had returned, because he was hot. They were very surprised by this fact. Alex smiled sweetly at them and said that their problem was solved. Then the men's faces turned red. Then they fell on their knees before him and began to thank him with all their hearts, saying that he was their god. The protagonist approached Eliza and asked if they would go to Zulan, to which she replied that she would like to, but she needed to return to the castle and get a report. Zulani district in the Alexandria Alliance territory. Alex asked if he was right about it being here somewhere. Then the man answered positively and said that he had changed a lot. The old man said that this was the land where they lived about 100 years ago. There was an altar in that place that was dedicated to their god. The other men also exhaled and said that they were on their own land. One of them said that Alex and the others had destroyed it without a trace. The souls of their ancestors were laid to rest there, in the altar. Then the protagonist clapped his hands and joyfully said that it was very important, so they should return it to its place. Everyone was at school and asked if he was going to bring it back. However, perestroika will not bring history back to them. To which Alex said that they should just watch. He held a stone between his palms, with which he created a pentagram on the ground. The protagonist suggested that they return everything to how it was before. A moment later, an altar appeared from the ground. One of the men was surprised and shouted that it was their altar, while the other said that it was just a copy of it. To which Alex said that it was real, since he pulled it out with the help of space-time magic. The old man asked him again. The protagonist explained that he had moved it from that time, not rebuilt it. The resident said that it was excellent, and then suggested conducting a ritual to make sure that it was truly real. The old man poured his blood onto the altar. The blood began to rise. The old man looked at it with wide open eyes and said that he was really real. He then asked Bella if she was ready, and she responded positively, before closing her eyes and raising her hands to face level. Dark clots of energy swirled around her. She thought about the blood mixing. After a moment, she opened her eyes. Alex, looking at this, said that it was so beautiful. People began to rejoice and talk about what they had done. They began to talk about how she was their light. The old man explained that this was a blood ritual over the most beautiful daughter. This is a symbol of the family's prosperity, the transfer of beauty from one generation to the next. 100 years ago, the emperor could not get such a girl, so he cursed their family. The main character, looking at the smiling Mia, thought that she really was the purest and most beautiful. The old man turned to him and told him to accept their gratitude. Alex asked him again why he called him Vice Emperor, to which the man said that Bella was their treasure. However, the protagonist did not understand what he meant. After some time, the main character returned home. However, he was not alone, but with Bella. He called Angie and said that he was home. The girl came up to them and put her hands on her face. She blushed. Angie asked Alex if she was a princess and said that she was very beautiful. Mia gave her name and said that from today on she would be living with them. After that, she told Angie that she was pleased to meet her. This is the most precious treasure of the natural tribe. Alex wanted to refuse them, but it would be a serious blow to their dignity. So the protagonist decided to take her in. Mia turned to God and asked him to tell other people that she was okay. It turned out that she was addressing Alex. He asked her to call him by his first name, but she said that was not allowed. Then Alex told her that she was older than him. Then the girl hesitated, after which she addressed him as Alex. Angie was surprised. She asked if the main character was Mia's god, to which she replied that it was true, because he saved her tribe. Then she turned to Alex and said that she knew he was helping her. The girl said that she thinks Alex is a god who was reborn to help them all. Then Angie smiled broadly and said that it was no wonder they nicknamed him that, to which the protagonist thought that she was becoming more and more like her father. Alex thought to herself that he had been told this many times, but he wasn't sure if it was true. It was good when he was helped. The protagonist returned to Mia and invited her to go. After a while, they found themselves in a room where they ate cake and drank tea. Angie said that Alex's parents were away. He said that they would have to wait to see how they would introduce Mia. At that moment, he looked at Mia and thought that she looked so good even holding the cup beautifully. However, a moment later, he saw that the hand holding the cup was shaking. Amelia began to put the cake on the plates. Alex continued to watch Mia. He saw that she was rubbing her legs together impatiently. Amelia handed her a piece of cake and told her to hold the plate. Mia's mouth watered as she looked at it. The main character asked her if she really loved cakes that much, to which she, still drooling, answered in the negative. Then the guy said that he could see that she was lying. Her face turned red. The girl covered her face with her hands and tried to explain, but at that moment she saw that her dress was dirty. She reported this and asked what she should do, after which she said that she was such a slob. Alexa then realized that she really looked like that. Mia became even more embarrassed and said that he was wrong. The girl jumped to her feet and was about to leave the room, but she tripped and fell, dropping a piece of cake on herself. Mia started crying about the cake, to which Amelia said that it was okay, they had more, but the dress needed to be cleaned, after which she offered her help. The girl began to cry and apologize. She explained that as they could see, she was very clumsy and the heirs of the tribe should behave beautifully. She said that she needed to wash her dress. Mia said that she was taught to keep it clean, but she seemed to have gone completely crazy. Alex was looking at her carefully at that moment. Angie came up to her and, taking her hand, said that she understood her because he looked so appetizing. The girl agreed with her. Mia asked what she should do with the clothes because the dress was expensive. Alex said that he would give her a new one. The girl tried to persist, but he said that he had been given the most valuable thing the tribe had, and he had not paid anything in return. The guy stood up to go fulfill his promise and said that he would choose the most beautiful dress for her. This embarrassed the girl very much. After some time, Alex and Angie were sitting on the couch in the living room. Mia came out to them and apologized for waiting. They said that she looked amazing. The girl asked them what they thought about the outfit, to which they replied that it was beautiful. Alex confirmed these words. Mia said that she would treasure it and would never let it happen again. Alex smiled at her and said that it was in good hands. At that moment, he took the mug of tea and started pouring the liquid on her dress. The girl was shocked and asked what he was doing. Mia looked at the dress and admired it. She said that it was clean again. Apparently, it was a magic dress. Alex asked them about it being perfect. The people on Alex's land, seeing him there, called him by name. The protagonist decided to himself that today he would give Mia a tour of their area. She herself insisted on it. I saw a statue of the main character himself with Astaroth. The girl said that there were statues of them everywhere. The guy thought about it and said that there were more and more of them. It is rumored that Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, favors him. So many villages erected a statue of him. Mia suggested that perhaps at this rate there would be something like that, and imagined a statue of Alex stepping on a goddess. To which the latter said that he did not think that would contribute to a rich harvest. The protagonist thought to himself that the girl would get angry. Out loud he said that they had already walked around everything, after which he suggested going and eating something sweet before heading home. The girl immediately became inspired. Mia immediately said loudly that she agreed, and then said that they had to go. He laughed at her. Then he formed a magic circle on the ground, and said that when it started moving, she had to enter it. They were called out. They turned out to be armed men. They said that Alex would not get away with this. He realized that the shadow was not peasants. They said that they were the survivors of the uprising. They couldn't believe that such a young guy killed their friends. They would feed him to the pigs. The men kept talking to him about how unlucky he was to be here alone. I started getting angry and said that she was actually here too. Then the men looked at her and said that she was pretty. Then the men rushed to attack. They said that they would take care of her a little later. The girl jumped out in front of Alex and told him to duck. She would protect him. Alex took her hand to get her attention. He said that everything was fine, there was nothing to do. Then the men saw the barrier in front of them. They were surprised. Mia was also surprised. One of the men said that he could not come closer. The girl turned to the main character and asked what he did, to which he replied that it was a barrier. He explained that such a barrier must be broken in order. Therefore, he made 2 barriers, and the stone will not be broken by his barriers, then this percentage will not be able to them. Then Mia asked if it was some kind of special power. Alex explained that it was something like that. One of the men said that he was too smart. Then they rushed to him and said that they would have to defeat him first. The protagonist just looked at them. At that moment, Alex used his power. He used the handcuffs. Magic rings appeared around the men's wrists. The man started screaming. He explained that these handcuffs are fastened when they do something criminal and unreasonable. Their term is 3 years. If they stop doing such stupid things, they will disappear by themselves. Then the men shouted that it would be better if he killed, to which the main character decisively said that they would have to live. Then they said that he should not talk nonsense, and that this was the only way they could earn a living. One of the men tried to say that they were aristocrats who didn't value them. At that moment, Alex used his power again, set them in motion. Everyone screamed. The men were suspended in the air, after which they fell to the ground. This happened right near Alex. If Mia had not moved him away, the men could have fallen on him. Mia asked him what this place was. He explained that it was land that was Carlisle territory. but it was almost uninhabited. He turned to the men and said that he would lend them this piece of family. The protagonist explained to them that they could cultivate this land to feed themselves. He would provide them with the tools and money they would need for the first year. Then the men started saying that they weren't going to kill them, but they were going to get them into debt. It wasn't enough to just have land. Alex realized that those people had been through so much, so he realized that he was the cause of the uprising. Mia asked him what he was going to do. 7. Then he turned decisively to the men and said that he was giving them 3 years. If they were not handcuffed, then they could keep this land for themselves. However, he would confiscate everything from them if they committed even one crime, after which he asked their opinion on the plan. One of the men asked suspiciously if this was true, to which Alex replied positively and said that he wanted them all to live well. Then the same man asked the others if they would do this, to which they all agreed and explained that they would no longer have such an opportunity. Now they would have land. After a while, Astaroth appeared next to him after he called her name. She asked if he called her. He asked if she had heard what he had said and explained that he wanted the difference in harvest between those who would observe the law for 3 years and those who would violate it to be colossal. She responded that she had understood him. The girl then leaned towards him to whisper what he would do when they understood, to which he replied that she should wait and then see. Mia, looking at this, said that if Alex became the emperor, there would definitely be no more rebellions. The latter turned to her and asked what she was saying. If Alex becomes emperor, there will be no more rebellions, to which the latter argued and said that it is not so simple. There are many people in the world who care about his power. If he becomes emperor, it will be the beginning of a new war. He wants Lisa to achieve her goal of a peaceful country. At that moment, Ossan began to attack Mia. The shockwave was aimed straight at the girl. She stood and prayed, not repelling the attack in any way. When she passed by, everyone was very surprised. Angie said that it was amazing how ineffective their attacks were. The men approached the girl and said that she seemed to have no problems with the barrier. Miller said that it was all thanks to Alex. Eliza said that she didn't think she would see the barrier used in this way. The leader said that the purge had gone smoothly and the rebellion had been almost suppressed. And it was all thanks to Alex, to which the latter said that he was glad to be of use to her. Eliza made Angie a princess, so now she will be Eliza's sister-in-law. They are half-sisters, but they get along well with each other. Ossan asked Alex how many people could fit in the barrier, including himself, to which he replied that up to 7 people were allowed. The man said that he understood everything. Eliza suggested calling the barrier 7-Star Pharmacy instead of the Plow, to which the man replied that this option was rejected. The girl turned to him decisively and asked the reason for this, to which he explained that the title did not include the word son-in-law. She agreed. Alex was thinking to himself that it did not matter. Then he was called by name. Some unknown person stood in front of the fence of their house and asked if the main character was there. He answered positively and said that he was here. The guy explained that she had to tell him something. It seemed to him that it was something serious, so he suggested going inside. Eliza went with them. After a while, they found themselves in the living room. The guy apologized for coming so suddenly, after which he explained that there would be an uprising in the east, in their homeland. Eliza wanted to answer him something, but the main character realized that it would be quite harsh, so he called her by name and then took her hand. Then he turned to the boy and asked if he was telling the truth. He answered positively and said that there was a man who was leading a rebellion. Quite a few villages had joined him. The boy fell to his knees and loudly asked him to help them. He did this several times. The protagonist asked if he really wanted him to join them, to which he replied in the negative and said that he wanted him to stop the rebels. He had heard a lot about Alex. Then he asked again to help them. The guy looked at him with a silent request in his eyes. Alex also looked back attentively, continuing to hold Eliza's hand. At this moment, voices were heard behind them. Ossan said that the vice-emperor was being asked to suppress the rebellion. Miller said that this was unheard of. Eliza jerked her hand away. The men asked what he was going to do. Alex thought to himself how he could remain inactive when it came to rebellion. Out loud, he told them not to worry, he could handle it. Sometime later, at the site of the uprising, the men said that they had gathered many people and had enough supplies. Now it was time to act. Then the main character appeared behind them and said that it was all over, he would not allow them to riot. The men began to ask about this child, after which they said that he would not get away with it. They would deal with him now. However, the main character decided to use his strength in response. Thanks to the power of the shockwave, he managed to scatter the men in different directions. They only cried out in surprise. Alex introduced himself and said that if they were unhappy with the government, he would listen to them, and then asked what had happened. It just so happened that it was better to live faithfully than to continue an unwinnable battle. The uprising was suppressed. Reincarnation. In this world, what you did before you died determines what you do in your next life. The soul first looked around in surprise, and then asked if this was really the afterlife. The girl extended her hands to her and said that she had been waiting for him, and that her name in life was Sarah Borden. Here they will evaluate all her achievements in her past life and decide what her next life will be like. Before her death, she exchanged her assets for medicine for the front, thereby saving at least 10,000 lives. The soul agreed with her. Then the girl, hearing this, thought that she seemed not particularly interested. The soul said that everything was over, and she was angry with herself for having managed to do only this. If she had the strength, she would have torn off this tyrant's head with her own hands. To this the girl said, "Darling, that with such an achievement she will become an S-rank in the next life, but she has a proposal." She asked the soul if she was ready to become the empress. The soul looked at the girl in shock, wondering if she was serious. This result would be ideal for the life of the empress, and many of the highest ranks had their eyes on this title. Then the girl asked if she really wanted to become a tyrant's child, to which the girl replied that the soul can change one thing by making a choice. The tyrant's fate lasts until his successor is born and grows up, which means it is she who will have to cripple him. She offered to become her empress and gain the power she always dreamed of. Then the soul resolutely said that she was in. The girl was surprised by her mood and then said that now they need to carry out some procedures. She suggested enjoying the new life, calling her Elizabeth Forsyth-san. At this time, Mia was eating sweets again and was happy about it. Alex asked her what happened, to which the girl apologized to him and said that it was just too tasty. The main character smiled and said that she could take a piece of it, to which the girl replied negatively and said that it was Alex's cake. The latter noticed that she was drooling again. The protagonist said that he was still surprised, and then asked if it was new magic, to which the girl replied that she was still practicing. Alex wanted to explain that in order to control this thing, he needed to do certain things, but he was called by name. He turned around and saw Eliza behind him. He called her name. The girl waved at him and asked how he was doing. Alex asked her about the dress she was wearing. The girl became embarrassed and said that she simply had nothing to wear. Then he answered her that this dress suited her better than others, after which he asked if she would sit with him. The girl turned away to hide her face, chuckled, and agreed with him. Then Alex stood up and pulled out her chair. While the girl was walking to the place, she wanted to thank him, but at that moment, she stumbled and began to fall. The protagonist called her name. At that moment, he noticed that her dress had ridden up. She asked him where he was looking. Her face was red with embarrassment. He immediately turned away and thought that it was very unexpected. Eliza said that it was nothing. She had a maid who changed her clothes anyway, and she didn't mind when she saw her underwear. Alex wondered if that was really true. Mia at that moment ordered another piece of cake. The protagonist thought that even though he was reborn, he was still his old self, which is why his heart was pounding so much. Eliza asked what they were talking about. She thought they were talking about control, to which Mia said that it was quite difficult to achieve the necessary power. Alex had just made a 30-foot rock garden in the garden. It was amazing. Eliza asked her about it. She then turned to the protagonist and said that he does not use physical force, after which she asked him if he does not practice martial arts. He replied that magic is usually more useful. However, he would like to do something other than magic, such as fencing, to which Eliza said that it was cute. The main character said that he didn't want to break it, the slide will have to be restored. This may take some time. Eliza laughed and said that Alex could do it very quickly. He was still a child, but he was growing and becoming stronger. Soon he would even be able to protect her. The main character was surprised by her words, to which the girl quickly corrected herself and said that she meant her country, empire. He smiled and said that, of course, he would protect. Eliza sat there red as a lobster. She said that she wanted to see this slide. Then Alex agreed and said that they had to go. He turned to the girls and said that they had a long way to go, so they should stay close to him. A moment later, they pressed their bodies against him from both sides, and then asked if it was okay. He answered positively with doubt. He thought that it was okay, but he was glad that he had become a child. In Alexander's garden, there is a mountain made of stone. He was practicing fencing and decided to use his sword on this mountain. However, his sword broke almost to the very base. He wondered if the sword had really given in. Alex thought that he had tried to move, as the Philosopher's Stone said, but he had only wasted his energy in vain. He thought about how the metal wasn't that strong. First, he needed to find a worthy weapon. He thought about Ore Halcon, but then his name was called. It was Hazen. Behind him stood a young man with blonde hair, whom he called Ruzin. The protagonist thought to himself about who this was. The man said that this was his new man. The guy said that his name was Koro Ruzin. He had heard about the main character. Alex immediately looked him over from head to toe and noticed that he was a swordsman with a confident face. Hosen explained that he was new here, so he was taking him everywhere. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. Hosen immediately saw what Alex's sword had become. He asked him if he had really decided to take up the sword. The protagonist said that he was training. Rosen said that he didn't know that he owned a sword. The guy said that he heard that the main character teaches at a magic school, so he would like to ask him to teach him something. Alex agreed, but before he could finish speaking, Rosen rushed into the attack. The protagonist realized that his sword was useless, but there was nothing he could do. He used his power and attacked Rosen with the hilt. The latter was very surprised. A moment later, Rosen saw that he had the hilt of a sword in his hands. Hosen said that he had nothing to say. The guy apologized to Alex and said that he would no longer be able to use the sword. Then the protagonist showed his sword and the broken blade and said that he had already been like that. Alex explained that he accidentally broke it with his magic. Hosen laughed and said that what else should be expected from his son-in-law? Rosen was shocked. The man said that Alex needed to pick up the appropriate weapon. The latter agreed with him and said that he would be offended if they were constantly breaking. Then Hosen said that some legendary sword, magical or holy, would be waiting for the main character. Alex agreed with him and said that it would be nice, but it is not so easy to find. Hosen said that it would be easy for the son-in-law to be convinced. The main character said that he doubted it. At this point, Alex's father joined them and said that he knew this could happen, so he was prepared. The protagonist tried to understand what his father was talking about, but he said that it was already here, after which a sword appeared on the field on the table. He said that he asked to buy it especially for his son. Alex, looking at the sword, thought that it was a holy sword. It had air that drifted along the blade. Father said that the holy sword must choose its owner. Not everyone can use it. Then Hosen tried to tame it. However, he failed. Then his father replied that it was not easy, after which he suggested that Alex try to do it. He turned to the men and asked them why they were so sure he could do it. They answered resolutely that he could. Alex reached for his sword. He took it in his hands calmly. No problems arose. Then a light appeared around the sword. The men watched it in surprise. They started talking about how they knew Alex was the only one who could use it. The latter thought that the stone had reacted. Now he couldn't deny that this sword was sacred. The stone showed him the history of the holy sword. Various people were involved. Then Alex prepared to swing the weapon. He summoned his true form and swung the sword down. An unknown youth appeared from the sword. The men watching were shocked that it was a holy sword. The young man turned to the main character and thanked him. He said that thanks to him he became free and could now return to heaven again. The father turned to Alex and asked what had happened, to which he replied that the boss was sealed in the sword. God explained that he had been condemned for sin and had been waiting a long time for the moment of release. He turned to Alex again and said that he was grateful to him, after which he asked if he was one of the gods, to which he answered in the negative and said that he was a man. God thanked him again, calling him a human child, and disappeared. He then turned to his father and apologized to him for the sword, but they didn't care. Because they saw that God was free, they were shocked. Alex looked at his broken sword again and said that he could no longer use it. He needed to find a new sword. The protagonist looked at his statue, which seemed to have been gnawed by an unknown being. He said that it was horrible. Mia agreed and said that it looked like it had been gnawed by worms. This is the village of Shisk. Laura, the village chief, told him that there was some kind of problem, so he and Mia came here. The woman said that some kind of monster had appeared. The protagonist asked her again about the monster, to which the woman replied that it was a bug monster, after which she showed it on her palms. They both looked at him carefully and thought about how small he was. However, moments later, the beetle flew out of the woman's hands and began to eat Mia's dress. She was very surprised by this. Alex took off his coat, but then gave it to the army. He asked the girl if she was okay. She answered that everything was fine. The woman said she was sorry, she didn't expect him to attack, then asked if the dress was magical. Alex agreed. The dress was made especially for the careless Mia. It would be restored. A moment later, the dress was as good as new. The woman picked up the beetle again and told him that it ate things filled with magical energy to replenish its powers. Alex understood why it ate the statue. Beetle has no interest in crops, buildings, commoners, or anything else that isn't magical. But Alex's stone statue is special. The protagonist said what he understood, and to himself he thought that these statues were blessed by Astaroth, the goddess of fertility. That's why he liked her. The woman handed him a chewed bag and told him that he had eaten it too, so it was unusable. It turned out to be a bag made from the claw of disaster. Alex said that they needed to get rid of them as soon as possible. The woman turned to him and said that this bug should not be attacked when it is curled up. If the main character tries, he will eat Mia herself. At that moment, the bug flew back and sat on the girl's dress. She got scared. Alex took it in his hands and said that it was not amiss. The beetle in his hands was buzzing. Looking at it, he thought that he needs to try something. He decided to attack it with magic, then released it from his hand, and then attacked. The woman asked him if it had worked, then added that she was so glad she had called the protagonist. He turned around and said that he had only killed one, but he had an idea. He built his new statue. It was shining. The woman did not understand what was happening. At that moment, one of the men praised him by name to show him something. It turned out that the beetles had flown to the statue again to eat it. Alex saw this and commented, then added that everything was fine, they should just watch. After the beetle mowed down a piece of the statue, it was immediately destroyed. Mia was surprised that it happened again. Alex said that he had concentrated his magical power here, so if they tried to bite off a piece, the body would immediately overflow and burst out. The woman asked what would happen if they all came together and ate everything. The main character said that he had foreseen everything, and the eaten part was restored. He made it so that it would regenerate like Mia's dress, so now it definitely won't be eaten. The woman smiled and said that she was so glad that she asked him for help. Mia smiled too. Then she turned her head and noticed something. The girl saw that the beetle was carrying a splinter in its paws. She did not understand what it was going to do with it. Then the main character assumed that it was going to drag it to the nest. Mia asked again about the nest, to which Alex said that he thought he was taking him there to feed his friends. But this fragment from the new article, what will happen to them? Then he said with a smile on his face that they would all burst, and that way they would be able to destroy them all. The woman thanked him. Mia said that this was expected of Alex. He said that he would make a new bag as soon as he got a new claw. The following reports showed that the population of these beetles was completely destroyed. After some time, they returned home. A new day had come. Angie ran up to Alex and wished him good morning. He wished the same in return and asked if she had slept well. She smiled and answered positively. Alex suggested that she practice outside, to which the girl agreed and said that she had learned a new spell yesterday. Angie asked him to take a look and brought a new stick to her face. He asked what was wrong with it. The girl also looked at her carefully and realized that the magic was not working. At that moment, Amelia ran up to them and called the main character by name. He asked what had happened, to which she replied that it was difficult to explain in words. She was very tense and said that the magic had disappeared from the whole house. Alex asked her about it again. At that moment, Mia's scream was heard. He told Angie to go back to her room, and he ran to save Mia. Throwing open the door to her room, he called the girl by name. He wanted to ask what happened, but he didn't have time, because he saw that she was only in her underwear. The girl screamed, and he apologized to her, after which he left her room. He held his chest and thought that this was unexpected. After some time, he came to his father and told him everything. He summed it up and said that everyone who was allowed to use magic at home could not do so, and Calamite was too sick to move. Then the man said that this meant that something had happened that prevented the use of magic. Alex agreed with him. He explained that Mia's dress was created by Magic 6, and that's why it disappeared too. Father said that it was terrible. He then turned to the protagonist and asked if everything was working. He replied that he could use slightly less than half of his powers. The father repeated his last words and wondered what could be the reason for such events. Alex replied that he did not know yet. The protagonist, without removing the flame from his palm, began to move around the room. It seems to him that everything is getting smaller on this side, which means that the source of the problem is in that direction. The father agreed with him and said that they were going to search. Everyone in this house would take part. Amelia turned to the main character and told him about the tree in the yard. The main character's father told her to lead them. After a while, they went out into the garden and approached the tree. The main character said that it was definitely here. There was something strange at the base of the tree. It was a flock of beetles. Alex said that everything was clear to him. The bugs feed on power, so they cannot use it. The father turned to him and asked if he could exterminate them. The protagonist answered positively. At that moment, someone unknown began to ask if they were really going to exterminate them. It turned out to be the Beetle Queen. She said that he would not be able to do this. She would avenge her relatives. The father tried to say who it was, but the protagonist already understood it and said that he would take care of her. However, the Queen of Beetles said that he was useless. Alex approached her, put his hand in front of him, and used his magic. Everyone froze in anticipation. However, the attack did not work. He was very surprised, since last time everything worked. The queen laughed and asked him if he really thought it would work a second time. They were smarter than he thought. His attacks wouldn't work anymore. The queen said that now that the magic was blocked, they were invincible, after which she suggested that he attack. However, the main character said that he was disappointed. At that moment, he released a huge amount of his powers. The queen was surprised. She asked why he could use magic, because it was not available to everyone, to which the protagonist replied that he could still use it, although at half strength. He would not allow them to do whatever they wanted. The girl said that it was so unusual. There hadn't been any people with S-rank here for a long time. Everything would be great for him in the next life. The protagonist opened his eyes. He was sitting on the ground, leaning his back against a tree. It seemed to him that this dream was like déjà vu. At that moment, something began to vibrate in his hand. He screamed and then caught the object in his hands. It turned out to be a beetle egg. Mountains of several kilometers of Carlyle's estate. He came here to find the eggs of the beetles. The other day, their queen managed to resist the extermination. They are evolving. If he left things as they were, the situation would get out of control. He had to do something about them. In the far corner of the nest was a very large egg. It seemed to be what he was looking for. He said that the insect usually lays many eggs, but there was only one here. Perhaps this particular egg was special. He used the help of the Philosopher's Stone and said that he was right. At the same time, he looked closely at his hand. The Philosopher's Stone says that all the beetles are connected to each other by a magical network. Therefore, if one of them dies, the next one will be born only if that death occurs. Once he has defeated the queen, this beetle will become her. He sat down on the ground, put his hand on the egg. He thought about blowing up their family. At that moment, the egg began to crack. After some time, a new beetle hatched from the egg. It looked very cute, with 2 horns on its head. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that he looked completely different. Alex thought that this was not what he imagined. At that moment, the beetle asked who he was. The protagonist realized that the bug had a female voice, which meant she was a female. He introduced himself, then asked her if she was hungry and if she ate that kind of thing. Sniffing, the queen realized that it was a magic stone. Alex thought to himself that she was so interesting. He confirmed her thoughts and asked if she really didn't want it, to which she seriously replied negatively and said that she would not eat it, since it was similar to poison. The protagonist asked her if she remembered anything from her past life, to which the queen only looked down at the floor and thought about something. He said it so that everything was clear. He thought to himself that, since the beetle had these memories, it must lead to further evolution. The protagonist told her not to worry. It was a normal stone he made in the morning. It has 3 main effects: elixir of life, elixir of death, but she will never feel hunger again. The queen said that it was just a dream, not to use the feeling of hunger. Alex agreed with her. He thought about the philosopher's stone, the stone of the highest. Of all his powers, the most difficult to achieve. He asked her what she would do. The main character said that it is very useful to be without death. He suggested that she try. He thought to himself that only one queen can produce offspring. If she does not die, then another will not be born. At that moment, the queen made a decision. She said that she wanted to gain immortality. At first, there was silence, but then the stone used its magic on the beetle. Alex closed his eyes. At that moment, he saw the girl appear before the queen's soul. She asked the latter if she wanted to become immortal, and then added that she was an S-rank. She was capable of many things. The queen was in a daze. She listened to this voice and thought that it was a dream, where she heard such an angelic voice. She also realized that in past lives, this child was a good person. After some time, the queen woke up. She was in the arms of the protagonist. The latter invited her to go to his house. He thought to himself that he now had an immortal queen. The beetles will no longer be paid and evolve. The queen at this point asked him again about the house. He said that he would tell his parents that she was just his pet. The main character said that he would name her P-chan. He thought that her parents would be happy with her. After that, he said that they were going home. And to himself, he thought that it turned out to be easier than he thought. Suddenly, the beetle jumped off his hands and ran away in an unknown direction. Alex thought that she was up to her old tricks again. Apparently, she liked the garden so much, but he was afraid that she would do something. Alex said it was time to practice. He hadn't found a weapon that could be used for physical attacks yet. If he shook it, everyone nearby would just fall apart. He can do more with his bare hands. He can't believe that even Orielkin can't generate half the power. They're better weapons than him. While the protagonist was thinking about this, he felt a slight push on his leg. It turned out that it was a beetle rubbing against his leg. Alex squatted down and asked what had happened. Then he saw that the beetle had brought him some shards. He asked if she had collected these. Suddenly, Alex realized that he felt incredible energy. The queen asked him if he was interested in what it was, to which the guy would answer that he didn't know how to say it. The protagonist thought that habits were the only thing left, a metal object with increased magical energy. Alex said that this metal is even better than orichalcone. He asked if it was hashed. It is the strongest metal, surpassing even orichalcone. Then he looked at the beetle and thought that it was good. At that moment, the queen reached for the stone, and Alex wondered what she thought about it being edible, after which he corrected her so that she wouldn't look like that. The stone shone like gold. It was even better than orichalcone, and it was also a good conductor of energy. It could probably even be strengthened. He thought about weapons made from it, then turned to P-chan and asked if she could find more. The queen looked at him at this question, after which she jumped up and ran away in an unknown direction. The rock is very similar to the Terracon mountain. He does not feel any energy in it. And then a moment later the bug came back, and she brought a piece of metal with her. The protagonist took it in his hands and said that it was a Harokan. Did she really get it for him? He asked her not to get too tired. 3 days later, there was a huge pile of those stones on the floor of the house. The main character stroked the beetle's back and said that it was a good job. The latter said that it was not worth praising. Alex said that according to the philosopher's stone, a long sword can be created from that amount. It must first be melted. The protagonist tried to melt it with his fire, but nothing happened. He did not give up. He tried to come up with new circumstances. He made several attempts, but the situation did not change, so he summoned the philosopher's stone and tried to use the magic with which it was created. The protagonist thought that he was using double the power of SSS-rank. A moment later, he managed to melt the mass for his sword. At that moment, he heard the voice of an unknown person who said that he could help him even more. He thought that it was the philosopher's stone talking to him. After some time, a brand new sword appeared in his hands. The protagonist held it as if he was about to swing it. Alex thought about what he could do. A sword made of Harokan and a philosopher's stone. Such a sword would definitely not break. After some time, he began to actively train with this sword. He caught a small leaf in his hand, smiled, and said that the magic attack with a chopping blow worked. At this time, Eliza told him that he had indeed managed to create a suitable sword. Now Alex would be able to fight at full strength. The protagonist said that he was glad that he had found this stone. The girl said that she was interested in how he was able to find such a wonderful metal. She tried to find out from him. He kept silent. Then she asked him about the fact that he was not yet accustomed to the sword. Eliza said that he couldn't cut any of these leaves, to which he sighed and replied in the negative. And then he began to demonstrate his skills with a sword. He was able to cut the leaves right away. Alex explained that he could have cut her if he wanted, but he wanted to have full control over his power. Eliza was surprised by his words and said that this is what he really is. He stared at her in confusion and asked what she meant, to which the girl smiled and said that she didn't mean anything like that. He smiled back and said that everything was fine then. Angie and Alex went on a trip together. They were both 12 years old. The girl asked him if it was a cave. He answered yes. Today, at the request of the residents, they came to the town of Zihors. Things began to disappear here. Following the trail of magic, they got to the right place. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and handed her a hairbow, explaining that he tried to put the magic power of the queen of those bugs into it. If she dropped it somewhere, it would protect her from the effects of magic. The girl took it in her hand and said with a smile that Alex had given it to her, so she would take care of it, after which she thanked him. Then the main character said that they needed to go to the cave, and then added that she should hold on to him. She agreed. They went inside. Alex said that it was more spacious than he thought. Angie covered her nose with her hand and said that it smelled strange, like they were at a hot spring. The protagonist asked her to be quiet, and then they saw a basilisk and a minotaur appear in the cave. Angie said that they were very creepy, then asked what they should do. To this, Alex said that he would put a bow on him so that he would go blind, and then the basilisk would use its magic. The girl asked if everything would go well, to which he replied that if anything happened, he would be able to defend himself with a sword. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed the missing things. He thought that he had to stop the basilisk first, otherwise it would immobilize Angie. Alex asked the monsters why they stole crops and clothes from the people. The Minotaur replied that it was to lure his kind into the cave, and thanked him for dealing with the basilisk. The enemy said that he would gnaw every bone of him, as well as all the inhabitants of this city. However, he did not have time to attack. The protagonist used his sword and cut off the Minotaur's head in one blow. He fell without signs of life. Alex turned around and said that if they were going to do something bad to people, then they shouldn't expect mercy. He also continued to wonder why they needed the residents' things. A moment later, he came up to Angie and touched her shoulder. She said she was glad the guy was okay. He told her he wanted to look around. She was surprised. At that moment, Angie's support disappeared and she began to fall. Alex deftly jumped up and caught his wife as she fell. The protagonist looked around and said that they had gone quite far. They assumed that they were in a dungeon that did not look natural. Then Alex felt that the wall was warm. While he was lost in his thoughts, Angie asked him to look in the direction he indicated and see a bunch of monsters. Looking at them, the main character was a little angry and thought that the enemy seemed to be asking for a showdown. It was very strange. At that moment, an unknown man appeared in front of them. He said that he had been waiting for them. The man realized that he was a child, but still did not want to send him away so easily. The unknown said that time is like a river. Each wave absorbs the previous one. When the man spoke about the previous wave, Alex thought that he was talking about him. The stranger was expecting an attack from him, because the strangers were supposed to break into the city. The main character said that the man is a bad actor and that he is just trying to buy time. The man asked him again. He replied that in such cases, one should act, as the spiritual book says. Alex said that he was going to feed them because they were already in the stomach. Angie said that they needed to get out, otherwise they would all be digested, to which he said that first they needed to get rid of everything. Then the girl realized that he was going to seal the building. The main character said that they would need to free. He turned to the girl and told her to be careful. She agreed. After some time, they noticed that it was all gone. Alex thinks that this is not an ordinary cave. It seems to be one huge monster. He decided that he needs to report this to the city. After a while, they reached a hotel in Seahorse. Together with another person, they sat at a table. The stranger asked them to put their hands on it. Angie agreed. The woman said that they were so well suited to each other. It was the first time she had seen anything in detail. Angie said that she was glad that she and Alex were connected. Alex answered her with consent, and with a smile on his face, said that she was his wife Angie. She smiled very warmly in response. The girl asked him if it was time for them to go meet the girls. The guy smiled and said yes. Angie and Alex were walking along the city streets. The girl kept walking and turning her head from side to side. The main character called her by name, and she answered him that they were all shining like that. They came to the conclusion that it seemed to be one of the effects of the hot spring. The protagonist said that it was so amazing. Alex remembered the day they destroyed part of the mountain. Angie said that it was not right to leave other work. To which he replied that, for now, everything will be fine. After some time, some metamorphoses began to occur on the mountain. The main character hugged Angie and stated the fact that the mountain was being restored. To this, Alex said that it was all just a mirage. He created a barrier that would temporarily represent this mountain. The main character stood up on his toes and decisively said that this was the embodiment of magic through weakness. The synergy between Hirokana and the Philosopher's Stone increases the energy used. Alex said that it turns this lump of magic into a mountain. Angie sighed and said that it all started to burn. Once upon a time, there was a sage whose name was the Keeper of the Mountains. He could revive troops and used magic only to create matter. The main character turned around and said that the lump in his stomach would merge with the things around him, and after one day he would put himself in order. Angie smiled and said that Alex had used the magic of the great sage. The guy said that everything had gone much faster, and all because of the sword. He thought to himself that he would need to take a stone from here as a souvenir. After a while, Eliza and the other girls called out to them. Alex and Angie definitely turned towards the voices. Mia and Xiaomei were with Eliza. Alex told them that they were great. The girls said that they wanted to go to the hot springs, so they would become even more beautiful. The guy said that magic mixed with the spring water, forming a source with special effects. Xiaomei quietly walked up to the protagonist and put her hands together. She turned to him with a sweet smile and said that she was grateful for the invitation, to which the guy told her that she looked fresh in such clothes. She blushed deeply. She thanked him again. He told her to enjoy the visit while she could. After a while, they all came to the hot springs. Angie said that it smelled amazing there. Eliza turned to her and said that there was no need to wrap yourself up with a towel there. The Imperial Majesty began to tease her and hurry her to throw off the towel faster, to which Angie began to squeal and tell her not to hurry her so much. Mia said that it felt very nice. She turned to Xiaomei and said that her skin was shining. She said that the water felt so nice. One of the girls said that the main character would give everyone a yukatara a little later. Then one of them asked if that was really what Angie was wearing. At this time, Alex was alone in the source. He said that despite the fact that nothing was particularly visible because of the steam, he had to restrain himself. The girl looks at Alexander in surprise and asks him what kind of glasses these are. The protagonist asks Xiaomei if she knows everything about the Court of Reincarnation. The girl answers him by nodding her head. The actions of the past life determine the trang of the present. The protagonist explains that he sees the rank of people when he puts on these glasses. His girlfriend admires it, says it's really cool. She asks if he can see her rank too. The protagonist is surprised. Does she really want to know? The girl replies that she is interested too. However, the heroine expresses concerns that she will not be satisfied with the results. Alexander thinks that such an option is possible, which is why her rank as a Merrick is a chabal. He is sure that the girl will have a good future. The young man guarantees her this. Xiaomei is surprised by his answer. The girl thanks the main character and says that if he said so, then it is definitely true. She thinks that the man, with Pasha humanity from the Silver Plague, was one of the reincarnations of Alexander. The protagonist replies that something is wrong. During the disease, the human race was reduced by 10%. Alexander believes that the hero who managed to prevent the disaster would clearly become God. The main character looks thoughtfully out the window. The hero approaches the castle. Alexander says that they are almost at the Magic Academy. At this academy, as director Thor Ethan told him, something is wrong. While the idea was being studied, the summoning technique, but a few days ago they stopped communicating. Alexander suspects that something is wrong here. This academy plays an important role during emergencies, so they must always be in touch. The director is afraid that everything is too serious, so he asks the protagonist to check it out. The young man agrees and says that he is leaving. Entering the academy, the heroes discover that there is no one there. There are no traces of a battle either. They decide to check another place. Suddenly, the heroes stumble upon something that amazes both of them. Huge monsters animals appear in front of the friends. One of them is clutching a man in its paws. The heroes scream in horror. The girl turns to Alexander and says that these monsters attacked people. The main character looks at his opponents in horror. Using his special glasses, he analyzes their rank. His partner tries to help with all her might. However, she is preparing to attack the opponents. The main character stops her. The young man says that these monsters are people too. He explains that he sees a C rank in the glasses. A soul of that rank obviously can't be reborn as a monster. There are many types of magic that can swap bodies, but they need to understand something first. In an instant, the situation changes, and the monsters are attacked. People manage to escape from their clutches. The monsters themselves fall to the ground. The hero runs up to one of the survivors. Having felt the breath of one of the victims, the main character thanks God that he is alive. Suddenly, from somewhere behind him, his partner screams. Alexander turns around in horror. He sees a huge monster grabbing a girl, very similar in appearance to a human. The protagonist demands that he stop. It is unknown whether he is squeezing the girl in his arms. Apparently, he wants to twist her head off. Alexander is going to help his friend. However, the situation turns out in such a way that the girl has also been replaced, and now she is in the body of this monster. The protagonist doesn't know this and orders his girlfriend not to move. With deft blows, he inflicts injuries on the monster. The girl is released. The protagonist approaches her and asks if she is okay. The heroine runs to hug him and asks how he knew it was her. The young man replies that he could not confuse his girlfriend with someone else. The girl sighs touchedly. She admires Alexander's abilities. The heroine blushes and covers her face with her hands. The young man is surprised by such a reaction. The protagonist asks the girl if she really feels bad. She answers thoughtfully and says that she was just surprised, but now she is fine. The main character turns to her and asks the girl to try to always walk next to him. The young man thinks that she is influencing him with her magic. The heroine asks if he has already managed to find out the reason. Alexander replies that yes, he has managed to find out their goal. It has long been known to everyone that the carcasses in this world are ranked by the judges of reincarnation. Rank S is an angel, or a god. Rank A to C is a human. D is animal monsters. The protagonist says that the power and abilities of a creature are determined by its rank. He turns to the girl and asks if she understands what he is talking about. So she nods her head and answers that she does. A long time ago, a sorcerer came up with a spell that could swap the bodies of two objects. This man used the spell to swap the bodies of people with monsters. The protagonist assumes that, at first, the sorcerer was simply curious whether the soul would retain its rank if it were replaced by a body. One purchase, then somehow those who were replaced were able to increase their initial rank. In addition, after about a month, they would lose their sense of self-worth and become puppets of the one who cast the spell. The sorcerer was then so enchanted by the power that he used the spell to create a mighty army. Alexander says that with this army, he planned to conquer the whole world. This was the catastrophe that killed so many people on Earth. The girl understands what he is getting at and says in horror that then the magic used in the Earth Academy. She doesn't have time to finish. The young man interrupts her and says that this is indeed the case. Most likely the spell is to blame. The girl looks at him in horror, not knowing what to answer. The heroes understand that there are people in this academy who are trying to revive the Silver Plague. The young man looks at his sword and says that all the students here can use magic. Many of them are high-ranking. Their skills make them ideal for the army. That is why the academy has most likely become a target for evil people. If their students are not saved in time, there will be big problems. The young man has an idea. Suddenly, a huge, tall shadow appears behind his partner. The girl is very scared. The unknown person makes terrible sounds and starts waving his hands during the day. Something prevents him from committing the planned crime. The man, his face and body hidden by a cloak and hood, turns and looks at his wrists. They are bound by restraining magic. At that very moment, the main character appears in front of the girl. She looks at the attacker in horror. The young man shields his girlfriend with his body and says that he has finally caught the enemy. Here, new hands are given and asks, how did they find out about it? Alexander grabs the sword and says that he felt it at the beginning of this day. All this time, the young man did not stop feeling the presence of someone nearby. She says that she made it so that when the enemy tries to use magic, he will be immediately grabbed. Resistance is useless. He says that his grandfather was the leader. The man smirks and advises the protagonist not to think that he has already won. The enemy emphasizes that he is too young. Something starts to move behind the heroes. The characters turn around in horror. The protagonist begins to recognize this place. A black haze gathers around them. Suddenly, an angel appears next to the heroes. He laughs and says that Marcosius is a good boy. He says that this is his shadow world. The protagonist mentally asks the angel again. Wings grow from the stranger's back. The protagonist thinks that the person in front of him is no longer human. The sorcerer says that this is the essence of the perfect type of spell. He caught the angel and lured him onto the corpse of the student. The angel, meanwhile, concentrates some dark energy in his hand. The main character realizes in horror that the same teacher is standing in front of him. The young man asks in horror how this is possible. Coltoon replies that the academy is the best place for experiments, and they have plenty of them. The teacher says that when a person is replaced with a spell, he becomes stronger. He surpassed even the angels, and if the main character is not a god, then he does not have a single chance to defeat his opponent. The protagonist looks closely and realizes that the glasses really do show that the person has an angel's soul. The young man asks himself how long ago he was replaced, and where his human soul is. The girl tries to bring the main character out of his stupor. She shakes him and calls his name. Alexander turns to her and promises that everything will be fine and she shouldn't worry. However, the sorcerer says that it is too late. He's going to spill blood here and now. The angel releases the energy that has been accumulating in her hand. A small explosion occurs. Alexander covers his face with his hands. He tries to defend himself from the enemy's attack. The girl calls her partner in horror. The sorcerer says that the heroes won't be able to get out of here until one of them dies. He says that his puppet is great for beating up low-ranking opponents. The man asks them to have no doubt that they will not suffer either. Everything will happen in the blink of an eye. He promises to use this power to take over the country. The protagonist feels some kind of power and understands that he has never felt anything like this. He has never encountered this in any goddess before. The young man gathers his courage and charges forward. He lets out a cry of victory, and he waves his sharpened ball in all directions. The protagonist manages to hit the enemy. The young man quickly flies up to the angel and wounds him. Then he calmly lands on the ground and hides his sword. The angel falls to the ground. The sorcerer is surprised. He does not understand how the young man managed to defeat his puppet. Alexander says that he thought his opponent was superior to the angel, but he was disappointed. The defeated enemy lies on the ground. He is covered in dirt and blood. The protagonist stands over him, clutching a sword in his hands. The sorcerer says that he, of course, heard rumors about the vice-emperor, but he did not expect this from the main character. The young man turns in his direction. He asks the teacher when he managed to remove the limiter. The man replies that he himself does not know. Suddenly, he concentrates the dark energy into a huge ball. The fallen angel, who had been lying on the ground until now, changes his appearance. The protagonist's partner exclaims in horror. The young man holds her with his hand and asks if the sorcerer has really reversed his spell. The young man tries to predict what the enemy is going to do next. Out of nowhere, a monster appears in the man's hands. An angel rises from the ground and stands next to his master. Coltoon turns to the main character and asks him to watch carefully. The boy and girl watch the sorcerer's actions. At the very last moment, they understand what he has planned. Some changes occur again with the angel's body. The monster in the hands of the sorcerer directs its gaze towards the heroes. The young man, besides realizing that the angel and this creature have changed places, watches the characters carefully. The puppet falls to the ground. Meanwhile, the monster begins to attack. A column of fire bursts out of its mouth. The protagonist uses a protective barrier and saves himself and his partner. Having dispelled the new barrier, he would realize that this attack is stronger than the one before. Coltoon turns to the heroes and says that he will tell them something important. The effects of the spell become stronger depending on the difference in the rank of the two bodies. The protagonist's girlfriend tries to understand what the enemy is talking about. The sorcerer says that now the rank of angel, SSS, now his power is equal to the power of a god. The protagonist continues to fight the enemy, but the hope of victory gradually leaves him. The young man manages to throw the angel some distance away. The main character's partner watches the battle in horror. She understands that they don't have a single chance against the forces of God. The sorcerer mockingly asks, "Isn't it surprising?" Alexander decides to use all the methods of combat. He takes a fighting stance and begins to concentrate energy in his hands. A whirlwind rises around him. The main character manages to summon a certain body. The girl watches his actions and asks herself, "Is this really an adult version of Alexander?" Suddenly she realizes that in front of her is a homunculus. The young man also uses the forbidden spell. Thanks to this, his rank becomes higher than the opponent's rank. Kultun laughs evilly. He does not believe the protagonist and says that a person is not capable of such a thing. He must take the protagonist's body and orders his subordinate to do it right now. The enemy rushes straight at the young man. Alexander heads towards him, preparing to repel the attack. He grips the sword tightly in his hand and rushes into battle with a victorious cry. The opponents face a tough battle. Suddenly, the protagonist freezes. His sword starts emitting steam. He casts the spell again, leaving his opponent in terror. Alexander straightens his wrinkled clothes and says that everything went well for such a rank. The young man becomes the strongest in history. Suddenly, the angel opens his eyes. The man whose body the sorcerer had used before comes to his senses and rises from the ground in horror. The hero, bending over him. The young man asks if the youth has woken up. The angel returns. The leader is defeated. The mission is accomplished. The angel sighs heavily. The protagonist's partner looks at the youth sympathetically. The angel tries to say something and justify himself. The protagonist does not blame him, but points to the person who has been controlling him all this time. Alexander says that he has already removed the spell, so the angel is safe. What do you answer? That he remembers perfectly well how he was controlled, but does not know this person. He thanks the protagonist for saving him. The angel kneels and says that if he needs help, he is always ready to provide a service. The young man replies that he is glad that the boy is okay. He suggests his partner find the rest of the teachers and students. The protagonist says that he defeated that boss, so they should be fine by now. Going outside, the heroes see a crowd of people who help each other get up from the ground and provide first aid. The girl sighs lightly, glad that everything is okay. The angel says that it seems that they are not injured. The protagonist replies that he sent the replacement monsters to their former habitats. This is where the story should end. The people approach the Vice Emperor and thank His Highness. The young man replies that he is glad that they are all right. He modestly rubs his shoulder and does not want to focus on his victories. The director comes up to thank the young man personally. He says that he saw everything, and therefore cannot find the words to express his gratitude to Alexander. He asks if everything is okay with him. The man replies that thanks to the main character, yes, but there is something that worries him very much. He points at the girl. The old man says that she was lying here when they woke up. However, no one knows anything about this girl. The protagonist kneels before her and feels her body in this. He is surprised that the person in front of him is made of crystal. The young man says that he has never seen anything like this and it looks creepy. However, the protagonist does not think that she is a monster. He suggests that she might have come from the same shadow dimension with them. He says that he can't figure out what rank she is, and that there are several souls. The young man asks you, "What kind of souls are these?" The partner turns to Alexander and asks, "What's going on?" The young man uses liberation. The protagonist touches the girl's body with a ball. The contact causes a flash of light. Little ghosts start fluttering around the protagonist. He manages to free the girl, and she thanks him for it. The hero's girlfriend asks what this is. The protagonist replies that these are the souls that were sacrificed during the Silver Plague. They were all trapped and couldn't get out. That's where this crystal came from. The souls fly up to the goddess. She greets them, and turning to the long-suffering souls, she offers to judge their next life. The goddess says that they have endured this suffering for hundreds of years, and therefore they will be rewarded. Most of them will get rank A or B. The girl asks them to enjoy their next life. The protagonist blinks and wonders what he just saw. He doesn't understand what it was and tries to come to his senses. Alexander thinks that at least these souls have safely reached their destination, and yet it seems to him that this is too much. Suddenly, someone behind him asks if they saw him. People shout that the judges did the right thing. The young man realizes that it seems like the whole country saw the trial of the liberated souls. The girl sitting on the throne says that she has heard a lot about Lord Carlisle. She says that he could make the Empire fear the whole world. They are the protector of the country. The young man thanks Her Majesty. He reminds her of that incident, and the woman says she saw it. She says people think it's a sign. Everyone thinks having a baby now will make it more fulfilling. She says that hope makes a country stronger, and the Lord managed to strengthen it. That is why from now on he will be called the Father of the Nation. She sighs and announces the birth of the Father of the Nation. The protagonist thanks her for her kindness. For some time after the incident, children were born with different talents. The name of the Father of the Nation, Alexander Carlisle, is written in the history book. Now the world will have many good guys with high rank. The protagonist is delighted and looks at the one brightest star in the sky. He is amazed at how much it stands out from the rest. Who flies behind him like that and calls him son-in-law? The protagonist approaches the men. The young man greets him and asks how everything is going. The interlocutor replies that everything is going quite interestingly. He says the girls are really excited. It seems like it's the first time they've seen pregnant girls. The protagonist says that he is, of course, very happy, but asks why he brought 3 pregnant women here. The man replies that his son-in-law needs to have such an opportunity, and he did not want to miss it, especially since all the heroines are only in the early stages of pregnancy. After the liberation of the souls of the world, the birth rate increased, and the man decided to take advantage of this. The protagonist thinks about the birth of the babies and eagerly awaits this moment. His friend confirms that he is also eager. The man looks at the sky and says that it is quite bright today. He asks what kind of star it is. The protagonist replies that he hopes that it is not some kind of omen. Suddenly, the protagonist notices that the star is starting to fall. The young man looks up at the sky and is surprised that she is flying straight here. A girl appears before the heroes in the starlight. The young man is surprised by this turn of events. The beauty opens her arms to him. She joyfully exclaims that they have finally met their father. The main character looks at her in horror and asks again which dad she is talking about. The young man tries to understand. Is it really one soul, reincarnated in a human body? The girl answers that this is the essence of her and was told that her rank is SS. She says that she heard that she was the only one out of a huge number of millions of souls who received such a high rank. The girl says that she wanted to be a simple person again, but in order to be reborn as a person with such a high rank, she must become someone's child. That's why she chose the main character as her father. The young man looks at his new daughter in surprise. The young man tries to pull himself together and says that he is very lucky. The man is happy that he now has a granddaughter. The girl asks if the main character has become a dad, then where is the mom? The young man says that this is a difficult question and suggests that they talk about it in the room. The girl turns to her adopted father and asks when he is going to have a child. The protagonist replies that it will definitely not happen now. She persistently asks him why this is a normal age for nobles. The protagonist says that he already has a fiancée, and he decided that their first child will be from her. But she is still too young, so they need to wait a few more years. The girl wonders why she has to wait so long and asks what she should do next. The protagonist asks, "Can't she wait?" The girl replies that she can, but she feels deprived. To wait for a newborn for hundreds of years, so that later, she doesn't know how to finish the sentence. The protagonist thinks about her words. This child is one of the souls of the victims of the silver catastrophe. Must have been in a past life. She was a good person, since she got such a high rank. It guarantees a luxurious life, so the protagonist understands her impatience. The young man sympathizes with her situation, but says that nothing can be done and she will have to wait. The girl sighs sadly. Her gaze falls on the book. The heroine is surprised and says that the letter looks different now. You answer that in the coming years, the population will continue to grow. They are well aware of this, but if it continues like this, they will not have enough land, food, education. In general, there will be nothing left. The girl asks if he is really going to support all this. She says it is simply amazing. The restless heroine leans on him and looks upside down. She asks at such an age to do this job, and who is he anyway? The protagonist is surprised that the angels did not tell her about him. The girl replies that she did not listen to them, but flew in immediately after they said that she was his child. However, the girl knows that he is a great guy. The young man thanks her for this. The newly made daughter looks at her father's papers and says that he has beautiful handwriting. Alexander is surprised. The girl says that she would like to improve her handwriting in her new life and asks if this is possible. The protagonist asks if she really wants this. The daughter replies that in that life he really was terrible. The protagonist decides to help her improve her handwriting. He shows his daughter to him. Tanya is sure she fits. Alexander offers her to try. The girl writes something on a piece of paper. The young man reads her handwriting. He notes that his daughter has made progress. It seems she has a talent for writing. The girl is delighted, sighs, and asks, "What does this mean?" The protagonist replies that he will give her a name that will be hers. After rebirth, it should mean that she is wise and precious. He suggests that his daughter come up with it. This is a very important moment. The daughter thinks about her future name, she sighs, and does not know what options to choose. The girl blushes. The main character stops her and asks, "What is it?" The protagonist loses his shoulder and says that he thinks it's time to end it. Meanwhile, the girl is plunged into melancholy. She is sitting on the floor in the castle. Someone approaches her and calls out. The girl turns around abruptly. The main character approaches her and says that he will make a body for her. The heroine asks again what this means. The young man answers that he cannot conceive a child right now, but he can simply give her a new body. The girl notices the bag in his hand and asks what it is. This bag contains various materials needed in emergency situations. With the help of the main character's spell, she opens the package. With the help of magic, he will be able to connect them. Magic bursts out of the bag. An absolute copy of her appears in front of the girl. The heroine examines the figure from all sides and asks, "Is it really her?" The protagonist replies that this is her communal apartment, and if she wants, she can use this body for some time. The young man promises that he will be responsible for her until she is reborn. The girl looks at him in surprise. Alexandra is asked what responsibility he is talking about. The heroine blushes slightly. The young man sees how her behavior has changed and does not understand. Did he say something wrong? He asks if she can really do it. The main character reminds the girl that she has not had a real body for a very long time. The heroine thinks and answers that she will try. Alexander agrees with her, promises that he will think of something now. He casts a spell. The heroine listens to her inner feelings and feels how something is changing in her body. A new sensation permeates her body from head to toe. She feels like she is standing on the ground after several hundred years. The main character asks how she feels and if the girl is in pain. The heroine's legs give way from happiness. The corpse girl starts jumping and screaming in delight. The young man watches her from the ground. He asks where the heroine got such power from, and what is it anyway? The girl lands and silently looks at the young man. She asks the protagonist what was that. Alexander replies that he thinks that when a soul of such a high rank is transferred into a homunculus's body, the power becomes simply insane, and she probably lost control of her power over hundreds of years. The girl agrees that this is true. She says that it is not even safe to move in this body. The girl sneezes so loudly that the wall of the castle breaks. The hero looks at all the chaos she has created in amazement. The protagonist says that this power is simply incredible. The heroine is very ashamed of what she did, and she asks her new father for forgiveness. The girls stop in shame, she blushes and wants to run away. However, the main character stops her by grabbing her hands. The girl pushes him away and asks him not to hold her. However, the heroine does not calculate the strength, and the young man flies to the other end of the room. The girl is scared of what she has done, but the young man approaches her and takes her hand. He asks her not to worry, because she will not harm him. The protagonist promises to find a way for her to control her power. He turns to the girl and says that she can stay here. The daughter blushes even more and feels awkward. She looks down and thanks her new father. A man comes up to them and says that he heard a loud noise. That's why he got scared. He says that such grief can only be expected from his son-in-law's daughter. The girl says that she is truly sorry. The protagonist replies that everything is fine and asks her not to worry unnecessarily. The daughter asks if she can help her new father in any way. The protagonist says yes. He asks the girl to walk around the mansion with a bag in her hands. He says that the girl is not yet accustomed to the body, so he asks her not to hurry. The main character's daughter agrees with him and runs away. A man approaches the protagonist and asks his son-in-law if everything will be okay with his new daughter. He is afraid that the girl will break something again. The young man replies that even if this happens, he will still fix everything again. The man resigns himself and understands that since the main character can't do anything about it anyway, he shouldn't object. He says that she seems to have a strong sense of responsibility and that what happened is not her fault. He finds that the main character is very similar to his father. He replies that he doubts it, he really doesn't think so. The man says that it's unexpected to meet his child earlier than planned. The protagonist replies that, in his opinion, his fiancée has not yet thought about it. The girl, meanwhile, sleeps soundly. The young man hopes that his daughter's life will be carefree and happy. He hopes that she will be happy and always healthy. The girl looks at him with delight and turns to her mother. She asks her who is in front of her. The protagonist understands that his daughter is extremely curious. The girl says that she needs to practice her new medical techniques on the dragon. She says that she needs to strengthen her magic so that it is stronger than calamity, Samaz. The daughter admires how hard-working her mother is. That tells her that she just wants to be worthy of the main character. The girl runs to her mother and hugs her. She says that this is hard work. The protagonist catches himself thinking about her smile. Suddenly another girl approaches the main character. The young man greets Eliza. He asks the heroine when she managed to arrive. She replies that she arrived quite recently. The daughter asks her father who it is. The girl who arrived is surprised that he has a daughter. The young man replies that it is Her Majesty the Empress. The girl is amazed to see the real Empress. The new acquaintance introduces herself with her full name and says that she is always at their service. The daughter turns to her father and says that she did not know that he knew the Empress. The young man replies that she was simply out of the country. The girl replies that she is not only acquainted with the main character, but Alexander is the Vice Emperor. The girl looks at her in surprise and begins to understand something. She says that she was reborn in his house. The Empress smiles and repeats that the girl was reborn. She remembers that everyone witnessed this moment. The Empress says that Alex must have gotten the best soul. The protagonist replies that she would have been suited to be the Empress's daughter. The girl turns away and asks Alexander not to talk about it. These are different things. The daughter's father looks at her in surprise. The Empress turns back to them and says that it was nice to meet her. She remembers that the girl never told her her name. The little girl replies that she forgot it. The heroine asks if her memory was really erased. The girl shakes her head and says that she simply forgot her name. She says that she will forget him anyway after reincarnation, so it doesn't matter that much. The boy asks if she didn't tell him that she couldn't wait. The girl says that she did, but she was wrong and she can wait because she knows that she will be reborn. The Empress asks the protagonist if he has come up with some way to recognize him. The protagonist says that it would be possible to look into the soul and perhaps he could awaken her memories. However, this turns out to be a roundabout way. The young man says that he can do it here and now. The girl admires him and asks if he can really do this. She asks him to look into her soul. The heroine begins to undress, but the young man stops her and asks why she is doing this. He uses magic and wants to look at his daughter's soul. He apologizes in advance, saying that it is unpleasant, but the only way to stop the spell. The girl will be doomed to eternal torment. The daughter replies that she is patient, can wait, so there is no need to worry. He opens his eyes and sees 3 girls leaning over him. Each of them asks if he is okay. The protagonist says he was just surprised. He turns to his daughter and says he found out her name. The girl asks if that's true. The young man says her name is Sand Sacrifices. He says that's her name? That's the name of the saint who saved the world from the silver catastrophe. The girl can't believe her ears. The next day, the action moves to the village. One of the neighbors passes by the main character and asks if he wants to give him this land. The protagonist replies that this is their land now, and if they plant these beans on it, they will define its border. No one will take it away. The neighbors thank him for his advice. The daughter turns to her mother and asks if her father really behaves like this with everyone. The bride replies that he does, but today he did something completely normal for him. She says that Alexander can be even cooler. The girl says that she would like to see it. The protagonist's fiancé turns to his daughter and says that it doesn't matter that she is not a child yet. She says that she will see the girl having fun and asks her to be patient for a little while. This one thanks her mother and says that she doesn't want to seem rude. The girl stamps her foot and the ground beneath them breaks. The heroine begins to fall into the pit. The girl screams to her mother and says that she forgot about her strength. Both heroines fall down. The protagonist's bride understands that everything will be fine for the pigs, since her body is artificial and will be able to withstand this pain. Suddenly, the main character picks up his daughter and asks her if she is okay. He says that if a girl is in danger, she should just call him and not put up with it, and he will definitely help. The protagonist's fiancé turns to their daughter and asks if she is hurt. The girl says that everything is fine. She turns to her mother and asks her not to rush into talking about their conversation. The protagonist becomes wary and asks what is going on. The daughter says that she would like to live like this for a little while longer, so there is no need to rush. The girl replies that it will be as she says and agrees with her daughter's decision. It turns out that Alex's daughter has fallen in love with him. The main character's daughter screams at her dad. She is happy that she finally learns her own name. The protagonist says that while he was studying various spells, he found one simple formula, so the sooner they use it, the better. Only for this spell, he will need her blood. He hopes that the girl will not mind. She asks again, surprised. Alexander says that everything is correct. Thanks to her DNA, her true name will be revealed. The daughter says that she understands. However, the girl wonders about her body. She says that her father also created it with magic. Her body was completely created thanks to the magic of the sun, and besides, she looks the same as in her past life. The magic of the sun retained its original appearance thanks to the DNA, which was counted from her blood. The girl says she's ready. The protagonist asks her to wait and says he has to warn Yoku about something, namely her real name. He says that it is about the name engraved on her soul. Once she knows it, she will become more submissive and calm. Because it is the name that plays a big role in shaping her character, it is a real blessing. The young man says that he is sure that after acquiring a real name, she will become a truly happy person. Her life will become even better. The girl is happy that she will become even more successful. She blushes, and the protagonist notices it. He asks why she blushed so much. He says that it is not necessary, so there is no need to try to please. He needs to try to be himself. The daughter shakes her head and says that she does not agree with him. She promises that she will never go against her father's will. The main character says words of gratitude to her. He casts his spell. The main character's daughter begins to experience unusual emotions and feelings. When the spell ends, the young man asks her if she felt anything. The girl says yes. Alexander asks her to remember his name and not to say it in public or in front of other people. The heroine hugs her father and thanks him. She promises that she will not tell anyone her real name. Ever. She says she is very happy. The protagonist hopes that everything will be okay with her. The action takes place a few days later. The young man is busy with business. He needs to write and publish a report on time. This must be done before Astaroth returns. Enough time has passed, and the virtues of high-ranking Alexander are once again a goddess. He has a lot of things to do. The protagonist turns to her and says that it's been a while since they've seen each other. He asks how she's been doing. The girl replies that she doesn't have much free time, and he knows that they've been keeping a close eye on them. She says that she came here about what happened the other day. Angels and people have always interacted with each other and helped in every way in Reincarnation, giving the right directions and instructions. But only God can know the true name, since angels are not able to reveal the soul of a reincarnated person. The main character. He is surprised that only God can do this. He says that he managed to use this magic. The angel replies that every day he accumulates energy for virtues, increasing his rank. And in his body there is energy similar to the power of a god. This power, which is destructive to an ordinary person. If nothing is done about it, then eventually a god may notice it and deprive him of his gift. Alexander asks, what will happen to him then? The angel answers that there is only one way. He asks if any deity is protecting him. The protagonist asks again. He feels himself getting nervous. The angel says that his body has too much divine energy, so it is a bit problematic. If he had a deity, he could say that he used its power, thus hiding his true abilities from God and transferring them to the deity. The hero understands everything. The angel says that if he exchanges names with the deity, the problem will disappear by itself. The young man asks if it wouldn't be easier to erase his memories so as not to create unnecessary worries. The heroine replies that she can't do that because he does good things and people need him. She says that it is possible that for all his good deeds, like virtues, God will be merciful and forgive him his misdeeds. The protagonist says that the chances are much higher with a deity. He realized that he needs to try to figure out this problem. The girl smiles and says that she has no choice but to help him. The young man does not understand what she means. The angel speaks to him and tells him that she is bestowing upon him a divine gift. She asks him to remember that God can visit him at any moment. The protagonist does not understand what has changed because he does not feel any changes. The girl replies that now he will remain at the age he is now. In other words, she made him immortal. One says that he can still use the power of God, not immediately of course, but gradually it is possible. The hero asks how great it is. The angel replies that it is a high rank, as it is almost close to the power of a god. Of course, he probably thought that it was just a waste of time, but this way he can protect himself. She apologizes, says that she can't stay any longer and that she needs to work. The hero says that the harvest has already begun and they need to hurry. He decides to ask her later. Angel says that it is really interesting, he needs to fly in soon and see. She remembers that. The hero they were talking about belongs to the clan of lords. How their main hero is approached by a girl and asked if he also has a divine gift. She asks him not to worry and says that she also carries divine power. The angel says that she urgently needs to fly, otherwise she will not have time. At first, it will be a little difficult to change from rank and master the divine power granted to the hero by the angel, but he will cope. He did not particularly feel any changes, only now it seems to him that he has become immortal. The main character could do everything else without this gift. Alexander sighs and says that only the highest deity can control such power and be immortal. That is why he needs to be extremely careful. Someone turns to the main character, says that he was very much expected. The young man offers to go and look at the villagers. The protagonist notices suspicious surveillance and wonders what people want from him. His fiancée asks if something happened. The young man replies that no. It just seemed like a magical spark flashed. One of the villagers says that they are planning a feast today in honor of his arrival. That is why, if the main character needs something from things or food, then he should not hesitate to take it. Twilight Village, located in the north. It is famous for its fruitful harvests, as they use the magic of greenhouses. This year the harvest was even larger, so they called the protagonist. The young man thanks for his concern. One of the villagers asks him to follow him and says that he will take them to the room. The main character asks his bride not to worry about him and to eat a little. He says that he himself can incarnate without food for more than a week, since his body takes energy from divine magic. So there is no need to worry. The girl says she understood him. As the angel had said then, after the divine power, his body began to feel significant changes. But he never had time to fully familiarize himself with the new energy, as there was no suitable time and place. The main character tries to fall asleep in a new place, but he fails. He turns and looks at his bride lying next to him. He notices how soundly she sleeps. Alexander dreams of sleeping just as soundly. He still has some work to do, but he thinks it can wait until tomorrow. The young man closes his eyes, but immediately jumps up and grabs his sword. He successfully parries the spy's blow. The young man asks, who is this unknown person who burst into their bedroom? A boy appears before him and says that the main character must die. The young man asks, who hired him? The hero says that his master said that if the main character is not destroyed, their crops will rot and the food will disappear. He promises to destroy Alexander. Alexander asks if he has nothing better to do. A young man turns to his girlfriend and asks her to stay with him. The enemy activates his eye and says that the main character has come to an end. Alexander wonders if this is the magic of the Philosopher's Stone. The child rushes into the attack and promises to finish off the enemy this time. The heroes meet in battle. The child does not understand why his magic does not work. The young man explains that his magic simply neutralized the energy in the enemy's eye and de-energized him. It's elementary simple. All this happens because inhuman power is hidden in his body. The child starts to run away, but the young man blocks his way. She asks to let her go. The protagonist says that the magic in his soul head is weakening with each passing minute, so soon he will lose all his energy. Alexander asks to stop this immediately and says that the girl has set her priorities incorrectly. The heroine asks why the master made her do it then. She doesn't understand anything at all. She says that she was born for this, her only purpose is to kill the main character. What should she do now that all her magic is gone? The young man understands that everything his opponent says has already happened in his past life, and he has already heard something similar. He says that he understands that this is her destiny, but this magic is extremely powerful, and if she continues to use it, she will eventually die. The girl continues to talk about her master's words. The main character tries to convince her, but the girl runs away through the window. Alexander says that she has not done her duty, so she will definitely return. His fiancé says that with this power, she hopes that the girl will make the right choice. As long as the protagonist is her target, he does not think that she will use it on anyone else. However, he needs to do something. The next day, the girl sneaks through the window. She greets the main character. Alexander was waiting for her, so he offers to come in. The unexpected guest asks if there was another girl with him. She says that the young man looks like an aristocrat, and they are all greedy and lustful, so they ask to say what he did with this girl. Alexander says that it is a stereotype. He asks if it is true that the master told her about it. The girl says that he ordered her to be careful and not to believe the hero's words. She asks if he is holding this girl against her will. Alexander says that he does not think that his fiancée is with him against her will. The girl asks if she is happy. She doubts that it is possible. The protagonist says that at least a smile always blossoms on her face. Alex pats her cheek and says that girls also suit smiles. He would really like to hear her laugh, too. The young man is sure that he is very handsome. The girl is smiling. The protagonist thinks she is very cute. The little girl turns around and says it is time for her to go. Alexander says, "Come again." The girl asks again. The protagonist is advised to be careful with the eye, even though he neutralized it. The power can still harm her. The young man advises her not to forget to smile more often. He is sure that then her internal energy will become much stronger than because of magic. The little girl thanks him, and the first smile blossoms on her face. People thank Mr. Alexander and Mrs. Angie. The young man in turn thanks them for their help and says that he will see them in a year. He is glad that everything went well, but says that it is time to go home. The bride turns to him and asks if he is sure that the story with that child can be left alone. He replies that he has already found out the location of this master. The young man cast a spell on that child and can now track his location. The protagonist hugs her and tells her to hold on tight because they are going home. Meanwhile, the master's apprentice watches their house from afar. She enters the room through the window again. The young man is glad that she came. The heroine says that she has no other choice anyway. Alexander asks what her name is. The girl replies that her name is Dorothy. The hero asks, who gave her this name? The little girl replies that she has always had this name for as long as she can remember. The young man thinks it is very cute. The girl apologizes, but says that it is time for her to go back because the master will be very angry. The girl hands the protagonist a stone. The young man notices that it is the same color as the child's eyes. He tells the heroine that the master gave it to her so that she could kill him. She says that she must obey the master. The girl throws a stone, her body transforms, it turns into a huge monster. The protagonist points his sword at her. He guesses that the stone serves to transform the body. The Philosopher's Stone has the same abilities anyway. He is amazed by the power of the impulse that the stone gives. A girl in the body of a monster attacks the main characters. The young man realizes that he needs to remove the spell, otherwise it will kill the girl. These stones turn people into monsters. He needs to find a way to save her. The main character does not understand why the master turned her into this beast. However, one thought appears in his head. The young man assumes that there is a way out, and death is not the only salvation. You need to try to put her into a state of asphyxia. He finds the right moment, decides to act. Alexander decides to move her soul and not let her die. She deserves a new life. He begs Dorothy to give him a chance to fix everything. The main character casts a spell. He sets himself up for the fact that they will succeed. The main character tries to influence the outer shell. The girl gradually comes to her senses. The young man hugs her and asks Dorothy if she is okay. The heroine sees that she has no clothes on and asks what he did to her. The girl understands that things are bad because she never returned to the master at the appointed time. The hero says it's just his guess, But he thinks her master is using her for selfish purposes, so that she can kill his enemy at the cost of her life. The girl says she knows it because it's her duty. The boy says it's wrong. He says that she will eventually die before she can enjoy life, so he will never allow her to put herself in danger. He says he wants to see her smile again so she can be happy. That is why he will do everything to make her smile as often as possible, on condition that Dorothy will also help him in this and make efforts. The girl finally thought that her heart was slowly beginning to thaw. The protagonist comes to visit Dorothy's master. He says that she has worked hard all this time, so now she can be free. The protagonist says that he is glad to hear it. The master is willing to say anything to be left alone. The protagonist tells him not to worry because he will personally take care of it. It's time to deal with Master Dorothy. The man does not understand what is happening. He feels like he has ended up behind the big world. He asks what the angel did. The girl asks him to look at her carefully and listen to everything she says. The man doesn't want to listen to her and starts cursing. The angel looks at his rank and says that he must have been a terrible person. The man asks if he really was on trial before his death. The angels answer that because of his actions in this life, he will be reborn as a pig or a cow in the next. The man yells at her to shut up. The girl asks him to live his next life correctly. The master yells and says he is not going to die. He begs her to stop. Angela says goodbye to the protagonist, saying that her work is done. The young man thanks her and says that without her help, he would not have been able to manage and redirect his soul. He apologizes for asking to come here so suddenly. The girl says that there is nothing to worry about, because he knows that he can ask her at any time of the day or night. The protagonist shows Dorothy a document signed by her master. From that moment on, it stops working, and now she is free. The girl says that it seems that she really lost to the man who summons an angel by touching his chin. The protagonist is surprised. The action takes place several days later. The young man and his bride wake up. The young man looks out the window. He notices Dorothy and greets her. He asks how the girl slept in her new place or if she didn't sleep in the room he gave her. She replies that she slept well. She liked sleeping in the attic. The hero is surprised. The fool explains that the attic is dusty and there is little space. She says that she is used to living in such a room. The young man asks himself, how much longer will she resist and refuse to accept the obvious? He thought that the girl would be only too happy to be freed from the master, but apparently it is more difficult than he expected. Maybe she is simply afraid of the uncertainty of the future? Although she was used as a mercenary in the past, the young man understands that he needs to conduct a magical inspection. This way, he can see the current rank and determine the level of magic. Today, he plans to train the bride a little and test her magical abilities. The hero invites Dorothy to join them. She wants to, but she can't because she can't go out into the light. The girl would gladly train with them, but the master forbade her to appear during the daytime. Alexander says that because she followed his order for a long time, it will be difficult. So suddenly rebuild yourself for another life and leave this rule in the past. He asks the girl to wait a little and says that he will be back soon. The young man hands her a dagger and tells her that it is made from the scales and bones of the monster of disaster. He also added some of its blood to strengthen the magic. The girl examines the dagger with a connoisseur's eye. She asks if she can have it. The young man replies that of course, he thinks it suits her perfectly. He offers her to try the knife out. The girl cuts the shadow. The hero says that the shadow is a totemic space, so he thought that she could train here. He invites her to come in. The hero asks how I like the idea of training. Without leaving the shadowy space, daylight won't get there. Let's think about it. She agrees to the proposal. Alexander says that then he needs to go outside because his girlfriend is already tired of waiting. He trains Angie and says that her magic is not yet strong. However, he sees her growing every day, except that her magic is beyond repair. It will take a lot of effort to figure out why and why her color is so dark. Suddenly, Dorothy starts coughing. Angie asks why she crawled out from under the ground. The girl answers that it is warm and cozy here. The heroine is surprised. Dorothy suggests that she check it out herself. The protagonist makes a decisive gesture. He decides that he needs to find out if Herschel is still in Dorothy's body. Alexander says that the combination of the magic of the phantom illusion, which is part of the shadow, is what can change the properties of magic and control the shadow so it is possible that magic is unstable precisely because of this. The girl agrees with him, but if these are really spells, then there is a chance of losing magic forever. Angie assures that this will not happen. Alex is very strong, so he will easily find the reason, even without using the magic of restoration, so there is no need to worry. The hero asks her not to worry and says that Dorothy's magic is strong enough that the probability of her losing her magical properties is minimal. He asks her to trust him. Heart of a fool, you have removed the light again. Hydropower is sometimes possible, not only in the shade, but also under the sun. The dragon asks the protagonist if he is ready to fight him. He replies that he is. He will believe you cannot, that there is a battle with disaster ahead. Dorothy suddenly appears on the battlefield. The main character, what are you telling her? Her power grew stronger and stronger. Efforts. Then the message is like, all these magical properties have changed places. The main character uses the technique with the eye. The dragon watches him closely. The girl notices that the power is locked in the eye. The young man realizes where Herschel was hiding. The girl's power is in the pupil, so she can control the power of the shadow. Disasters obey her. Theoretically, she can use the power like him, but she has very little magical power, so she should put in more effort to balance the magical balance. The girl asks if this will help. The protagonist says that thanks to this power, they will learn a lot with her. Thanks, Dorothy. Suddenly, the main character notices something. It seems to him that angels have appeared. He turns in the direction where he saw the silhouettes. An angel appears before him. She asks why he called her at such a late hour. The protagonist says that he wants her to look into Dorothy's soul. The young man replies that he wants her to do it, because he is afraid that her mind will change and he will simply miss it and will not be able to help. By making a mistake, he can undermine trust. The girl asks if he understands the risk they are taking. She used to do this a lot when she was visiting or hanging out with her friends. They loved to swim in the lake and catch people by looking into their souls. They often stole their clothes, so they would catch them and use magic, thereby entrusting the intolerable thieves. It was fun, but she stopped doing it because it was risky and dangerous. She asks if she needs to cut this shadow with a knife. The girl apologizes in advance. She finds herself in Dorothy's shower and is surprised by how much space there is. The girl notices her. The angel apologizes for coming in here without asking. She enters Dorothy's memory. The girl, it turns out, was born with a D rank. Kersey picked her up as a child and raised her as a mercenary. Is the girl erasing her memory? The angel says that he will dig through, remove all negative memories, and cleanse himself. She tells the girl that she needs to balance everything with the shadow and find the right magic that Alex uses. Then she will be able to control herself and reach a new rank. This is very unexpected. She has a kind soul, so there is no negative energy in her. She is simply cleansed. The hero says that he understands everything. Her magic can not only heal, but also save people, so in the future she can. The hero does not have time to finish. The angel interrupts him. She says that she will cleanse the soul, save it as completely different things. She should not break the law created by God the Creator. Now they have seen her magic in action. Maybe it is for the best. The main character says that he understood everything. The angel replies that in that case, her work is finished. She tries to go through the door, but she can't do it. The girl says that she used to be able to pass through this door with ease. It is very strange that now she can't. She says she doesn't want to blame anyone, but she feels like it happened after their meeting. The heroes find this a strange coincidence. The protagonist suggests that she try to get through in another place. He thinks that she will succeed now. The girl says that it seems that his rank has risen a notch. What you did was that when she created the previous door, her rank was lower and weaker, so she couldn't pass through it. The angel does not understand why this happened. The hero says that she helped them a lot now and during their last meeting. The girl says that she did not think that this applies to angels. However, she is very happy. Now her rank has been raised, and she won't have to walk around like an average angel for the rest of her life. Amelia's test arrives, Gobris Becker. The girl says that she must get into the shadow. The protagonist confirms and says that this way they will test her abilities and make sure of her strength. It seems to him that this phenomenon only applies to people who have used them, Herschel. Therefore, there is a possibility that Amelia could borrow the ability. He gives her a knife that can cut through them without special magic. In the shadows, anyone can borrow each other's abilities, but only the Shadow Lord can control this shadow, thereby controlling the others present. The hero is the only one who is not affected by this magic. He blocks any abilities and directs them to those who want to use this magic against him. The girl admires, says that it is truly amazing. However, she does not think that she will be able to help, since her abilities are very weak. The hero says that the work of a maid is based not only on primitive knowledge, she also uses magic to polish furniture or brew delicious tea. Therefore, her powers will be very useful. Her experience and knowledge will be very useful, so she will go with him. The hero says that they will be grateful to her. The girl blushes. She says he can use her however and whenever he wants. The hero says he's not using her, he's borrowing her powers. Don't twist the words. He asked if she was okay. Suddenly his daughter jumps on him. She says that he promised to take her mother to the city. She asks the maid what she is doing. The father says that she helps him with something. The girl notices the shadow of her father. She says that she wants to go there too. She wants to help her father. He forbids her. However, the girl also jumps into the hole. They say that in her past life, she was a saint who saved many a lost life. Alexander does not know all the details of the power of the sun. He wonders if she can help Amelia, and if Amelia will be against the company. However, he decides to try. Young man, I wonder what skills Amelia can master. His plan worked as expected. He can feel her feeding on energy. Is the girl really a saint? The hero shouts into the hole that Amelia can come out. The maid appears on the surface. The hero thanks her, says that her abilities are really effective. The girl looks confused. Alex asks what happened. She says that it was so warm inside his shadow and she felt so wonderful. The young man is surprised. He remembers that Dorothy also said the same thing. Only her reaction was completely different. The daughter crawls out of the hole. She tells her father that I am very hot in his shadow, but so good. Not the heart is about to jump out of the chest. The hero thinks it's not critical. At least they're safe and sound. At any rate, they can use restoration magic. It helps them recover. Alexander asks how they feel. He says that he used the power of Sana Shana because it is the healing ability of the energy that helps with recovery. This is the power that is called holy. The girl is surprised that she has such magic. Alexander asks, did she really not know about it? The heroine answers that she just thought that her smile could heal people, without implying that it was some kind of power. Now she knows the properties of her magic. The action moves to the maid's room. The maid asks her friend if it is true that she is with Alexander. The girl says that it was so warm in his shadow, she has never felt so good. She says she thinks she's fallen in love. The other maids all gather together and also ask Alexander to let them go inside the shadow. The young man does not understand what is happening. He is surprised that they are talking about his shadow. After that day, Amelia changed noticeably. She began to smile more often and blush every time she saw him. It seems that the protagonist understood. Such tactics definitely do not bring betrayal, but there must be a reason why they behave so strangely. The young man agrees that from that day on, the maid began to visit Alex's shadows in turns. They tried to use his energy and became overly enthusiastic. There were even rumors that the maid began to clean the house more energetically. One day, the Lord pays a sudden visit to the main character. He says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and asks how he is doing. The young man wonders how he ended up here. The man says that a couple of questions arose. He thanks the maid for seeing him out. Now she can be free. He notices that the maid is really cute. The protagonist asks if they have met Amelia yet. The man says he just wanted to know if the rumors were true. The protagonist doesn't understand what he's talking about. The man replies that many say that the maids are at home. And the young man has been very loving lately, especially towards the master. He thinks that it is not only about his appearance, but also about his attitude towards people. The hero says that he did nothing of the sort. It is all due to Amelia's merit and strength. The man says that the maid who met him is really a nice girl. He notes that the young man's tea is simply superb. And Alexander himself is too modest to admit the obvious. The boys don't understand why he thinks this way. Isn't humility the very virtue? The man says that it's very pointless not to acknowledge your abilities. He decides not to beat around the bush any longer and says that he wants the hero to lend him his maid for a while. The young man asks if he doesn't have any maids in his mansion. The man replies that of course he does. But what's wrong with getting a few more? He's partly right, but the young man doubts that it's right. The The man says he doesn't see anything wrong with it, so he invites him to think about his request. The hero thinks that no one will want to leave the estate. The man says goodbye to him. Since he opened his shadow to the maid at home and really became much happier than before, maybe his theory with Dorothy really works. And if so, the power will grow every day. So he doesn't know the limits of this magic yet. If his soul rank increases, then perhaps the energy will also increase. Therefore, it is not surprising that the maid's magic can improve. The young man hopes that their life will really change for the better. Suddenly, an angel appears next to him. She says that he is right. The hero does not recognize her at first and asks if they really know each other. The girl says that after her rank increase, her appearance has also changed significantly. Alexander says he would like to tell her something. The girl tells him that the world is coming to balance. She asks if he has ever noticed pressure from a strange impulse of his energy. There are many high-ranking souls with strong energy in this mansion. The hero asks if anything can be done about it. The angel replies that when the energy becomes too high, the world tries to balance itself in every possible way. This means that the world is being destroyed by people who can be the result of various wars. Heaven is a completely different place, so in human terms, angels are isolated from the outside world. The girl says that if this is not done, the earth may be in great danger, so it is imperative to destroy a certain number of people. The hero realizes that there are enough problems. He cannot believe that a sudden surge of maid energy can cause such an imbalance in the world. The girl accidentally overhears their conversation. The hero asks the angel if the Philosopher's Stone can help them. He remembers the man's words. Alexander asks if it is true that heaven has a barrier that protects their world. The angel confirms it. The hero says that in that case, they also need to make a barrier. Angel asks again in horror. Alexander says that he was reborn with memories from his past life, so he should still have the knowledge of how to create this barrier, and he can try. He holds out objects to the angel and asks him to look at him. In his hand, the hero holds one of the strongest metals. It was from this metal that the sword that the master made for him was made, so he can use it to create a barrier. He needs to stand so that it can cover the entire territory of the mansion. The hero finds such a place. He touches the ball to the rock and says he is starting to create a barrier. He uses magic to create a barrier. The energy required to create the ball is several times greater than the magic power required to create it. The hero feels that the air here is the same as in heaven. If the body of the young man was not endowed with divine power, he would simply not endure and die. He feels his energy is at zero, but now the whole mansion is safe. Angel says that this truth is real magic, but it is wrong. The action takes place during tea drinking. The heroes are sitting at the table, the girl sings over tea and says that they haven't stayed like this for a long time, haven't talked together. Alexander supports her. The heroine says that her friend looks very good. Dehae replies that he and Alex showered her with compliments. The maid apologizes and gets ready to leave. The girl turns to Eliza and says that she invited her on the matter of the maids, namely because of their behavior. She says that Amelia saw Lisa before the events related to the shadow and energy. The girl replies that she does not remember it. The protagonist asks how she can remember such events. Eliza, being the leader of this country, hardly remembers a girl like Amelia. Eliza says that when she is with Alex, her memory becomes a little dull. The girl blushes. The mistress asks what happened and why the protagonist called them. The young man replies that the thing is that he himself does not know. He says that it seems to be all about his shadow, namely the increase in rank due to the shadow. The girls are surprised. Suddenly the ruler approaches. The girl asks if it is true that she is the beloved of the main character. Alex says that it is not so, but she is a very dear person to him. That is why he called her here. The hero apologizes for interrupting them, but it is important to him that the girl tell him a little more about the shadow, and she agrees. The heroine notices that a shadow has appeared. The young man picks up the dagger and tells her that thanks to this dagger, the maid got inside every day. The ruler is surprised and asks if this really happened every day. She rushes to the protagonist and asks permission to enter his shadow. Their mutual friend is also not against it. The main character agrees. He asks the girls to be careful. Both heroines dive inside. They notice that it is very warm and spacious here. It would seem that it should be cramped and dark inside the shadow, but there is a lot of light here. The heroine notes that it is so warm, as if in Alex's arms. The friend calls out to Eliza. They feel somehow strange. The girls ask what's going on and why they feel so good. None of them thought they would ever experience such pleasure. Eliza is jealous of Alex's maids who also experienced similar feelings. The main character does not understand what is happening, why they are shaking so much. The girl walks past him. She falls exhausted onto the sofa. The young man watches her. The heroine says that it was quite unexpected. The young man starts to worry and asks if everything is okay with her. She says that everything is fine, but have all these maids really been in his shadow? The hero says that absolutely all of them. The girl says it's not just about rank. They are motivated by his praise, so they try their best. The girl sadly looks into her cup of tea and says that she wants to stay in his shadow today. Then she looks up, her eyes full of tears, and begs him to allow her. The hero agrees. The girl is happy about Alex's shadow. It really drives everyone crazy. The man says that this is their first meeting with Alexander. The aristocrat wants to give his daughter to be a maid. The protagonist asks him again. He thought that the Duke had some important business, but he clearly did not expect this. The man knows that this may seem disrespectful towards the protagonist. Alexander asks if this is really his adopted daughter. The man answers that no, she is his own. This statement really comes as a surprise to Alexander. If he gives his daughter to a maid, her status will immediately fall. What is on this man's mind? To tell the truth, he is embarrassed to say this, but his daughter does not know how to do anything. So the man thought for a long time about how exactly he should raise E. And then he heard His Majesty praising the main character's maid. His girls are trained at the highest level. Whatever girl enters his service, she will become a wonderful person and a housemaid. Moreover, the training is incredibly fast. The protagonist cannot imagine how even His Majesty can praise his maids. He says that he understood the man's request and will gladly help him. The father, who tracked him down, thanks him. The protagonist asks to listen to the end. He says that his daughter will be on an equal footing with everyone else and asks if her father is okay with him treating her like the other maids. The man replies that of course. He thanks him again with all his heart. The young man worries whether everything will be okay. His relative laughs and says that among the main character's maids there are more and more noble daughters. He praises his son-in-law. One of those present wonders whether he should give his granddaughter to the protagonist to raise. The young man tries to calm them down, which was to be expected. The other aristocrats also joined in. He may have refused to marry their daughters, but he said he would definitely help them. That's why he took their maid to teach her everything she needed. Often, people who grew up in noble families became terrible people, so they were reborn as low-ranking beings in their next life. If he took them in as maids, perhaps he could help them avoid that fate. Everyone tells him that this is very good. The more girls he takes as his maid, the more courageous he will become. Will the emperor's daughter become his maid someday? Everyone laughs and jokes. Alexander asks why they are grinning. Suddenly someone asks him for forgiveness, says that he brought him more. The protagonist recognizes a familiar voice. After their death, people learn about this rule. Deliveries in the past life will affect the next one. The action takes place in heaven 15 years ago. The angel says she was waiting for the soul. She calls the number. The soul doesn't like it. The girl apologizes to her, but the soul does not want to be called by the name of the past life. She has not yet realized that she has died. The angel says that this is the afterlife. Now they will determine the rank of reincarnation. The soul asks her to wait, begs to be made anyone, just not enslaved. She even agrees to become a beetle. The angel asks her not to worry, to say that everything will be fine. In life, she joined a partisan organization, participated in the servants' rebellion. Having sacrificed her life, as a result she, one saved, about 3 slaves. This could have given her a high rank, but since she killed merchants and nobles, she will most likely be lower. The angel asks, what about the noble's daughter? If she were to achieve this rank next time, it was possible that she could become the ruler of some small country. But now she would be reborn as a noble's daughter. The soul would agree to anything. The girl writes it down like that. It looks like the soul will remain a narcissistic, selfish girl, but nothing can be done. The angel's friend comes up to her and says that the girl has done a good job today. She asks if she has heard that they have been sending such people to Earth a lot lately, so they will work as maids. Recently, the goddess said that in a few years, there will be many girls from noble families who will become maids. However, this will not affect their happy life. Angel was amazed. Everyone on her without looking forward to seeing these girls when they work as maids. It looks like the Angels won't be going on vacation anytime soon. Each era is different. Especially the current era is a bit unusual. Alex's birth marked a new era, an era in which aristocratic women will become maids. A group of maids and noble girls will appear in the world, who will be much happier than their predecessors. 13-year-old Angie looks at Alex and tells him that it's time for them to go. She's standing by the window. They've grown another year older and are getting closer to adulthood. Alex, who is the same age as her, tells her that he understands her. Angie gives someone permission to enter inside. A maid comes into the room and wishes the guy good morning with a smile, asking him if he slept well today. Angie is happy about her sister's arrival and asks her when she returned. She answers that she just now, and she brought souvenirs with her, then turns to the guy and remembers something. The girl closes one eye and asks Alex to take care of her a little longer, then calls himself his master. The guy agrees with her offer with a smile. Everyone is standing outside. Alex suggests that Angie should go then. She agrees with him. Her sister bows to them and wishes them a good trip. Since Duke Oin's request the other day, many grateful ladies have been left in the care of Duke Oin as maids, a grown man with a beard. Even Eliza wanted to become a maid. She said that things were going well and she wanted to take a break. Using that time to experience life as one of her subjects, Alex thinks that sounds like Liza. Amelia is asked if Eliza is doing a good job. She agrees. This spring, she became the head maid. The main character was slowly preparing to become his father's successor. When Eliza dons the maid's uniform, she fits into the role perfectly, giving no hint of her true origins. She was so surprised when she found out. The original maids know about Eliza's origins, but they have no reason to tell other people. But you never know when rumors will start to spread, but hopes that nothing happens. The girl asks him if he is worried, then why not watch her work? The guy says that he would like to. But how can he not disturb her? Someone came up with an idea. The girl first turns to Eliza and happily invites her to play, but she sweeps and says that she is working. The second maid asks if she is wiping the plate correctly. She says that it is perfect. However, you cannot touch the dishes with bare hands afterwards, otherwise they will get stains when the owner uses them. She says that she will be careful from now on, thanks Eliza, and a living eye appears from around the corner. The hand lies on the screen where the image from the eye's face is broadcast, and it has no problems moving. She gives advice to another maid. The girl watching them says that she is tolerant enough to allow her to speak so casually, being the empress, and also I have no complaints about her work. It's even a pity that she is an empress. The main character says that he doesn't even know. It's difficult to answer this statement, but what's more important is that she does everything right. All three are watching the screen, and someone suddenly stops the girl and asks if she is new here. She just looks at her silently. They ask her again who she is. She gets angry because she doesn't even know who she is. The girl reveals that she is the eldest daughter of Duke Oin, the girl whose father asked Alex to take her on as a maid. They don't know what family she comes from, but she can work. The main character understands that she doesn't know. The Duke's daughter points at the girl and asks her to join her group, who looks at her in bewilderment. She says that if they weren't in a place like this, she would never have known about her. She will allow her to join her group. So let her be generous and follow her orders. That's why she wants to create a faction, because many people who come here try to use their family status. Alex thinks that if she found out, she would faint, but she turns away and says that she is not interested. She's grateful to be here, considering the trouble she had to go through to become Alex's maid. She should stop worrying about giving orders and start thinking about becoming Queen of the Mountain. The Duke's daughter asks her to stand, but it's time for her to get back to work. Who does she think she is? She's the Duke's daughter. Her father forced her to become a maid. Her eye is starting to disappear. It ends up in the guy's hand. He thinks that Eliza can handle it herself, but if she behaves like this, it will lead to problems. He would like to ask her to watch her, but he feels like he has just caused unnecessary trouble. The eye says that everything is fine. Anyway, you can tell from the little sister that she loves Alex. There are more and more maids, and they are more lively. One of them sneezes. From the house, Alex can be heard screaming that it's terrible, that something happened suddenly, that it's daytime outside. Everyone gathered in one place. They look in one direction. Alex asks what happened. The girl answers that the seal disappeared. The main character understands, and the girl says that this is the seal of locusts. It is a monster with miasma that destroys all vegetation. Any village rots and dies. Then his magic was useless. He sealed her in a bag of calamity claws. But she somehow disappeared. The maid looks at the Duke's daughter. She asks her to explain, which frightens her, sharply points her finger at the girl, and shouts that she is to blame. It was a dirty bag. It was her fault for not telling her how important it was. But no maid was allowed to touch her master's things like that, even if she hadn't been told how important it was. He asks her to stop being stubborn about it, she is about to argue, but the protagonist stops them both. Now, it is more important to find the locusts. The thrown-out garbage is usually taken to the incinerator, but they have not found it yet, then they need to find it. She shouldn't have gone far. Suddenly, something huge appears. The Duke's daughter screams. The protagonist defends her, realizing that neither magic nor physical attacks worked on her last time, but now he has gained divinity. Now he will stop her rampage. He cuts her with a sword. Something falls from the sky. The monster suddenly starts screaming. The Duke's daughter watches all this closely. The main character lands. Everyone is happy that he managed to do it after all. He was so close to her when he appeared. Is she hurt? Chosen says no. The guy says with a smile that it makes it easier, but let her never do something like that. It would be terrible if something happened to her, she knows, but despite the fact that she did something bad, he takes care of her. The guy asks the maid how Chosen is doing. She seems to be thinking about him. Now she is under punishment, sweeping the floor. If she obediently does all this, does it mean that everything is settled? But from time to time, she looks dissatisfied. However, if she had explained it to her properly, nothing would have happened. She is terribly sorry. She bows. She sees an egg and asks if she wants a pet, but it's actually Locust's egg, who she thought killed her. He defeated her, but it seems she has the ability to transform into an egg when she is defeated. I never thought that in the end, all that was left of her was an egg. Father simply said that, as expected of her, he looked happy. Does this mean that when the egg hatches, the locusts will be reborn again? He thinks he can't just break it. He can just let him eat it. The guy is glad that P wanted to help. Suddenly, the egg cracks. From there, the monster's hand appears, and then he himself sits. They rejoice that he was born. This is a baby locust. They both look at the baby locust in surprise. It is a newborn catastrophe. It is almost like a puppy. The guy covers his mouth with his hand because miasma is floating around. The baby apologizes and looks at them guiltily, covering his face with part of the eggshell. He thanks the people for stopping him. He remembers everything that happened so far, including the moment they sealed him. Does this mean that his memories are preserved? He agrees. After some time, he will again become who he was. So he decides to run away from them right away and says goodbye, but Alex anxiously asks him to stand. The guy shouts to all the maids to catch him, but they look at the monster in bewilderment. They prepare themselves and ask if they just need to catch him, ask him to surrender. Then they notice his pitiful look. They manage to capture the monster, but the miasma starts to tear their clothes. The monster asks them not to touch him and to let him go, but the girl touches his face and says that they can't. They say that this is all for their master. Alex will not do anything to harm him, so let him just accept it. The guy says that everything is fine, he doesn't need to run away, asks the girls if they are okay. The guy says that he was worried about them, which means he is kind. He thanks the girls who are happy to help. He says that they can rest in his shade. He says that since he was reborn, he needs to be given a new name. Miasma is just intuitive, but if everything is the same with the contract that he signed with San, now he has received a blessing, he will name him. He thinks about what name would suit him. The monster doesn't want to burn him. The guy says that his new name will be Lotus. This is the name of a color. It grows only in dirt. It cannot grow in clean water. But the blossoming flower is beautiful and does not get dirty, just like a baby. From this moment on, he will be Lotus. A glow appears around the monster, and he realizes that the miasma has finally disappeared. The guy happily says that now he doesn't have to worry about them. The monster thanks her. The monster asks if he can do anything for him. The guy looks at him questioningly. He would like to thank him, but he doesn't need to. The locust has caused a lot of trouble. But initially it was kind and obedient. Then he would like to ask Lotus for something. The guy asks to take the sword and try to penetrate his shadow. Lotus understood everything. He just needs to go into the shadows, and that's it. If he does that, the guy can borrow her powers. He says that let him take as much as he wants. The protagonist understands that this is the ability of the Lotus. The miasma was a part of him, but the abilities are something else. If he uses this power like this, fire appears in his palm, then his magical power has been restored. Such is the power of the Lotus. So he couldn't stop. If used correctly, the power would not run out. It was the most powerful ability Alex had ever encountered. The ancient dragon asks his master what he wishes to ask of him. The main character says that he wanted another part of his body, namely a scale. He agrees and gives it to him. The guy holds it and says that it is very beautiful. The dragon asks what he needs it for. He wanted to make an accessory, a necklace or earrings. The dragon says that he looks best when he swings a sword, and the protagonist is surprised by this. He understands that something can be done for the sword. The guy thanks the dragon. He was glad to help. If he imagines melting the scales and making some sort of coating, he starts using the sword and the scales. The weapon glows. The dragon says the glow is beautiful. He feels the power coming from it. Has it turned magical? The protagonist says that it was expected. The effect of magic, something like automatic absorption of magic power, just holding it, it consumes 1/10 of his magic power every second. The dragon asks if this isn't a curse in essence, why does he need this effect? Lotus, his new friend, shows up. Alex strokes it and tells it that with its help, the magical power absorbed by the sword will be restored. Like muscles, the more you use your power, the stronger you become. It's an automatic learning of magic. The dragon says that this is what was expected from the owner. Let him continue to help the baby. He will try. Suddenly, Eliza appears, happy that she found Alex. He asks her what happened. She wanted to inform him about something. She doesn't know why, but he's glowing. It's because of the dragon scales. He's done something like this before. Things made from his scales seem to have a mesmerizing effect on the opposite sex. Eliza doesn't think it will be a problem. He will try to control it. The dragon asks if she had a reason to come here, she remembers. She gives him a letter with a seal and says that it is from the Empress. The guy understands that she is the Empress, but she says that she is just a maid. Alex realizes that she is not going to get involved in the disaster. The letter talks about falconry. In one country in the east, there is a falcon, and an event has become popular there where animals are hunted with the help of a trained falcon. It changed a little as it spread across the country, the difference being the ability of the hunter to use sword and magic abilities. This will be the first time for their Empress, although before they held it about once a month, he was also invited, the guy understands everything, to refuse such a thing. It seems like Eliza. Alex will be able to see his father in all his glory, but he will not participate. Alex must participate. He will be able to defeat more monsters than his father. He must show what he is capable of. The Duke's daughter thinks about falconry. The father tells the boy that he expects a lot from him. The protagonist will do everything he can. This is a chance to show himself to the Empress, although he does not really want it. On the day of falconry, someone announces that it is open. After inventing a new training method, Alex tries his hand at this hunt. The girl on the stage happily informs everyone that it is finally time to begin the long-awaited falconry. Everyone looks at the presenter, who also asks everyone to demonstrate their strength as much as they wish. The man smiles. The Chohi family is next. Alex says that Hosen is also participating, but he doesn't seem interested. The father says that it's not in his nature to brag. He can't give up the opportunity to become a martial artist. Now that the boy thinks about it, he had never seen Hosen fight before. The beast pounced on him. However, the man only smiles and calmly looks at the beast, telling it not to be so angry. After that, the two guys attack the beast with swords. The defeated beast lies on the ground. Alex says that he did not fight himself, but only used pressure and allowed his subordinates. The host says that this is what was expected from the strongest in the empire. She will give him a reward. He has already passed on the title of the strongest to someone else. The girl says that the next family is Carlisle. The main character is surprised. Everyone understands that this is the Vice Emperor and he has grown up. The main character is asked if he is ready yet. He answers that he is ready at any time, in which case they begin. Chosen, who is standing behind the box, was asked what she was doing in such a place, and a huge black monster with wings and a human body appeared. Everyone is shocked and asks what this is. They don't have it on their lists. Alex asks Chosen what this means. Why did she bring him here? The girl calmly says that this is a trained soul eater. An ordinary monster will not allow everyone to see how strong they really are. The girl asks with a smile to show everyone how magnificent they are. The main character hears someone scream. A monster attacks two girls. A guy rushes to save them, but they shout at him whether he can handle it. The main character shouts that, of course, and attacks the enemy in a jump. The monster disappears, emitting black smoke. Everyone rejoices and praises the main character. The guy asks how Chosen is doing. He thinks he unintentionally agreed to her plan. Suddenly, someone screams again. A monster appears. The child gets wings. The protagonist realizes that children touched by the miasma turn into soul eaters. This is a monster that reproduces by eating the souls of children, which means they were already consumed by that monster. The girl asks to save her child. She cries. The protagonist confidently asks to provide this to him, because the treatment that he used to stop Dorothy from turning into a beast should work here too. It's worth a try. Alex closes his eyes and concentrates. He will create a homunculus and transfer their souls into them, leaving their bodies temporarily dead. Then he does it. The protagonist sees and understands that the soul eaters have disappeared. Now he just needs to return their souls back to the body. The children look around in surprise. The girls hug the children and thank the guy for saving them. As expected from the Emperor's Vice, he is glad that they are all right. The presenter says it was great, but she doesn't think they can win after something like that. He was really cool back then, thanks him for protecting the children. The presenter orders people to immediately investigate what happened. They agree. Someone turns to her. She listens to Alex, who says that in fact, she already knows how it happened. He hopes that they will trust it. It's up to him. The culprit is chosen. The girl hears his voice in her head. He speaks to her directly with the help of magic. He asks permission to resolve this matter with her himself. He doesn't want others to find out. She understood him and leaves it to him. In the building, Alex tells Chosen that he knows she did it for his own good, but she put everyone in danger. As punishment, he forbids her to be his maid for a while, and she is shocked to say that her father has agreed to take her in. This is Amelia's plan. However, she wants to stay with him. It's too much. He's glad that she treats him like this. It was hard for him to do his job in such a state. He feels a little sorry for her, but it affects her. Amelia is good at dealing with them. That should be enough. The guy asks her to forget about him for a while and focus on her work as a maid, and she sadly says that she understood him. A few days later, the protagonist comes to the girl. She tells him that it seems that his magical power has become stronger thanks to her lessons. They helped only because she has talent. Why did she come today? She wanted to ask something. He will not refuse her any request. She is a little shy. The girl shouts out a request for the guy to take her on as an intern. He has a sense of deja vu. He thinks that something terrible has happened, which means it's time for the internship. They say that those whose village has rotted go to the army, or the guild, or the houses of nobles. They look for places where they can get the necessary experience. The schools of magic serve the mentors of the empire and send students on internships. When their part leaves, he has several angels who replace them. Alex understands that she has already left. He just felt nostalgic for the first meeting. It was a disaster. He agrees to accept her at any time. Someone asks if Alex is there. He agrees and allows them to enter. The maid says that soul eaters have appeared in the villages of Psyche and Ritinera. He will go there right away. The girl asks if these are the same monsters that were during the falconry. He answers that yes, they are in different places, only he can deal with them. She says that if only there were several of him, he could solve this matter in several places at once. A new idea came to him. He thanks the girl and holds her hand. She blushes and is glad that she was useful to him. In the village of Ritinera, the protagonist apologizes for being late and asks where the children are. They have already been absorbed by them. It's good that they are still alive. He will return them to their previous appearance. He takes out some kind of sphere. People take it and ask what it is. He asks them to try throwing it at them. They don't quite understand, but they throw it at the monsters. The sphere explodes in flight, and in place of the monster appears an unconscious child. The mother is happy about his rescue. The boys ask Alex what it was. He will explain later, but now they need to throw balls at them. The ball is a magical tool. It can seal magic. He placed the magic of destroying demons, so they can defeat the soul eaters without it. He asks not to think too much. During that conversation, he remembered how this tool froze his room, so it can be used like that. Also, if that dragon shows up, they can use them against him. He doesn't think it will completely wipe out the Devourers, but the numbers will decrease. The girl takes the ball. The main character thanks Xiaomei, but she says that there is no need for thanks. Agnes asks a thoughtful Alex what's bothering him. They've created so much that he wonders if there's any way to use it elsewhere. She asks if he is talking about a magical instrument. He answers positively. Maybe there is useful magic that could be spread throughout the villages. He asks if this will make life easier for people. The girl thinks and agrees, then notices that there is some kind of squabble at the gate. The young girl asks to see Alexander. She wants to talk to him, but the appointment must be made in advance. Alex is surprised. Chosen says that her master has no time for her, so she knows she wants to meet him herself. The protagonist watches this with a smile. He sighs and asks Agnes if she could bring her to him. She seems to be from the village of Ritanera. She asks what to do with Chosen. The guy turns around and says that since she is now under her father's care, let him tell her to tell him about it. Agnes understands and approaches Chosen. Alex looks and says that the problem with the Soul Eaters has not been solved yet. It will be necessary to extend the punishment for Chosen. Lily Kanata comes up to him, apologizes, and says that she is pleased to meet him. She kneels down and thanks him for what he did for them that day. The guy asks her not to worry. Did something happen in the village, she thinks. Lily stands in front of him and shouts, saying that she wants to offer him her services. He asks her about it again. He points to the maid and asks if this is what Lily means. She says she doesn't mind being a maid, but she still needs a salary. Lily explains to Alex that her dream was to serve him, but she never had the chance. She is embarrassed. The main character understands that she is being frank. The maids are currently busy, so he thinks that it is possible. He has no reason to refuse. He is not against it. But there are 2 conditions. Lily asks what they are. She agrees to everything. First, she needs to stop calling him my lord. Second, if she's going to do the job, she needs to be paid accordingly. She agrees. The protagonist asks Agnes to take Lily's measurements for her new uniform. After a while, she puts on the new uniform. Alex notices her with a smile. He tells her what suits her, asks about the size. It turns out to be perfect for her. He hands her the contract, so she needs to go around to the others and discuss it with them. After a couple of days, the maids teach Lily her job to thoroughly wash the windows, and she wonders what will happen if the owner stands in front of a dirty window. She says the owner won't see the face, so they have to be clean by the end of the shift. Lily continues working. Agnes offers to make her some tea after work. She happily agrees. The main character ignores the details, because the most important thing is that everything is fine with her. The girl asks for forgiveness, because she is returning to the castle. The guy praises her for her work today. She wanted to talk about something. She asks about the new maid. He thinks that something happened to Lily. She is good and learns quickly. Did he see her soul? He agrees. She is B rank. He is a little surprised. He already told Eliza that he can see souls. She says that such girls gather around him. There are many new girls in front of him, as if to gain his favor, so she wants to give him advice, puts her palm on the table. She says that it will be better if the guy sends Oyin back, what to do with her after the Empress's advice. In the village of Sonnet, children jump from a great height from a tower straight to the ground. 3 people watch and clap. Coming-of-age ceremony is a tradition in the village. As soon as a boy turns 10, he has to jump from a diving board without fear. It depends on courage. Alex's father thanks the Viscount for the invitation, and he thanks him in return. Those who have gone through this will be perceived as adults and have the right to marry. Girls choose a partner, do not want to be the last to receive a house and field. Quite a serious test. So Alex thought to invite Kokufu here. She would probably agree with joy. The guy asks his father how Chosen is doing. She uses the opportunity to get closer to him. He asked her to stay in the estate. Why does he ask if the punishment is over? Eliza advised him to return her to her parents, but he cannot do this. If he does this, people will doubt him. But this was the advice of the Empress herself. Soon he will have to make a decision. They notice 2 children, and the man asks if this is the boy who passed the test. He probably asks her to marry him. They look good together. Suddenly the girl falls, and wings appear from her back. She turns into a soul eater that attacks the protagonist. Someone covers him with their hand. Chosen covers her and calls the monster impudent. He grabs her hand and pulls her away from the place of impact. The transmigration of souls occurs. The girl appears from the devourer and falls. Everyone is happy and thanks the Vice Emperor. Chosen proudly states that this is natural for her master. The boy shouts and asks what all this means and what she was doing in Sonnet Village. She says he said to serve my lord but remains her true master, so she can't be far away. He gave her into the care of his father. Doesn't that mean she disobeyed him? Chosen says that's not what she meant. Alex realizes that if he sends her away, she will do dangerous things to get closer to him. It was stupid of her. He remembers how she protected him. She has great manners. If only she would learn to be a decent maid. She might change. He thought about firing her. She is surprised. He decides to give her a second chance. He wants to teach her to be a maid. That method was gentle on her. From now on, he and Amelia will carefully hammer it into her. Alex asks her with a smile if she will become a decent maid, and she, perplexed, agrees with him. The father tells the boy that he was not helpful. Alex apologizes. He didn't even discuss it with him, but everything is fine because she is his maid. Someone finally arrived. Alex and his father wonder if they are guests. Chosen asks permission to introduce them. They are her younger sisters. The protagonist asks if this is true, why they In fact, they also want to be his maids. They just got permission from his father. Being close to him is happiness. Don't they think so? The father agrees. The protagonist says that Xiaomei will now be in his care. The old man asks him to take care of her. He asks him to rely on him. Everyone is discussing that she will be with the vice emperor himself. The old man asks everyone to calm down. Alex is popular and grateful that she is the only one he will take on as an intern. He picks her up and takes off, asks her to hold on. Then in mid-flight, he notices something while looking down. They notice the robbers and the two girls and realize they had to help. The robbers say that they were causing them trouble. But now that's enough. Let them just give up. One of the girls holds a sword. Suddenly someone asks to stop. The swords hit each other. The robber looks at the broken sword in shock. Alex stands in front of the girls with the sword. They ask him who he is. He uses the binding spell, which binds the robbers. The girls are surprised. One of them is on guard, but Alex asks her to calm down. They were flying past. He says that they will simply put the robbers to sleep. The girl asks if he is the real Alexander Carlyle, asks him to prove it. He gives them a document, which surprises them when they read it. She apologizes for being rude. Her name is Zara Bireo. They were heading to him. She asks for help with the escape of her mistress, Princess Liche Silvermoon. Alex asks if she is a vassal of the Empire. She agrees. Their kingdom has been a loyal vassal since they swore allegiance 100 years ago, but the king doesn't care. He strives for independence. The princess does not want to break ties with the Empire. She only wants to protect the kingdom. Those living on the royal land have eternal youth. The previous emperor attacked the lands, but only members of the royal family can have this. Now they see this as a good opportunity, as many are rebelling against the Empire, but their army is capable of defeating it. If it comes to war, many people will die. They don't have much time. The previous emperor had subjugated the surrounding countries by force. When Eliza took the throne, she loosened her grip, so people like Silvermoon began to rebel. As soon as you find out what she thinks, Eliza appears from underground and says that she heard everything. The girls are surprised. He explains that she is his maid and will protect the secret. The emperor will provide them with shelter. In addition, if Silvermoon really starts a war, then they will only face them on the battlefield. Well, in the meantime, Alex will protect them at his place. Calls her Liche. She looks awkwardly. The guy explains that she let it slip about 100 years ago, as if she saw it herself. She is Liche Silvermoon. She should be 256 years old. The main character with 3 girls tells Agnes that he is back. She asks if he brought guests. The guy explains that they will stay with them for some time if something happened while he was gone. Agnes reports problems with the plumbing. The guy says it's terrible. The girl asks with a smile if she can help, because her ice magic can help. The girl realizes that it was Agnes Memba. The guy asks if she knows her. She explains that she sometimes visited Viscount Memba. She changed a lot. Suddenly the princess feels bad. Zira picks her up. Alex asks what happened and asks Zira to give her to him. She drinks some potion. This is water from the source of the sacred land. When it leaves the land, it weakens, which means this is a negative reaction to eternal youth. Their escape is too dangerous. But they know. He intended to inform the emperor about this, but the wait would take several days. He needed to hurry with the supply of this water. Alex says they can use these rooms. They thank him, couldn't ask for anything more. After he's already helped, he offers to do so. He pours holy water on the sword. Here he understands that it contains considerable power. He will look for something similar in the vicinity of the capital Silvermoon. After some time, he found it. Now he will connect the pipe from the source and pass the energy through it. There are droplets of water around the girl. The guy drew this power from the sacred land, created a special barrier, so he successfully recreated the sacred land. The girls are surprised by this. The girl tells the owner that they arrived in the kingdom of Silvermoon. They were riding in a carriage. King Aurora Silvermoon shakes the boy's hand and asks him to welcome her. They have arrived at the Liche's house for a purpose. Yesterday the girl brought a message from the Empress. He thanks her, asking what she said. She quotes the words that she will leave it on him. Alex explains that if it were in writing, it would have to be dealt with officially, which would mean suppressing the rebellion with the help of the Imperial Army. He asks to remain calm. This will not happen. First, it is worth considering that they cannot recognize their independence. If this is done, then other vassals will also dare to take such a step. They have a lot to think about. Sit down and discuss things in the future. After everything calms down, they will first start with the rebellion within the kingdom. According to what she said, the army has not yet marched on them, in which case they can knock the wind out of their sails and reduce their military power. Anyone would hate the idea of his compatriots fighting each other. He would stop the rebellion behind the scenes, try to limit the number of victims. The king is the main person, so he will let them decide what to do with him. The princess leaves it to him. Now she needs an excuse to go to the kingdom, remembers that their kingdom is famous for golden apples. The princess agrees. They grow on sacred land, they always grow and do not fall, they become tastier. He would like to present them to Her Majesty, he will need to go there in person. This is a tree with golden apples. Alex looks at them. He has never seen anything so beautiful. He feels guilty for wanting to pick them. The girl asks if she can try. She is given permission, and the guy holds out an apple to her. The guy is asked why he gave it to the maid. He explains that she is closest to the empress. She knows what taste she likes, in which case they approve of it. The maid thanks. The girl bites into the apple. She likes it. She says it's delicious. The main character tells the king that then the empress will definitely appreciate it. The guy collects apples in a bag, even so the insects won't eat them, but he does it for someone else, then asks the girl to try again. She takes a bite and falls to her knees, blushing and saying that she feels like she's going to melt. The king asks what happened. The guy says that time flows faster inside the bag, they do not rot, and therefore are always unripe and only become tastier. He gained this ability with divinity. It's unimaginable. Now they shouldn't suspect him, even if he stays here for a while. Somewhere on sacred ground, it's night. At the table, they are discussing that when Alex appeared, he thought that their plans were exposed. But those apples were very tasty. They will give him as much as he wants. He needs to leave in the mood. They ask to continue the preparations. Someone goes ahead. The protagonist thanks Eliza, and then tells the girls that they can go out. They take off their robes. They would never have thought that they could move in someone's shadow. It's convenient because they won't be detected. Alex asks Dorothy about the situation. Dorothy reports that they are preparing provisions and weapons. They will set out. Immediately after finding the princess, the guy thanks her. This is his spy. They are determined to rebel. This means that they have to go and let themselves be caught for a while. The girls are surprised by this. The main character thanks them for everything. They not only gave him apples, but also provided security. It is about the safety of Mr. Kokufu. The king asked to convey their sincere wishes to the empress. Alex agrees, and with that they say goodbye, they leave, and someone addresses the king behind them. He is informed that they managed to capture Lice. He is surprised and sees a girl with her hands tied. Liche is asked what came over her. Dorothy watches from behind the bushes. 2 days later, the guy asks her if there is any news. The kingdom has prepared an army of 3,000 warriors for the attack. They plan to pass nearby. The guy thanks her. She helped a lot. He strokes the girl. For her, it was a trifle. The girl at the bed where the princess sleeps asks if she is sure she is safe. She was haunted by the thought of what he had planned. Having given her away, he asks her not to worry. Because they have the soul of a real liche, but the body is only a homunculus, if she is in danger, he can immediately call her to him. How significant is an army of 3,000 soldiers for a kingdom? There are about 1,000 left to defend the lands, so in fact this is their entire army, insignificant when compared to the empire. So Liche was right to be afraid. The Silver Moon army will suffer huge losses. They need to be stopped. The girl asks the owner what he will do, whether it would be easier to neutralize them, but he cannot get involved in something so serious. He would like to avoid the fact of his interference. It would create problems for the empress. She does not mind. Then says that she thought that the empress would say so. The guy understands that, in essence, she said, as he already said, he will start with a civil war. He holds his hands on the glowing sword. He is going to influence the minds of the warriors. They are going to war. They will not win. They will free the kingdom. It seems that everyone has their own doubts, in which case he orders everyone to return home to the sacred land. The warriors are indeed offering to return. The warriors who remained on the sacred land belong to the Liche. They must recapture the sacred land. The girl asks what he did. He sent them the thought of returning. He whispered using the wind, the army only has to turn back. They cannot lose their current power. Then the civil war will begin. If many are wounded, it will not be possible to gather another army. He tried to convey that their compatriots should shed less blood. As expected from Alex, he predicted their moves, but guiding so many people is tiring. He needs to train his magic more. The stage is set. He would like it to end there, but it is too early. Liche is still in captivity. He needs to move on to the next step. On Mount Ikichi, on the other side of the empire, someone approaches the snake and says that he has finally found it. She attacks, but the guy dodges and hits the snake with his sword, apologizing for it. The snake dies. Alex takes its skin and realizes that now he needs to hurry. In a tavern on sacred ground, someone is shouting. Someone is asking someone for permission to look. Even if he says so, there are limits. What is the matter? They answer that everything is fine, it's just because of the ointment that he feels pain. The girl in glasses asks again about the ointment. Because of the terrible pain, people scream when using it, but shouldn't we stop using it then? But it is very effective. The guy who got hit in the eye can see clearly. Many people were wounded during the Civil War. Everyone is grateful to have this ointment. The girl remembers the case that Alex spoke about. He got the skin of a snake and used it for medicine. It is painful, but heals wounds. He made it as painful as possible. He sent it to each side. With this level of pain, they wouldn't be able to fight. For their next step, they needed Li Che. They find a place and call upon Li Che, who will return Li Che's soul to her body. The girl opens her eyes after this. Lice asks where she is. Alex asks if she recognizes him. She agrees and realizes that she has returned to her body. The girl in glasses asks if there will be any problems. Zira may panic when she sees her body missing, but everything is fine. He explained why he will call her back. Lice asks if the preparations are complete. Alex answers positively. They need to act as they planned. The girl realized that the hospital uses the ointment that causes unbearable pain. The wounded see someone and ask what she is doing here. She is going to help the sick. This is Li Che, who applies her blood to the guy's body, but if she wasn't caught, he notices that now his hand doesn't hurt. Everyone shouts, asking if it was her blood, if it was the power of the royal family. One asks not to be fooled. He asks if this is a trick, that they themselves were distributing this ointment. Lice explains that she understands why they are so suspicious, but recently she was a prisoner. She could not stand aside while people fought for the country, so she ran away. It hurts her to lie to her people. He says he didn't believe it. People were trying to take over the sacred lands, but she says these are rumors. She asks if she would show it in the city if it were true. When she arrived in the city, she was surprised that everyone was suffering from the ointment. She created it a long time ago. Someone broke into her room and spread it among people, but it was not completed. If you mix the ointment with her blood, there is no pain. She could not do much of it and lost hope, but the fact is that it was made by her. So she will take responsibility and give blood to everyone. She was banished, but she can't ignore everyone who is suffering. She needs to call her father to reason to stop the war. She asks if everyone didn't want to fight from the start. They should have noticed that there was no reason to. If only the citizens of this country would believe in her, she would show them that she could convince her father. The guy in the bed says he believes in her, then everyone else agrees with him. Everyone starts to support Li Che, who starts to rejoice about it. The girl with glasses says that Lice was convincing, now many will follow her. The ointment probably helped weaken their will to fight. The rest is on the face. She will succeed. The third party in the face should no longer interfere. Thanks to the ointment, there are almost no victims. This was expected from Alex. The Empire now has a peaceful government that hopes it won't make any rash decisions, but there are other kingdoms that hold a grudge. Alex tells Eliza that he doesn't mind lending her a helping hand if she finds herself in trouble. But she is the ruler of the Empire, let her not forget about it. After that, everything returned to normal thanks to Licha. Eliza thanks the guy. A few days later, she invited him to the Sacred Lands to express her gratitude. It seems they found out who Eliza is. Now she is in his shadow. It seems to him that the world is moving in a good direction, but someone denies this fact. The guy looks at the flying girl, recognizing the voice. She says that he saved tens of thousands of people, but that is exactly what is bad. She begs him. He can die now or live, giving in to his secret desires. The main character has a choice. He can die right now or live, giving in to his secret desires. Eliza asks if she can. She would like to know in detail. She is allowed, because the Empire is also partly connected with this. She asks why she has to die. The answer is simple. Her soul has received a new rank, which she asks again. Right after reincarnation, the soul test begins. Then the rank goes up and down as one lives their new life. Even a person like her with an SSS soul is no exception. Even though she's only 13 years old, he's already surpassed the last one and reached SSS-rank. Considering what Alex did, it's natural. The only problem is speed. They don't know what will happen if it continues to grow at this rate. They thought about it, what to do. The girl wonders why he focused on the word we. They don't know what danger it poses. Eliza asks if that's why she wants him dead, to throw him off. It would be the quickest solution, but he doesn't think he can commit such atrocities. The girl sighs. Because she thinks so, he seems to have caused her a lot of problems. It does not necessarily have to be evil. Just like her father, the previous emperor, He could stoop to bad deeds with alcohol and women. If he had 10,000 girls, he would hug them. He would not call himself associated with evil. He could lower his rank down to sea level. In addition, he may even have angels in his list of girls. If they were that desperate, he was sure it was a big problem for them. He would like to do everything he could. Alex apologizes. He can't die or live selfishly. He still has a lot to do. Li-Shay is waiting for him. The girl with wings asks him to stop. Darkness appears around. Eliza asks why everything went dark. The angel girl looks around and shouts at the guy to run. Suddenly, something happens. Eliza falls. Alex reaches for her. Something attacks them. The main character asks what is happening. The girl with wings asks not to come closer because this is a divine punishment. A ray of light hits the main character from the sky. He is in pain. His skin feels like it is burning, and his insides are freezing. It is an all-consuming force. He cannot stand it for much longer. Eliza asks what she means by divine punishment. She replies that it is God's own judgment. She can't say anything else. Eliza understands that at this rate Alex will die. Or rather, he will be forcibly reincarnated. Because of this divine punishment, they are watching him. The main character remembers all his close people and thinks about reincarnation. He will not allow this. He will not allow this to happen to him. He resists. Suddenly, the guy reflects the divine beam. The girl covers her face with her hands. He falls to his knees, exhausted. The girl with wings is surprised that he stopped the divine punishment. They really were going to kill him. What does this mean? She asks the guy if he's okay. She can hardly believe he's alive. The guy asks how Eliza is. Eliza was affected by the force and fainted. She needs to be cured. The girl asks Alex not to move because it is a miracle that he is still alive. However, he needs to do it. He approaches Eliza and says that he can't use healing magic as he used up all his mana. The girl asks him to rest because then his soul will be absorbed, but he knows it. An absorbed soul cannot be restored. It will be destroyed. In his condition, it is dangerous. He scratches his hand until it bleeds. The girl is shocked by his actions. This is a medicine that turns blood into mana. The guy drinks the medicine. His head is spinning from the loss of blood. He wipes his mouth and can cast a spell. If it weren't for the Lotus's mana restoration, it would have been tough. Eliza woke up. Alex asks if she's okay. She replies that yes, even her clothes were restored. The protagonist asks if they can now learn about the divine punishment. He does not force her to talk. She has a position to take care of. Suddenly they notice something approaching. Several angels with spears and blindfolded. One of them wants to attack the main character, but he blocks the blow and looks at the enemy in bewilderment, falling to his knee. He feels like he's being pulled to the ground. Good thing he didn't take the full force of the blow. The angel attacks again. Alex dodges back. The boy realizes that he can't just dodge and then attacks the angel. He is surprised that he was able to hurt him and realizes that these angels are not real. Eliza suggests retreating. He can't stand it for long before the divine punishment appears again. These angels are stronger than the divine punishment. They would use it again, but they can't use it often. Even if he escapes, he cannot hide from God himself. He needs to get rid of them first. He asks the Sword of Wisdom to tell about the four-winged angels. Four winged angels or warriors without a soul. Each wing has its own function. The first remembers orders. The second is responsible for attacks. The third for defense. The fourth absorbs souls. Alex can't figure it out so easily, since they don't have a soul. But in that case, the main character seized the moment and cut off one of the angel's wings, and they fell to the ground without strength. The girls were already happy, but they stood up again, their wings starting to recover. They stand still, and Eliza realizes that they are waiting for an order. Alex cut off the wing that was giving them orders. So now they follow him. Alex always exceeds Eliza's expectations. It's a great honor for him. The men are surprised that these angels now obey him. This means that they are weaker than the goddess. He would rather slay the gods than the angels, otherwise his biography would be boring. He chases his father and the others out of the room. The guy releases the angel, asking her if it was too crowded. She replies that it was warm. Since they don't know when the attacks might happen, they told Licha that the meeting should be postponed. They have already returned home. Alex thinks that the next attack is in a week, according to the legend of the creation of the world. God created the waters and the earth by sending lightning from the sky. It fell 7 times, every 7 days, a total of 49 days. According to the sword of wisdom and the lightning of divine punishment, they are essentially the same thing. Therefore, they will not be attacked before 7 days. They need to think about what to do with her during these days. If they talk about her, then there is a possibility of killing God, but this is unnecessary. They need to protect themselves from divine punishment. The guy doesn't know why God wants to reset his rank so much, but doesn't want to kill him. Eliza asks why not. Alex reports that he likes the world, good people are rewarded and bad people are punished, everyone does their best to help each other for a better life. He likes these people and this idea that if he defeats God, the system could collapse, so he needs to think of a smarter way to protect himself, then it won't be a problem anymore. Eliza says that she will return to the palace, closing the door. She remembers the words that they do not know why he wants to throw him off. Perhaps God is afraid that Alex will surpass him, that his position as a superior being will be lost. This is vulgar of him. Alex is much more suited to be a god. He tried to remain calm in front of Eliza. He needs to become stronger. A god has terrifying power. When he blocks again, the damage to everything around him will be great. The girl who met him asks if he is worried about something. He replies that it is rare. She thinks that she cannot help in any way. He asks why he does not watch Angie practice magic. She would be happy, but he's worried. He admits that everything is fine. He'll be able to think more clearly if they act like normal. She's practicing today on converting mana from other people into her own. He gets an idea. He asks Angie to use a healing spell on him, but her magic is weaker than his. However, he asks her to do it anyway. The girl does it. He is surprised by the wall of poisonous magic. He thought so. The guy thanks her. The girl looks at him in surprise. 7 days later, everyone gathers in one place. Eliza announces that the time has come. Angie asks if everything will be okay. The protagonist asks Eliza why Angie is here. Eliza asks why he didn't tell her anything, and Alex just didn't want to worry her. On his part, this may be true, but this is exactly what will cause concern. After these words, he apologizes to Angie, but she says that there is no need to apologize. Suddenly something happens. They look up. The main character shouts that it's starting. They all need to get out of here. The guy raises his sword up. The girls look at the flowers and ask what they are. If they bloom, Eliza suggests that it is the blocked energy of divine punishment. The owner turns to Astaroth, asking what she thinks, and she says that it is undoubtedly magnificent. Then they would leave it to her. She would consider it an honor. They notice that if the power was too great to block, it could be transformed into something useful. At first, he tried to bring abundance to the earth with her help. Eliza now understood why the flowers suddenly began to bloom. She gave him this idea. 10 days later, the third punishment happened. They changed the time, hoping to catch him off guard. Elise finds it ironic. He turns what should kill him into fertilizer. They are furious now. It only adds to his good deeds. He didn't think about it. He just did what he wanted. Eliza is sure he'll figure something out. After there was no fourth punishment, they realized that it would not work. Eliza reports that they are vulgar creatures. People who know the taste of honey and expect it for free are not waiting for a sweet fate. The guy doesn't know about the part where she calls God vulgar, but the rest is convincing. Eliza says that if the punishment comes again, it will add to his good deeds, and that won't happen anymore. Then we need to think about what to do earlier. We need to consider all the possibilities. Angie apologizes for the wait and gives him a bag. He thanks her. She asks if it's a bag of food. Why does he need it? He had an idea. He prepared it just in case. There was enough food inside to last all the inhabitants of the Alliance territories for several years. Then they add some dirty water to the bag, and the girls realize that all the food is finished. It's a real waste. He's ruined hundreds of thousands of people's food. Eliza knows he's done something terrible. No matter how luxurious her lifestyle is, she couldn't do something like that. Alex uses divine check. His rank has decreased. If he does this, he will be able to control the rank. He needs to think about what to do in case of a real problem with food. Angel thanks him. Eliza tells him that he shouldn't have gone that far. As long as he can lower his rank, that's enough. Besides, if they try to kill him, he will not abandon someone in trouble. The Empress listens to him carefully. Alex becoming SSS-rank was a byproduct of his actions. He did these things only because he was happy to help. The higher powers, on the contrary, are just clinging to their position. The longer they wait, the more the difference will grow. She is happy because she can go home. Eliza asks what else he has in mind. If he does good deeds, it won't be enough. but he can't think of anything else. Wouldn't it be easier for him to go on an extravagant binge and use his money to live in luxury? But he does almost everything himself. He does not think that his squandering of his own money will be considered a sin. But they are talking about buying not only here, she will explain tomorrow. Let him come alone to the marketplace, gives him a piece of paper. The protagonist asks the dressed-up Eliza why she dressed like that. She asks him not to reveal her by just one look, but he recognizes her. No matter what she looks like, she also dyed her hair. She says that it doesn't matter, they need to get into the carriage. When asked where they are going, the girl says that they are going to a brothel. He will buy himself a woman because it is a sin. He would never think of such a thing. She says that usually he will not think of something that he has not thought of before. Alex asks if she is coming too. She replies that she is his companion, but if she is not around, they can try to run away with him. She does not mind, so he can rest easy. During the day, someone in the building asks two guests to sit down, Erez and Ir. The girl wishes them welcome to their modest establishment. The protagonist and Eliza are surprised by the fake names, but Eliza says that it is just in case. The girl asks the guy to choose any girl he likes. Eliza announces that they will then choose each one because they have come to spend a moment in decadence. The protagonist looks at the girls and thinks about how they're looking at them expectantly. Then he looks at Eliza and realizes that, of course, he arrived with the same intention. Alex, sitting on a luxurious chair, says that he certainly won't dare to choose anyone. The girl looks at him in bewilderment. He smiles and points to the table with goodies and asks to drink tea together. He used the best tea leaves and utensils, so it is quite luxurious. Eliza asks him to stop. He asks if he is doing something bad, using her offer and money, but not doing anything related to girls. She does not understand if this will work. In this case, the main character tells the girls not to hold back and eat whatever they want. They smile happily. One of the girls accidentally knocks over a cup of tea, which lands on the protagonist's hand. He feels hot. The girl apologizes. She bows and says that she has no experience yet. He asks if she works here too. The girl beamed and gave a positive answer. She asks him to allow her to show everything she is capable of. She approaches him and asks him to use her as she wants as an apology. The guy awkwardly asks the girl to stop. She thought she was not his type. The main character asks if she wants to be liked by someone. The girl answers that yes, because this way she can earn money. The girl explains that it's not all about money, because she wants to earn enough to go to school. She wants to learn to read. The protagonist asks why. The girl explains that she wants to read books. There are so many exciting and touching stories in their world, so she wants to know them all. He understands that he just wants to learn how to read. Sana also wanted to learn how to write his name beautifully. Going to school here is an expensive pleasure. She is determined to work in such a place for this. She has a thirst for knowledge. The main character hands her an apple and asks her to eat it. The girl asks what kind of apple it is, a beautiful golden color. Alex says that it is the fruit of knowledge. If she eats it, she will learn to read and know all the words. The girl is pleasantly surprised. It's amazing, but she can't just accept it. The main character tells her that he is her client, and he likes her. Isn't that enough? He continues to hold the apple in his hands. She understands everything and gratefully takes the apple from her hands. The girl takes a small bite, after which she begins to glow, looking at the apple in her hands in surprise. The girl holds her head. She has a strange feeling. The guy holds out a piece of paper with letters and asks what is written here. The girl manages to read Alex's fake name, Erez. She is very happy that now she can read. She understood what is written here. The main character is also happy. Now reading books will not be a problem for her. Someone claps their hands. Eliza points her finger at Alex and tells him that all she had to do was turn away for a second, and he was helping people again. The main character realized that he had made a mistake, after which the girl, whom he had taught to read, bows to him and thanks the guy. Alex says that doing bad things isn't that easy. Eliza sighs and says that since that's not an option, she might try skipping her work. For example, going on dates with someone, spending money on gifts. It should earn him some sin points for greed, but that's just her opinion. Alex has a feeling that it's not so sinful. Eliza says he's easygoing, so everything should be fine. He agrees. Everything is still ahead. When he's accumulated good deeds again, they'll think together about what to do with it. He is very glad that she was next to him. The girl with closed eyes and a smile says that it is mutual. The girl asks them both to wait. She is tired and says that she really wants to thank Alex, even though she was fired, but now she will be able to study and read a lot of books. And all this thanks to him. The girl thanks him again. The main character and Eliza looked at each other silently and did not understand how she was fired. They ask what she will do now. She is going to go home, she needs to look after her family, she has more opportunities, because she understands letters. Alex understands that she has potential. He would like to talk to her about something else. The protagonist asks if she minds if they stop somewhere along the way. Eliza calmly agrees. The girl thinks about it and agrees that, since that's the case, let her try to write down her name. She agrees and takes out a pencil and a piece of paper. Her name is Marie Curie. She manages to write it down on paper. Then she comes home and tells her sister that she has arrived. Her sister starts to turn around, but something is wrong with her face. It's like it's melted. She tries to get the words out, then runs away. She stands behind a tree and asks who he is and why she brought him here. Marie says that everything is fine, he helped her, but she asks him to leave. The protagonist asks if she has had this since birth, to which Marie answers yes. It is probably a curse for sins in a past life. But what interests me more is the high rank of her soul. You don't often meet someone like that. She does a lot of good things. Her next life will probably be amazing. Eliza asks what happened. Marie explains that her sister always helped others, but she suffers from it, wondering if it is hypocrisy to do good deeds for the sake of well-being in the next life. The sister shouts from behind the tree that she shouldn't tell anyone about this, then hides again. However, this is not hypocrisy. The main character comes up and offers to cure her. Her soul rank is proof that she has already atoned for her sins. The guy takes out his sword. The protagonist brings a glowing sword to her face. Now she should be happy. He promises that everything is okay. Suddenly, something amazing happens. Her face becomes beautiful. Marie happily runs to her sister, who is shocked by what is happening. She hugs her and says that she is very happy. She does not understand what happened. They hand her a mirror, from which she at first turns away. The girl is surprised and does not understand how this is possible. The main character says that this is her true face. The girl asks who he is. Suddenly her face began to distort again, but then disappeared. Eliza asks if the distortion has disappeared. The protagonist says that he intentionally did not cure her completely. Let her look closely at her face. Eliza understands that it has become pure. He has rewritten the result. From time to time the curse will appear, but eventually it will be cured. Each time it will be smaller and smaller. Considering how much good she did for others, it would only be fair if something good happened to her too. The girl thanks them all in tears. The weather is fine outside. Marie supports her sister. Eliza says that she still cries. She had to endure a lot. Alex understands why Marie worked for money. Looking at this house, you can imagine how people treated them. Sister Marie turns to Alex and asks for permission to thank him. She will do anything. Marie joins in her words. She tells that she has been in hell until now. He is the god who saved her from this hell. She will do whatever he says, if only he allows it. The protagonist agrees, and at the same time observes the course of the curse. He says that for a start, Mari will be her secretary. The girl asks again. The secretary is the one who performs the duties of a scribe for the nobility. She has already memorized the letters. She can practice. He needs her help. Marie happily agrees. Sister Marie says her name is Lily. He would like to introduce her to someone. They will both pack their things and move to his mansion. The girls are shocked by this. She understands that he is an aristocrat, especially since he goes to those places. He understands that he didn't even introduce himself. The main character says that he is Alexander Carlyle, just Alex. Those girls are shocked that he is that same Mr. Carlyle. Both sisters are surprised by the Carlyle mansion they see. Amazed by its size, the protagonist turns to Agnes, who listens to him attentively. He asks to take these two to a spare room, asks how they are better, together or separately. Marie answers that it is better together, then Agnes will take them. She agrees. Alex tells Lily that he wants to introduce her to someone. She needs to go with him. He will call her, and for now they should wait in the office. Two people meet in the corridor. One asks the stranger if she is Mr. Alex's guest. He mentally calls her Lika. He takes her hand and says that it's nice to meet her. He is Al, a close friend of Mr. Alex. She remembers that they have already met somewhere. He points at himself and says that it is he. Lika will recognize him. She says that she was scared, it was a great disguise, if she needs Alex. Then he went to the office. Leica goes to them and asks Alex who this young lady is next to him. He explains that she will live with them. Leica asks what her name is. She is pleased to meet her. Suddenly her face distorts. Lily asks not to touch her. Leica asks if she is okay, asks her not to move, and starts casting a spell. Then he tells Alex that the healing isn't working. Then he asks her to calm down and watch as her face goes away. The guy will watch the current. It may happen again, but there is nothing to worry about. Lily understands that seeing the curse, she did not even hesitate. Leica apologizes for the fuss and asks for a name. Lily says her name, and then Leica says that she is very pleased to meet her. Alex knows what he's doing, so she should be calm. She goes to Karamidi. The protagonist says that Leica is his betrothed. They are not engaged yet, but she will be his wife. Lily asks if he wanted to introduce her to her, but no. Another maid, Miabel, enters the room. Lily tells her name and asks Alex if he was talking about her. The guy agrees. Mia accompanies him to social events. Memory. Someone asks to train Mia for an appointment. Unfortunately, in this world, the common people have the opinion that serving a beautiful woman is an indicator of nobility. To avoid problems, you need to take Mia to appointments. Her appearance is flawless, she told him so, and he wants her and Lily to do the same. Alex asks Mia to tell her everything. Lily asks if she can thank him with this. Of course she can. She has suffered so much so far, so from now on, she has nothing to worry about anymore. The protagonist extends his hand and tells her that soon she will be completely cleansed. Remaining herself, she will thank him. The girl smiles and listens to him. Mia suggests starting with makeup. Lily asks if she can ask for something. Mia asks what. Lily says she wanted to cut her hair because she no longer has to hide, in order to start over. Alex asks if he can ask Mia to do the same, and she agrees. Since they figured it out, Alex needs to go out. He asks why. It's not nice to peek when the girls are getting ready. He understood what the matter was. Marie bursts in, saying that they have a library. They will show it to her later. She is surprised by something. Lily got her hair cut. She tells her sister that she shouldn't rush around like that. Marie is amazed at how beautiful she is. Now Lily can see her sister's face better. They both smile. Alex comes with Eliza and says that Lily is very suitable. They ask who is next to him. The main character says that it is the Empress. She is hiding with him. Marie and Lily are shocked by this. Marie is amazed at how amazing the library is here, because there are so many books. Is it true that she can read them all? Alex says that even he hasn't read them all yet. He shows her her desk and wants her to get to work right away. Let her copy the contents of the sacred imperial texts onto parchment, she says she understands. Alex's father asks if she is a secretary. The girl bows and introduces herself. He asks without formalities to let her concentrate on work because she works for Alex. The main character asks if they want something. They answer that they wanted to consult with him about the territories. This girl is very curious. She suddenly tells her dad that she heard from her dad that a girl came who understands letters well. Marie is surprised that she calls him father. She is just beginning to write modern letters, but they seem to be using the ancient ones that were used when she was born, so she thought how great it would be if they taught her. San has a special passion for writing. Can he ask her for a favor? The girl is surprised, because she herself is still a beginner. In this case, she suggests that they study together, as she herself has a great interest in old books. She hugs her and thanks her, but she has work, so she can only do it during breaks. The main character looks at the girls and says that they seem to get along quickly. He suggests that his father leave. They talk about the incident in the village. Suddenly a girl bursts in and tells Josen that he is looking for them everywhere. She has very important things to do. They ask her to stand. One girl tells another to straighten her back and try to move silently. She says that she is swaying from side to side. She needs to tighten her abdominal muscles. Suddenly the girl meets them and says that she seems to be new here. They look at her in bewilderment. She reports that she has decided to get closer to the master by ignoring her. So she challenges her. Lily thinks about the challenge and asks Josen to calm down, but she is willing to do anything for the master. Those who do not have such determination cannot accompany the master. She wants to thank Alex. This is her true intention. Accepting her feelings, Alex kindly offered her a job. She says that with her too, her master believes in her growth and guides her with all severity. And he's kind to her sister. He's strong. He never complains. He always takes care of her and scolds her. The girl says maybe it's because she always quits her job. Lily says he saved them. That's right, he's always ready to lend a helping hand. Suddenly she grabs Josen's hand, she's surprised. Lily offers her to work together for Mr. Alex. She happily agrees. The third girl looks at them in shock. Suddenly Josen asks her to come back, because that's how it all happened, and she also gives her a letter. She thanks her for it. The protagonist asks if the girl was able to cope with Josen. She has a backbone. The maid Lily was surprised by the appearance of Teska. The girl asks if this is a letter about the state of the Silver Moon Kingdom. He says that it is true. It seems that Riche is coping with the soldiers. With the former king and his entourage set to step down, it appears Riche is in full swing, preparing to take over as queen, and she appears to be planning a thank you visit. The guy told her that he did nothing like that. He looks at the letter. It seems that she plans to arrive today. The maid is surprised by this. The girl bows to Carlyle and expresses her sincere gratitude for his repeated help these days. Alex says she's exaggerating, asks her to raise her head. She wouldn't thank him so much. It wouldn't be enough. He saved so many lives that she can't even imagine how to thank him. The protagonist asks about somebody. The girl asks if she can become this gratitude for him. She understands that he is several times older, but if he only deigns, the main character asks Riche to calm down. Whether she thought, well, she gives a positive answer. She thought that since they were accepting maids, she could, but it wasn't feasible until the country stabilized. That was all she could do. Riche asks if the difference in their ages is too big, but rumors spread so quickly she is 200 years old after all. She is definitely more than attractive, so if there is something she can do for the kingdom, she will do it, and then she will thank me. If she can show her the reborn country, that will be enough. What will she say? She agrees. It's been so long since they've walked together. The main character says that it's true. He was often on the road. Today, he is going on a date with Ange. After the curse incident, he has been doing bad things on a regular basis. This is one of them. Dating many girls. The girl gives him some drink. He says that it's not today. Meeting his wife can't be bad. He missed work, so everything is fine. All he had to do today was fill out a couple of papers, so he'll deal with it tomorrow. The girl laughs quietly. She gets nervous when they're alone. She likes how lively everything is when everyone is around. There are even more people here now. It's not easy. Everyone loves Master Alex. They are very good people. As a wife, she needs to learn a lot from them. She needs to work even more. The guy tells Ange that she is already doing enough. She thanks him. Today, a wonderful event happened for her. Alex invited her on a date. The girl suggests that the guy go on dates more often, and the main character agrees with her suggestion. In fact, the old man would like him to meet someone. He lives on his land, but what he says, which he does not think is right, he allows someone to come in. A guy with glasses comes in and says the head of state is here. He apologizes for disturbing them. He doesn't need to do this here. It's not a public place. The old man thinks that's generous. Why doesn't she just introduce herself? The guy says his name is Cloud White. He's a wizard. The protagonist asks what he needs. The wizard is here to ask for his help. The old man asks to provide Alex with the details of the research. Cloud asks if the head of state knows about the magic vault. Alex has heard of it, literally taking the people's magic and storing it away. When they need it, they'll pull it out and use it. The storage of magic is also used by magic schools. It is a guarantee of safety in case of emergency. He thought so. In other words, a person's physical strength can be deposited. The protagonist represents people with full physical strength and those with exhausted strength, and vitality differs among the healthy and the unhealthy. He thinks sometimes they have too much strength, boundless energy, tired but can't sleep. If it were possible to extract life force like magicians, he thinks it would be a very effective medicine. Alex asks if this research is interesting. Cloud says that he is currently trying to find a way to extract power, but finances are not enough to do further research. The old man asks if they can use this data. He can't decide if it's worth it to become a sponsor. He's right, it's quite useful. The main character is asked what is in his hand, and he replies that it is life force. That's what they were trying to do. Does he mean to say they've already done it? According to the Philosopher's Stone, with the magic that formed and was lost hundreds of less at, Cloud thought this was a new idea. If he could understand it, the research would already be done. No, he could extract the power magically, but not everyone could. This theory was studied for the purpose of storing their lives. It is like a replacement. If the owner loses a life, it is consumed from the storage. How this is possible, they don't know yet, but it's worth studying what they think, whether they are interested. He thinks it will take a long time. He would like to sponsor it. If he does it, he will do it. It is decided now. Marie asks what kind of book it is. It is an old book of black magic, and the use of plants. He opens it. He told her about his involvement in studying life storage, and it turned out to be a good start. He has a lot of knowledge, but he thinks that it is not only necessary to have it, but also to develop it further. He wanted to put his thoughts in order. It seems that Mary is not in his field of knowledge. The Philosopher's Stone turned into a sword. Thanks to it, he has all kinds. The scope of this knowledge is limited to what exists now and what existed in the past. What will happen in the future is not there. He has an idea. He suggests starting and closes the book. They approach the door and hope that he is home. He can sense people around. A guy comes out. The main character asks if Mr. Hal Robinson is home. He asks him to shut up. The guy with the cigarette says that this is no place for children. Alex asks if he is Hal Robinson. He says that they will not receive any food. Alex understands that he is working on a grimoire. He is a leader in the field of activity. The guy exhales and asks who he is. Alex says that he is the eldest son of Lord Carlisle. He just wanted to hear how your research went. The guy asks him to go inside. The girl looks around the house. Alex understands that this is the grimoire they used. It has a formula for light built into it. It's a reusable grimoire. Alex asks if he's working on something that can be used without magic. His research is done. He would say the information is outdated. He's done with it. The guy asks him why. Who provides the magic? He tries to understand. It's easy enough to make this thing work, as long as there's magic power to charge it. It's a little reservoir of magic energy. You feed it in, you turn it on. Then a gust of wind happens, the guy asks. How convenient is this? This bottle will only last a month. If something like this were to spread, people would be in constant search of magic. And people and monsters who could create magic would be captured, handed over, and squeezed out for their magical power. Suddenly something happens, and all three are surprised. The guy tells Alex that if he is going to fly, then let him speak first. He apologizes. He understands that he is in the village of Carlisle. Alex is asked why he brought this here. The protagonist sits down by the flower and asks if they recognize it. The guy wonders if this is magical nectar. It is a solar flower, ancient, producing magical nectar. While the flower is filled with sunny color, it is characterized by dripping nectar, which contains magical power. They were supposed to be destroyed in ancient times when monsters sought magic. He collected the grains with the remaining genetic material. If they could create a whole magic field with them, they would have a stable income of magic power. The guy lights up again and offers to see if they have resumed their research. He doesn't know if Alex will take care of the flowers. He will. He thinks of turning this area into a large magical field. The guy accepts his offer. They need to do it. He thanks him. So, well, once they decide, they need to clean out the house and take what they need. Are they sure they're going alone? He provides them with an assistant. Is this guy really a kid?